The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 Raid on the Irish Gang. Bang! Bang! Before the smoke and dust from the explosion had dispersed, a figure rushed in first. The two gangsters at the door who were dazed by the explosion were killed by 2 bullets before they could get up from the ground. Bang! 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 Kai rushed in quickly and switched targets twice with his assault rifle. The 2 gangsters at the front desk of the hall monitoring fell to their seats. The other 2 gangsters who were drinking on the sofa in the lounge area had just smashed the bottles in their hands to the ground when they were hit by 4 or 5 guns firing at the same time. Almost in an instant, they were shot into sieves. The 6 guards in the hall were cleared out in an instant. Danger cleared, Kai reported to the command vehicle outside by pressing the headset. Then he ordered the special police team members around him, shoot people to guard all the exits immediately. The rest of you follow me to continue the assault. As soon as Kai finished speaking, 3 teams of people rushed directly to the elevator and the stairs not far away. This building has a bit of history, so its layout is still from the 1960s. It only has one elevator, which is the style of a fence door. There is only one spiral staircase to go upstairs. Its fire escape is outside, which is a very old-fashioned iron staircase, so it is very easy to block the entrance and exit. You just need to turn off the elevator and then guard the fire escape and the stairs. This kind of old-fashioned building is not common in Los Angeles. It can only be seen in old communities like Chesterfield Square. Without staying on the first floor for too long, Kai led a team of people to rush upstairs. As soon as they climbed up the stairs, several gangsters ran out from the second floor. Seeing Kai and his group, these gangsters subconsciously shouted, "What?" Their hands also reached for the guns on their waists. Bang! 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 Snap! 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 Without any hesitation, Kai and the special police behind him raised their guns and fired at the same time. A series of gunshots rang out, and several gangsters who had just run over screamed and fell to the ground. At the same time, the gunshots attracted more gangsters to reinforce. Because of this, Kai dared not delay any longer. Don't forget that they were still on the stairs. There was no shelter here, so he had to rush to the second floor as soon as possible. Kai took the lead, and the assault rifle in his hand kept issuing invitations to the god of death to the gangsters, sending them to see God. Then Kai hid behind a pillar and began to cover others to find shelter. The quality of these special police officers was very good. Although they were not as good as the special forces of the army, they had no problem dealing with these gangsters. The special police officers followed the tactics and moved forward one by one. They did a very good job of covering and moving forward. Under the skilled tactics of the special police officers, the gangsters were beaten very badly. After emptying another magazine, Kai threw away the assault rifle in his hand and pulled out 2 pistols from his waist, a Chiappa Rhino revolver and a Glock 19. Then he signaled to the special police officers around him to cover them. When the SWAT opened fire and the criminals could not show their heads, Kai immediately rushed out of the bunker and slid sideways. The floors of this old building were all terrazzo floors, which were very smooth, so Kai could slide very far. He raised the revolvers in both hands above his head and aimed at the 8 criminals who were hiding behind the walls and stone pillars and dared not show their heads. With the unexpected sliding, Kai not only got a very good shooting field of view, but the other party also did not notice Kai at the first time. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The 2 guns fired 3 times in a row, and the 6 criminals fell down without a sound before they could react. The criminals who were shot on the chest and abdomen were all shot with .45 special bullets, which directly exploded big holes behind them. This Rhino revolver was specially modified by Kai. The 172mm barrel is much longer than the longest 152mm standard. At the same time, the gunshot and the barrel have been strengthened, and it is a circle larger than the ordinary standard. At the same time, a rail is added above the barrel, and the upper and lower rails of the barrel are designed asymmetrically. In this way, when accessories are installed on the rails at the same time, the weight of the gun body will not be too concentrated in one part, in order to ensure the overall balance. At the same time, in order to help reduce the weight, The revolver seat above the barrel of the weapon is also hollowed out. In a word, it is handsome. From the appearance, the Rhino revolver pistol is an extremely cool pistol, but because of the recoil of the Rhino revolver, ordinary people can't use it easily. It is no exaggeration to say that this thing can knock down a big bull with one shot. On the contrary, the gangsters shot by Glock 19 are treated better. The 9mm parabellum bullet used by Glock 19 will not cause the exaggerated effect of Rhino, even if it hits the head, but can leave a whole body. The advantage of Glock is that it has a fast firing rate and a large magazine capacity. Kai's Glock has a capacity of 19 rounds. Just when Kai rushed out, the special police had been paying attention to Luke's actions. But when Kai finished the cleanup, the SWAT officers immediately rushed over to cover Kai. A group of SWAT officers fired intensive bursts and killed the remaining 2 gangsters. Luke rushed to the side corner, exerted force on his feet, stood up, and rushed to the side passage, and put the 2 guns on his head back to his chest and held them flat. Bang! Bang! Before the 2 gangsters who came to reinforce came out of the passage, they heard 2 gunshots, and then they knew nothing, and both were shot dead in the passage. "Don't stop, guard the staircase over there," Kai said, and got into the passage and killed several rooms in the passage. A group of SWAT officers immediately divided several people to guard the passage, and the others continued to kill 2 other locations with Kai. With several door-breaking sounds and bursts of gunfire, all the 12 gangsters on this floor were cleared out. After a simple search and finding that there were no other enemies, Kai immediately rushed to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Bang! Bang! The 2 gangsters who were aiming at the bottom of the stairs on the side of the stairs were instantly shot in the head. Bang bang bang. He stuck out the muzzle of the Chiappa Rhino revolver in his right hand, twisted his wrist and fired 3 shots at the corner of the wall on the other side. The 3 bandits who were about to shoot were shot and flew out, crashing into their companions behind them. Then the SWAT team members followed up with assault rifles. Bang 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 bang. A chaotic sound of gunfire rang out, and the bandits who were disturbed by the bodies of their companions had little power to resist. They were knocked down one by one like wheat being cut. After clearing the enemies on the stairs, Kai immediately leaned against the wall of the stairs, opened the magazine of the Rhino revolver and poured out the empty shells. The Rhino revolver uses a 6-round revolver chamber for ammunition, and its shape is hexagonal, which can not only reduce the mass of the revolver itself, but also looks very handsome. It also reduces the trigger force accordingly, because the revolver of the revolver will rotate as the trigger is pressed. The power of large revolvers is generally very good, the only problem is that the ammunition capacity is urgent. As soon as they broke into the 3rd floor, the SWAT officers immediately felt that the resistance they encountered was much smaller. This is nonsense. They say they are gangsters, but in fact they are just ordinary gang members. They are out for money. Few of them will really risk their lives for their bosses. If gangsters are so loyal, then it will be really difficult to be a policeman. The scattered gunshots indicate that the will of these gangsters to resist is rapidly fading. Even those who are still firing back have terrible accuracy. They probably don't have the courage to aim, for fear of being shot to death if their heads are exposed. Kai changed the bullets and immediately led the special police to continue the charge. To be honest, this is definitely the most exciting battle since the special police started their careers. The troublemakers and diehards were eliminated by Kai in the first place. All they have to do is to use heavy rain to shoot those who slipped through the net to death. There is no need to worry about it. It's so cool. People who have really experienced gun battles will not seek excitement like laymen. For these people, the simpler and easier the battle is, the happier they are. After all, it means no casualties. Let them surrender. Kai asked the SWAT officers to start shouting. According to the general procedure, before they break in, they should have shouted something like LAPD. Raise your hands and surrender according to the procedure. But Kai thought this was too stupid. It was obvious that these people were not soft-hearted. In that case, why give them a chance to fight back? First, beat them down, and then shout. The effect will definitely be outstanding. What? Procedural justice? Anyway, the SWAT officers present can testify for Kai. Kai had warned before shooting. It's just that those criminals resisted stubbornly. So, beat them up, and the next thing will be easy. Under the warning of the SWAT officers, the criminals threw their weapons in a conspicuous place, raised their hands and hugged their heads, and were pressed to the ground by the SWAT officers and handcuffed. Just after clearing the enemies on the 3rd floor, footsteps sounded on the stairs above. Hurry up, hurry down, the enemy is coming up. Where's the blast shield? The one holding the blast shield goes down first, and the people behind follow. Kai heard the shouts from above and immediately raised his eyebrows. Professional enough. The blast shield leads the way, and the others follow. This is a typical police indoor assault method. The police like to use this method most when dealing with riots or encircling gang members. Unfortunately, gang members actually use this to deal with the police? Haha, if they really succeed, the police present will probably have to reflect on themselves. Kai took out a trolley from his tactical vest, pulled out the pull ring, held the safety grip, stared at the position in front of the corner of the stairs, and waited for those guys to show up. Soon, a blast shield appeared at the corner. Kai let go of the safety grip, stood still for 2 seconds, and then threw it behind the blast shield. Ah! Grenade, get out of the way. The moment the grenade was thrown, the gangsters on the opposite side found it, but it was too late. The moment the grenade was thrown into the crowd, it exploded. Boom! A huge explosion exploded in the crowd. The unlucky guys holding blast shields in the front were immediately blown away. The others were not much better. At this time, the special police also seized the opportunity and started shooting. There was no need to aim, they were all crowded in the stairs, with nowhere to hide. Bang 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 bang. The battle was over, an easy one. On the stairs, the bandits who had stopped their feet were sweating on their foreheads. A leader came late and saw his men standing at the stairs hesitating. He immediately said angrily, "Why stop? Go down." Just now, the leader had learned that the police had blocked the fire escape stairs at the back of the building. There was no cover or barrier over there, and rushing out would be a target. So now the only chance to escape is to rush out from the main door. As mentioned before, they obviously didn't join the gang to die. Damn, the police on the opposite side even used grenades. How can we play? What they are considering now is whether to surrender or not. Damn, people will really die. The leading gangsters were furious with the leader's mother, shouting, "They're all dead. Tom and Jerry are dead. They were beaten to death by them. These policemen just want to kill us." The leader was stunned. Dead? How could they die? Why are people afraid of gangs but not the police? Because most of the time, the police do not regard killing as the first purpose, and they are not even allowed to use excessive force. And what about the gangs? They don't have that restriction. The leader thought that the main purpose of the police raiding their lair must be to arrest people. Like now, shooting and killing without hesitation is not the style of the police at all. Instead, several gangsters looked at the leader and curled their lips in their hearts. Did this guy forget that they ambushed the police once not long ago, and a policeman was killed? Isn't it normal for other police to get back at the place? But they didn't expect that the police would be so cruel this time. They are going to catch them all in one fell swoop. One of the gangsters retreated while shouting, "Fuck. Those policemen just want to kill us. They even used grenades. They just want to kill us." The leader didn't know whether he really didn't believe it or didn't want to believe it, and he also shouted, "Bullshit. They are policemen. If they cause a massacre, they won't feel good either. We killed their people. We have killed the policemen before. Do you think they dare to do it?" Everything has a limit. Generally speaking, there is a tacit understanding between the police and the gangsters. Generally speaking, the police will act according to the rules, but if the gangsters cross the line, it will be different. After all, ambushing the police. This is a premeditated murder. This is more hateful than killing the police in an encounter. I don't believe it. I don't believe they dare to fight. "Fuck," the leader said, turned around and left. But he didn't run away. "Fuck the rocket launcher. I don't believe it. It seems that this guy is under a lot of pressure and has given up on himself." Their voices were too loud. Kai heard it clearly, and even others heard it. Madfuck. Are they kidding? Kai looked at the SWAT officer next to him. The SWAT officer was also dumbfounded. This is Los Angeles, not Afghanistan. The gangsters are actually playing with rocket launchers. "What should we do?" the SWAT officer asked stupidly. "What should we do? Of course we should go for it." Kai would never allow those guys to play with a rocket launcher casually. If it really exploded, it would be very troublesome. After all, this thing is not as good as a firearm. In addition, it has only been a few years since 9/11. It is a sensitive time. Once the rocket explodes, it will be an air raid, which will inevitably affect a large number of innocent people and will also attract the crazy pursuit of the NYPD, FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. Chapter 502, Outstanding Results. Kai was still the vanguard. He stood at the staircase from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, quickly popped out one eye, glanced at the situation outside the staircase, and hid back in the corner. The whole process took no more than half a second. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of bullets flew over, hitting the wall at the staircase. This group of bastards blocked the corner of the staircase without showing their heads, just holding their guns, and once they saw the enemy, they would shoot without caring about anything. There were 7 people in total, 2 submachine guns, 1 Mk-16 rifle, and the rest were AK rifles, with strong firepower. Sometimes Kai had the illusion that the police station was not as rich as the traffickers. Of course, this was an illusion most of the time, but it was not the case for some special traffickers. For example, those big drug lords, these guys' assets were billions of dollars at any time, and a police station really couldn't compare with others. Kai originally planned to throw another pineapple to send these guys to heaven, but seeing the stairs that were already full of cracks, Kai thought about it and gave up the idea of throwing grenades. Who knows if this old house is safe or not? If it is blown up hard, it will collapse all of a sudden, which will be a lot of fun. It's better to be safe. He will do it himself. Kai made a few gestures to the SWAT team members, and immediately 2 of them took off 2 smoke bombs from their tactical vests. The SWAT team members have received special training and are very good at throwing smoke bombs. They threw the smoke bombs and hit the wall to form a rebound, which fell right at the feet of the bandits. Seeing 2 things that looked like grenades falling at their feet, the bandits were scared and wanted to run away. Some wanted to throw the grenades back. Of course, there were not many who dared to do so. There was only one bandit, but this guy picked up the grenade, and the grenade in his hand sprayed a lot of thick smoke. This guy was sprayed directly, and then he covered his eyes and screamed and coughed. Now, Kai leaned out half of his body and fired 2 guns at the same time. Bang 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 bang. Amid the screams, 6 of the 7 bandits fell. Only the idiot who was sprayed by the smoke bomb survived. But this guy was lucky because he had completely lost the ability to resist, so the SWAT team members did not shoot him to death, but directly restrained him, handcuffed him and dragged him aside, which saved his life. But when Kai and his team rushed to the 4th floor, at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, 4 gangsters set up metal explosion-proof shields to form a double-layer defense fortification blocking the corridor, and 6 gangsters behind them were holding M4A1 assault rifles. But this was not the most fatal thing. The really crazy thing was that behind these guys, a fat man was carrying a military green long barrel from a box. After a sharp-eyed SWAT saw the thing, he immediately couldn't help shouting, "SHXT. Are they crazy?" Kai was attracted by the shout and looked over. WTF. Using at-4 rocket launchers in the building, are they going to die? At-4 rocket launchers are disposable weapons that are preloaded and discarded after shooting. They use the principle of recoilless gun firing. The rocket launcher includes a rocket launcher, an aluminum alloy gold venturi nozzle, a firing mechanism, a simple mechanical sight, a shoulder rest, a shoulder strap, and front and rear protective sealing covers. The simple mechanical sight consists of a mountain-shaped front sight and an adjustable concentric inner and outer ring rear sight. A low-light sight and an opto-electronic fire control system can also be used. The at-4 fires hollow charge armor-piercing shells, using aluminum or copper aluminum composite charge caps. The armor-piercing process is divided into several stages, including contact, burning, armor-piercing, and armor-piercing post-effects. The armor-piercing post-effect can produce peak high pressure, high heat, and a wide range of lethal fragments in the vehicle body, accompanied by blinding strong light and burning effects. It is very dangerous to fire this thing in a confined space, because it will increase the surrounding pressure rapidly. If there is a wall or other hardware within 15 meters of the breach, the rear flame may also hit the soldiers. At the same time, the at-4 fires hollow charge armor-piercing shells, using aluminum or copper aluminum composite charge caps. The armor-piercing process is divided into several stages, including contact, burning, armor-piercing, and armor-piercing post-effects. After the armor is broken, it can produce peak high pressure, high heat and large-scale killing fragments in a small space, accompanied by blinding strong light and burning effects. In short, this thing is not used to hit people at all, others use it to hit tanks. The fat man saw the police appear, and while asking his men to fire, he grinned, raised the at-4 rocket launcher, aimed at the other end of the passage, raised his finger, opened the red safety button, and looked through the aiming rear sight to the end of the passage. He knew that the AT-4 would not only explode, but also have the killing effects of fragments, high temperature, blinding strong light and continuous burning. He believed that if this shot went over, even if the attacker on the opposite side was not killed by the explosion, he would be burned to death, or at least become blind. At that time, they could easily kill each other. This guy completely forgot that they were also in the corridor, and if something went wrong, they would be finished. Fuck. Are we dealing with gang members or terrorists? Kai raised the rhino revolver in his hand and cursed. Then he raised his hand and turned his wrist, swinging out a beautiful arc bang. A bullet whizzed out. The gunshot sounded, and the fat guy's finger was about to press the launch button, but at this moment, he flew backwards, with a hole in his forehead and a blown-up back of his head. When he fell, I don't know if he was too obsessed or his hand slipped, but he actually pressed the launch button. Maybe the launch button of the AT-4 was too sensitive, so this guy really fired the rocket. This scene not only scared Kai and the other special police, but also scared the other party's accomplices. But a funny scene happened. The rocket was fired with a thud, but it fell down powerlessly after flying less than half a meter. The rocket hit the ground with a bang. Nothing happened. This is actually a dud. The probability of this happening is less than 1 in 10,000. The whole scene almost stopped at that time, and everyone focused on the rocket lying on the ground, fearing that it would explode accidentally. Almost 10 seconds later, one of Kai woke up from the shock, seeing that the bandits were in disarray. And they were all looking down at the rockets, not paying any attention to the police. How could such a good opportunity be missed? Kai raised the Glock in his hand. Bang 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 bang. The first few bandits fell dead without a groan, and everyone woke up at once when they heard the gunshots. The SWAT officers reacted very quickly. It was only half a second before they raised their guns and fired wildly at the bandits on the opposite side. The bandits were relatively slow to react. By the time they wanted to fight back, it was too late. This was the last batch of bandits who resisted stubbornly. When Kai led his men over their bodies, the rest were just little scoundrels who were just living their lives. They threw their guns away, squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, and were as obedient as they could be. After playing the game and clearing out a miscellaneous soldiers, you have to face the boss. So when Kai and his team pushed open the door of the top floor office, they were still quite alert. But after opening the door, they found that in this office that occupied almost half of the floor, there was no resistance or shooting as they had imagined. Instead, they saw a short and fat man sitting in the boss chair, smoking a cigar while ejecting the bullets from his silver revolver. After seeing Kai and his team, the man stood up and raised his hands. Kneel down. Cover your head with both hands. The man cooperated very well and did it without any reluctance during the whole process. However, there was no panic or fear in the man's face and eyes, but he was very calm. John Daly. Kai walked in front of him and lowered his head to look at him. John Daly raised his eyebrows and looked at Kai. He didn't know Kai, but it didn't matter. After all, he was a gangster, and the police came to arrest him. No problem. The only thing he didn't expect was that this group of police were even more fierce than them. John Daly felt that he had nothing to deny, so he nodded. That's great. Come back with us now. I need your help with something. Dustin was actually always on edge when Kai led the team to encircle and suppress the Irish gang. Although Kai had not been here for a long time, only 3 months in total, these 3 months were enough for him to understand Kai's style of doing things. Ruthless and ruthless. Once he takes action, a large number of people will definitely die. In the American society, criminals also have their own human rights, and there is a group of people who care about this thing very much. For many old-school detectives, this trend of thought is actually quite difficult to understand. Fighting criminals is to protect the public, but now the public wants to protect criminals. If the police cause too many casualties during the arrest process, they will definitely be criticized. Los Angeles, as a concentration camp of the left, is even more so. Countless celebrities are willing to stand up and criticize the police in order to show their kindness and progress. If Kai's action causes too many casualties and criminals this time, their West District police station will also be under tremendous pressure from public opinion. After Kai finished his mission and reported to Dustin, Dustin sat down on the chair. Sure enough, what was supposed to come finally came. Kai's move was definitely a big deal. More than 80 Irish gang members died on the spot. But the number of injured was relatively small, only less than 40. What does this mean? It means that the police went there to kill people. Dustin could imagine tomorrow's front page headlines. Police equals murderer. Isn't it scary? But with the nature of the Los Angeles media, it is really possible. If it were other conservative states, such as those in the South, it might be better, but in Los Angeles. But Dustin soon became happy. Because their gains this time were really huge. In the warehouse of the Irish gang, the police found more than hundreds of kilograms of various drugs. In addition, more than 200 automatic rifles, more than 300 pistols, 3 light machine guns, more than 50,000 rounds of bullets, 5 RPGs, 1 Gatling, 2 at-4s, and several rockets were seized. Those who don't know would think that this gang is selling arms. Drugs can be put aside for now. After all, there are only a few hundred kilograms, which is not a big case, but those weapons are different. This indicates that these guys can ensure the safety of the entire city. As long as these seized items are displayed, even the harshest media will subconsciously ignore the casualties. After all, people always think of themselves first. Normally, people always feel that the gangs are far away from them. Without personal experience, they will naturally be more generous and willing to show their heart and compassion, such as being a saintly bitch. But when things really concern themselves, it will be another face. 80% of the white left in this world are actually bullshit. They are basically 3 types of people: naive, herd followers, vested interests. The motives are desire to express, sense of belonging, vested interests. Naive people have the desire to speak out and hope to get the attention of others. His entire social circle is saying this, and he has to respond to it. Vested interests, such as some people who make a documentary, win a Peace Prize, and make speeches all over the world to cheat money. The general characteristic of white left is that they are rich in sympathy, and they have sympathy for ethnic minorities, the ecological environment, the LGBT community, the poor and low-income people. Or it can be directly equated with modern liberals. In essence, they are all idiot white people from developed European and American countries who have never suffered from hardship or hunger since childhood. They grew up in a Western society with a perfect social security system and high welfare, and they are idiots who lack common sense. They often imagine a group of kind, innocent and vulnerable groups who need help, so that they can show more righteousness when they show sympathy. They begin to doubt whether these people really deserve sympathy. When this assumption is idealized and dogmatic, more terrible things will happen. They hold high the banner of morality and do all good and evil, but from this commanding height, they use morality to kidnap everyone, and for their own morality, they deny some inhumane practices that others have to do for the country and society. These people look great, but in fact, they are essentially no different from ordinary people. They are just talking nonsense. If it really concerns their own vital interests, you can see what they will become. In short, if these things are put out, everything will be easy to say. Believe it or not, in the news the next day, absolutely no one will mention the gang members shot dead by Kai and his men. Dustin was very satisfied with Kai's results. As for Kai's need for the Irish gang to testify against the DA group, it was none of his business. He was already satisfied with his share of credit. John Daly. Tisk, you are such a scumbag. Kai took John Daly's information and was amazed. It was too rich. This guy is a living encyclopedia of crime. He has basically committed all the crimes listed in the criminal law. Theft, robbery, rape, murder, drug trafficking, smuggling, arms trafficking, human trafficking, etc. Going to prison is like going to his own home, but he can always make a big deal out of it. No matter how serious the charges are, he can always get away with it. He can take a vacation in prison for a while and continue to hang out. Kai found it hard to believe that this guy could get away with it until now. This is simply the biggest insult to the profession of police. For a living, John Daly was very calm about this. He has been on the streets since he was 14 years old. Now he is in his 50s. What else can he not see? I think you will have to stay in jail for the rest of your life. Kai was talking, and suddenly he was unhappy. Such a scumbag is just going to jail? SHH. Why doesn't California have the death penalty? Scumbags like you should be put on the electric chair. I love the Democratic Party, John Daly said with a smile. California has always been a stronghold of the left-wing Democratic Party. It is also the main force in supporting the abolition of the death penalty. It often appears in Hollywood movies that a person is wrongly sentenced to death. This can also be regarded as a kind of support. But that's all. Judging from the things we see, You really can't wash it off this time. The sentence is at least 1 or 200 years, so, bastard, prepare to spend the rest of your life in jail. Chapter 503 Blacksmith and Textile Factory. Kai originally thought that the boss of the Irish gang would be very difficult to deal with, at least he would be stubborn to the end, but he didn't expect that things would be unexpectedly simple. When Kai asked John Daly to cooperate, this guy didn't hesitate much and agreed to cooperate with the police. He only made one request. He asked to be able to serve his sentence in a designated prison. Yes, his request was that simple. He didn't even ask for any reduction in sentence with a prosecutor, just asked to serve his sentence in a designated prison. Kai didn't like to make any deals with criminals, but Kai could accept this deal, and this guy didn't ask for a reduction in sentence. But Kai was still very curious. Why would a gangster boss give in so easily? To be honest, this guy doesn't look like a soft bone. When Kai asked this question, John Daly didn't answer immediately, but took a deep breath and asked Kai for a cigarette. Kai was so curious about this question that he simply contributed his personal cigar. John Daly took a deep puff of his cigar, looked at Kai and said, "Because I ran into 2 lunatics in a row." "What do you mean?" Although this guy didn't mention any names, Kai instinctively realized that one of the 2 lunatics he was talking about was himself. Kai was not very angry about this. After all, he had destroyed other people's gangs, and he didn't allow others to say a few words. Besides, lunatics were not a serious accusation. At least Kai said that his self-restraint was acceptable. "Do you know why we ran from New York to Los Angeles?" Kai shook his head. Kai knew that they had only run to Los Angeles in the past 6 months, and had been active in New York before. At that time, he didn't think much about it, and thought that this group of Irish people planned to expand their business. Speaking of Irish gangs, they have a long history in the United States. The United States is an immigrant country, and each nation has its own unique social division of labor. When it comes to violence, everyone's first reaction must be the Italian mafia. In fact, the initiator of violent crimes in the United States is the Irish, and to this day, the Irish gang is still the most violent criminal gang in the United States. The history of the Irish and Italians entering the North American continent can be traced back to the early European colonization period, but large-scale immigration to the United States occurred in the 19th century. In the first half of the 19th century, Ireland was unwilling to endure the colonial exploitation of the British, and 2 major famines swept across Ireland, so a large number of Irish poor came to North America to survive. In the second half of the 19th century, Italy's economy was in recession, but taxes continued to soar, and bankrupt poor people also flocked to the United States. Unlike British and German immigrants who came to develop North America with large sums of money, Irish and Italian immigrants just changed places to continue to be poor. Many people couldn't even afford to rent a decent house, so they had to squeeze into slums and do the hardest and most tiring work. Poverty often breeds nationalism, and since they were all Catholics, in North America, which was dominated by Christianity, the Irish and Italians were once regarded as barbarians who could not be assimilated. In the fight against the exploitation of foreign and religious persecution, the Irish spontaneously formed various violent groups, thus becoming the forefathers of American gangs. Decades later, Italian immigrants encountered the same problem after they arrived, but they went further down the Black Road, so that everyone forgot about the Irish gangs. Industrialization promoted the great development of the American economy, but the Irish gangs and the Italian mafia took different paths. The Italians soon got tired of low-level violent crimes, and after pioneering the international drug trade in the United States, they gradually turned to economic crimes. As society continued to stabilize, traditional gangs such as the mafia began to seek transformation. They deliberately avoided large-scale violent crimes, and instead made money and laundered money. Only the Irish gangs still maintained their domineering style of doing things, so that the Italian mafia looked down on the Irish who only spoke with their fists. The Irish gangs are keen on the thrill of bloody streets, which has a great impact on the tragic fate of their nation. Ireland was colonized by Britain for hundreds of years, and violence was their only means of resisting Britain. At the same time, the Irish were colonized by Britain for hundreds of years, and the constant struggle with the British trained the Irish to have a keen political sense. When the top talents in the Irish ethnic group became the rulers of the underground social order, they were obviously more powerful than the government in terms of how to meet the needs of the lower-class citizens and new immigrants, and the votes in the hands of these people provided them with the possibility of getting involved in politics. After several generations of efforts, The Irish finally became the largest ethnic group in American politics. Over time, this violent tendency gradually transformed into cultural habit and behavior pattern. In addition, the top talents in the ethnic group were busy running for president and congressman, which caused them to hand over the position of the underworld boss to the Italians. The Irish gang has always been known as the fighting faction among the gangs. As long as these Irish people are paid, there is nothing they dare not do. Of course, in recent years, the brutality of the Irish gang has been surpassed by the Russian gang and the Latin American gang, especially the Mexican gang, whose brutality has surpassed the Irish in a straight line. But no matter what, the Irish gang still has a certain status in the United States. Of course, this is for the relevant personnel, and it is actually difficult for ordinary people to distinguish these. I don't know. Kay shook his head. We were driven out. John Daly said this with a look of dismay. King Bing, Kai asked curiously. After all, the most prominent gangster in New York is King Bing. If this is the case, it is normal. King Bing. John Daly pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a smile. Kai felt that this smile contained a lot of things, but it seemed to contain nothing. In fact, King Bing is not terrible for the New York gangs. He only cares about his own rule. As long as you abide by his rules, he and his men are not difficult to get along with. King Bing is just a gangster no matter what. It is impossible for him to really control every corner of New York, so it is impossible for him to wipe out all the gangs. That is unrealistic. His rule over the underground world of New York is a bit like the feudal dynasty's control system over the local remote ethnic chieftains in ancient times. He requires all gangs to submit to him and pay tribute regularly. In addition, they just need to abide by his rules. He doesn't care how the gangs play in the future, and he will even provide help at some times. Although there are more mothers-in-law on their heads and they have to pay tribute to King Bing, for many gang members, this is not a problem. That is, a madman like you, no, he is crazier than you. He hunted us alone, just like hunting those beasts, never leaving any alive. Half of my men died at his hands. So I had to run away. The regionality of the gangs is still very strong. Generally speaking, few gangs can develop again after fleeing to other places. So under normal circumstances, few gangs will relocate. Of course, external expansion is another matter. Aren't you always curious why I agreed to cooperate with your investigation so easily? It's very simple. My people were beaten up by you and that bastard. Gone. Everything is gone. If I don't cooperate, what else can I do? Believe it or not, if I don't go to jail, I will be dead on the street the next day. Did John Daly want to cooperate with the police? No. Especially when the object of cooperation is Kai, the bastard who ruined his last chance of a comeback. But reality always forces people to bow their heads. John Daly bowed his head. Most of his men were shot dead, and the others were detained. In this case, even if he can rely on those legal jackals to escape the punishment of the law, what will happen next? What is waiting for him? It will definitely not be flowers and champagne. Without his subordinates and power, he is a piece of fat meat as a commander without troops. Apart from other things, he came to Los Angeles half a year ago. In order to gain a foothold, he has fought with local gangs in Los Angeles. These enemies may not be able to do anything to him before, but now. In short, he went to prison to save his life. The reason why he wanted to go to a designated prison was also for this. After all, he still has some connections. If he goes to a prison dominated by Irish gangs, he can survive and even live better. Kai was a little amused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was such a reason for love. However, Kai was also a little impressed by this guy's clear mind. With such a mind, why did he choose the road of gangsters in the first place? By the way, what is the name of the guy you just mentioned? Name? I don't know, John Daly said very straightforwardly. But many people call that guy the Punisher. Norman was bailed out from the police station in great anger. Especially when he saw Kai watching him walk out of the police station, his anger reached its peak. I want him dead. Norman sat in the car and punched the dashboard of the car. He didn't say who he wanted to die, but the people sitting in the car knew it very well. Norman was talking about John Daly. Now with John Daly's testimony, it is very unfavorable to Norman. John Daly explained that Norman's deputy McGee appeared in the Irish's territory to make a deal with him. Drug deal. What's more interesting is that McGee bought drugs from the Irish. And the purchase volume was very large. However, fortunately and misfortune, Maggie did not reveal to the Irish why they bought drugs. Which is why Norman was able to be released on bail. After all the evidence is still on Maggie's deal with the gang, and Norman has not been implicated for the time being. But it will be soon. So Norman needs to kill John Daly. Let the police lack evidence. Of course, Kai is also a target. After all, everything Norman is experiencing now is thanks to this policeman. Hasn't it been found yet who killed Maggie? Norman turned his head to look at his younger brother, who had yellow dreadlocks and looked more like a drug dealer than a policeman. But this was not uncommon in the DIA. This was also one of the reasons why many law enforcement agencies did not like the DIA. It was an Italian killer. The dreadlocked younger brother was a member of Norman's team who was responsible for collecting intelligence from gang members. He was very well informed. His name was Leon, Italian. Compared to the black gangs and Latino gangs, the Italian gangs in Los Angeles were more low-key. They had fixed territories, but they did not participate in drug transactions themselves. They were more of a distributor, such as selling drugs in their own places. So whether it was from the functions of the DIA or from Norman's private small business, there was no conflict between the Italians and them. Who is that? Marigi's men are well known in this business. They do things very neatly and seldom leave any traces. But this time, he was caught on camera. It seems that this is not his style. It should be a spur-of-the-moment decision. The killer Leon. This name is only circulated in a small circle. He is the chief killer of the Italian mafia Marigi, helping Marigi deal with some competitors who do not follow the rules. But everyone who knows Leon knows that this guy is very reliable, unlike those street thugs who kill people with guns and get angry. He is an extremely professional killer. Every assassination is carefully arranged and never leaves any traces. Go find Marigi. I want to know what is going on. Why would the Italians want to kill me? If Marigi does not give a reasonable explanation, he will be shot tomorrow for drug trafficking, resisting arrest, and assaulting the police, Norman said with gritted teeth. By the way, there are also the blacksmith and Guzman. The younger brother mentioned another thorny problem. The blacksmith is a supplier who has been cooperating with Norman for a long time. More than 70% of the goods Norman sells come from him. The rest are from their seizures. As DIA agents, they also need to perform their duties well. However, the drug money and contraband drugs seized by them will be bleached. But there is no doubt that the blacksmith is their largest and most reliable supplier. However, the blacksmith is very particular about payment and absolutely does not allow delays. Payment must be completed within the deadline. Norman and his friends are old customers, so the blacksmith will give them a longer deadline. But now the time is almost up. As for defaulting on debts or delaying payment, the consequences are very serious. The blacksmith will send someone to take it in person and take their lives by the way. The money from the blacksmith. Take out our money and give it to him first. The blacksmith's money cannot be owed. Whether it is for the sake of life or for continued cooperation, it cannot be delayed. As for Guzman, let him wait, although Guzman is not easy to mess with. The problem is that he is a dealer and DIA is a natural enemy of him. So you can be a little tougher. After saying this, Norman stared at the door of the police station fiercely. Maggie. When will the killer arrive? It seems that he has arrived, but Maggie hasn't paid yet, so the other party won't do anything at all. Then give it to him. Let them do it, Norman said impatiently. The younger brother immediately picked up the phone and started to make a call. About half an hour later, in a textile factory near the 278th station between line 2930 of the New York-Brooklyn-Williamsburg City Railway Viaduct, an old black man was sitting in the office studying a piece of linen. Suddenly, his phone dinged and a text message came. The old man took off his glasses and picked up the phone. There was a payment information on it. The old black man twitched his mouth, and then picked up the old rotary phone on the table. White Dove, it's time to work. 2 people must complete the work before tomorrow night. 10 minutes later, I will send you the target information. There was no sound on the other end of the phone. The old man didn't care. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Then he stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the East River and the Brooklyn Navy Yard across the river. A new week. Chapter 504 Booth and Ziogu. Watching Norman leave, Kai showed a sneer. It's almost time. This kind of scum should get the retribution he deserves. No, it should be punishment. Boss. Your phone, someone wants to see you. Chloe suddenly ran out and shouted. Who is it? He said it's from the FBI, named Booth. Booth, whose full name is Hilly Booth, is an FBI special investigator. He was once a sniper in the Marine Corps. After retiring, he joined the FBI and became a special investigator of the FBI Washington branch because of his excellent work ability. This typical American strongman had worked with Kai Chicago. His military style made Kai very fond of him. In addition, he had a good personality. After a few visits, he and Kai were considered friends. When they were free, they would contact each other to chat. But generally speaking, the contact was not close. Kai returned to the office and answered the phone. "What? You want to see the body found on the beach?" As a result, after greeting each other, Booth made a request that made Kai a little embarrassed. Previously, their major crime unit received a call that a body was found on Venice Beach. The body was washed up on the beach by the waves, and cement was poured on the feet, a typical gangster execution method. The owner of the body was Laurie Smith, an undercover agent of the police 7 years ago. However, because the body was eroded by seawater for a long time, there were few clues on it. In desperation, Kai asked the forensic department to hand over the body to the Star Laboratory, hoping to find some clues with high technology. "Booth, you are also a policeman. You should know the rules. This body is one of the few or even the only clues in this case. According to the regulations, unless the case is related to the personnel, no one else is qualified to approach the body." I know, but Booth certainly knows the rules, and he is the FBI. Now this case is handled by the Los Angeles police, and the FBI has no right to intervene. Unless Booth can provide evidence, this case is within the jurisdiction of the FBI. Otherwise, Kai will never let Booth participate. Interfering randomly is very unwelcome in the police world. Booth just thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with any reasonable explanation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and told the truth. "Actually, my partner and I were on vacation in Los Angeles. When the body was found that day, we were actually at the scene. And my partner was very interested in the body." "Let's not talk about it first. What's the matter with going on vacation with a partner? Just say the sentence "interested in the body" at the end. It's easy to complain. Is there anyone who likes this? Booth, your partner, is there nothing wrong with her? Hearing Kai's words, Booth didn't react at first, just casually said, "She has always been like that." "She? A woman?" Kai was still thinking about this, but Booth on the opposite side came back to his senses and understood the meaning of Kai's words just now. "No, you misunderstood. Bones is a forensic anthropologist who specializes in human bones. Her interest in corpses is completely an occupational disease." "Wait, why would you, an FBI investigator, be a partner with a forensic doctor? Is the FBI so wild? It is super rare for law enforcement officers and non-law enforcement officers to partner up. In fact, it completely violates law enforcement regulations." "No. There are many things involved. In short, it's very complicated and can't be explained in a few words, but now she is indeed my partner." Booth's partner is called Temple Bellin, nicknamed Bones. She is a smart, diligent and serious doctor of forensic anthropology, a super academic master, with double doctoral degrees, and can speak multiple languages, French, Spanish and Chinese. She is also a best-selling author, very good at suspense novels, and she is also a believer in science and an atheist. She is currently employed by the famous Jefferson Society and the FBI. The Jefferson Society is particularly worth mentioning. The organization was established in 1864, and the initial funding came from the bequest of British scientist James Smithson to the United States. It is a collective organization of a series of museums and research institutions in the United States. The organization includes 19 museums, 9 research centers, art galleries and national zoos, as well as 136.5 million works of art and specimens. It is also the only semi-official third sector museum institution in the United States funded by the U.S. government. It also has the world's largest museum system and research consortium. Management and funding come from grants from the U.S. government, other donations and profits from its own stores and magazine sales. The headquarters of the institution is located in Washington, D.C. The Smithsonian Institution's board of directors is composed of former U.S. vice presidents, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, 3 senators and 9 U.S. citizens, and the president is appointed by the board of directors. It is the best academic institution in the United States, and in some fields, such as medicine, art, and engineering, it is at the top of the world. For example, The STAR laboratory under Kai's name is also a top academic research institution worldwide, but even so, apart from quantum physics, few fields can surpass the Jefferson Society. In short, it is a gathering place for academic masters, and the best academic masters and researchers in the United States dream of entering this association. Booth's partner was able to enter the Jefferson Society in his 20s and become the chief forensic anthropologist in the association, which is undoubtedly a feat. As for why Temple's Balin wanted to get close to the bones, it was entirely because of one of her studies. Okay, listen ladies and gentlemen, I can let you participate in this case. Outside the forensic laboratory of Star Lab, Kai stopped Balin. He will call her Zioga from now on. Who wanted to go in? Just say but, Officer Kai, we can skip those meaningless conversations. The person who spoke was Booth's partner, Temple Balin. Balin was a very beautiful woman, not very old, about 25 years old, with chestnut hair and very three-dimensional facial features. According to Western aesthetics, she was undoubtedly a beauty. At the same time, Kai could not feel a trace of worldly air in this lady, just like a Nord in an ivory tower. This is not Kai's slander. This lady emphasizes logic when speaking and doing things. Her speed is always half a beat faster than others, and her observation is also very sharp. This is not wrong, but correspondingly, from the short contact of less than 10 minutes, Kai can feel that she is extremely clumsy about human relationships, or she doesn't care at all. This kind of person is not pleasing in daily life, but Kai does not hate it at work. After all, it looks very professional and can also reduce communication costs. Okay, Miss Balin, your assistants. I hope you can follow Dr. Smith's orders. Dr. Smith, I have attended his lectures and read his papers. He is an excellent forensic anthropologist. I am willing to cooperate with such an authority. Zioga may not understand what Kai meant at all. Kai was helpless. This kind of person is like this. He's extremely good at his professional work, but it is difficult to communicate outside the professional scope. So Kai simply didn't waste his breath and looked at Booth. Booth is an old detective and knows what Kai wants to say very well. I understand that this is your Los Angeles police case. We are just assisting in our personal capacity and have nothing to do with the FBI. Booth understands that it is rare for Kai to agree to their request. Put yourself in his shoes. If this case is in the FBI, and Kai suddenly asks to participate like him, he will most likely refuse. After all, this kind of thing is not in accordance with the rules. Kai nodded. If it was just him, he would not object to someone coming to help. There is strength in numbers. But this is related to the two major law enforcement agencies, the Los Angeles City Police and the FBI. Even if Kai doesn't care about those trivial things, he still has to consider the basic position. So some things must be made clear. To put it bluntly, the premise of Dustin allowing them to participate is that they are not allowed to take the credit. The world is so realistic. Kai is the boss of Star Labs. Although few people know about this matter, only Harrison Wells, the former owner of Star Labs, knows it. However, in terms of external names, Star Labs is funded by the Wayne Group, so this time Kai not only inspected as a police officer, but also as a shareholder of the Wayne Group. This is why Star Labs gave face, otherwise the face of a West District Police Department would not allow outsiders to enter and exit Star Labs at will. Dr. Smith was very unhappy about someone interfering in the case he took over. Just like the police don't want others to interfere in their cases, this sudden interference will be detoxified into distrust. This is a distrust of his own ability. But after seeing Zioga, Dr. Smith's face looked much better. It was also at this time that Kai knew that Zioga was one of the top forensic experts. He was an authoritative expert. Dr. Smith had been exposed to Zioga's lectures and papers and was very impressed. However, Zioga's personality meant that she would not have much ado about anything with Dr. Smith. She directly proposed to examine the corpse. Dr. Smith was also a researcher and was well aware of the various quirks of researchers. Even his temper was not necessarily very good. So he was emotionally stable for Zioga's almost lack of emotional intelligence. Soon, a clean corpse was placed on the test bench. When Zioga saw the corpse, she put on plastic gloves and started to work on it as if she had seen a rare treasure. Seeing her impatient actions, Kai suddenly felt a cold air blowing on the back of his neck. Kai was also an old criminal policeman and had seen a lot of corpses, some strange and even disgusting corpses, but for corpses, Kai could only be emotionally stable and not afraid. He couldn't even keep a normal mind. After all, This thing was really taboo. As a policeman, the biggest wish is never to kill people wherever they go. On the contrary, the policeman is most eager for peace in the world. When Kai watched Conan before, he always felt that this comic was a bit distorted. Who wants a case to happen? To satisfy his detective hobby, he wants a case to happen? How crazy must he be to have such a weird idea? Those victims are not human? When Kai saw Xiaogu like this, his first reaction was to touch the pistol under his ribs. This is the state that only a perverted murderer would show. The best thing to do is to catch her and throw her into a mental hospital. Booth saw Kai's actions and sweated coldly. He had been with Xiaogu for a long time and didn't feel it very much, but when he saw Kai's actions, he remembered that he had a similar reaction when he first met this girl. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Calm down, buddy. Xiaogu is just keen on research, not having any special ideas. Really, I can promise God, Booth has seen how fierce Kai is. If Xiaogu looks like a murderer, then Kai's a real murderer. He participated in the battle of the Chicago Police Department throughout the whole process, and he also recruited Kai on behalf of the FBI. More than 50 gangsters died under Kai's gun that day. According to this, Kai deserves the title of the murderer. He really did it. Xiaogu is different. She just likes to study anthropology and human bones. Kai looked at Booth and did not retract his action. Instead, he asked, "Have you FBI done psychological testing on her?" Yes. Yes. Although her social skills are very poor, she is not autistic, and she is not manic or violent. She is just a nerd. Except for being a little dull, there is nothing wrong with her. In fact, the FBI really did not test Xiaogu. It's not a lie. As for Xiaogu, it's even more impossible for her to be dull. She just doesn't want to waste time on things that she thinks are useless. It's a bit like genius disease. She can become very talkative about things that interest her, but she can't communicate with normal peers. Kai slowly retracted his hand that drew the gun and chose to believe Booth. Yes, he was just scared by Xiaogu's enthusiasm. Xiaogu is just an ordinary girl. How much harm can she do? Soon, Xiaogu began to describe the characteristics of the corpse with her naked eyes. Male, judging from the increase in the ossification centers of the costal cartilage and the fusion of the manubrium and body of the sternum, the age of the body is about 30 to 35 years old. When Xiaogu was talking, Kai also unconsciously compared the information he had learned with what she said. In archaeology and forensic identification, there are many methods to use bones to determine gender, which can be generally divided into two categories: comparative observation method and instrument measurement method. Xiaogu can accurately tell the age of the victim with a naked eye alone. This ability shows her professionalism. If it is not long-term research, there is no such vision. Multiple fractures all over the body, 3 gunshot wounds, obvious bullet marks on the 5th rib on the left, gunshot wounds on the left thigh and right arm, and the cause of death is estimated to be ischemic shock. Wait. Did he drown? Kai interrupted. After all, the cause of his death is exactly the same as the way the gang executes traitors. In order to maintain deterrence, generally speaking, they tie people to cement and drown them alive. 3 gunshot wounds. Except for the wound on the arm, which is not fatal. The wound on the left chest is close to the heart, and the wound on the thigh is on the femoral artery. In this case, it is too late to drown him. He died in at most 10 seconds after the bullet hit him, Xiaogu said very calmly. Okay, you continue. Never use your interests to challenge other people's expertise. Arguing with professionals is undoubtedly the stupidest thing to do. Then Xiaogu began to carefully check the bullet marks. Is there a bullet? No. Kai and Booth, 2 idle people, just watched Xiaogu operate over there, and they couldn't even get a word in. Damn, I've been typing until 4 o'clock. For such a pitiful face, I ask for a wave of monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 505 Star Laboratory. Really, of course. This is my new topic. It has been tested, but I haven't had time to publish a paper. Every bullet fired by a gun has its own unique bullet mark, which is also the basis for us to judge the gun through ballistic testing. I have studied this theory and found that the bullet hole caused by the bullet penetrating the human body also has a special bullet mark. As long as the marks on the bullet hole on the bone are collected, the bullet mark can be restored. Then the bullet can be restored through the bullet mark, so as to find the gun that fired the bullet. I have completed the algorithm. Dr. Smith was as excited as a otaku who received a Lingbo figure. His worship of Xiaogu was even visible to the naked eye. There were several times when Booth couldn't help but rush up. After all, Smith's performance was too much like a pervert. Kai listened for a long time. To be honest, he had a headache. He even doubted whether he had been a policeman for 2 lifetimes. Kai was not unfamiliar with autopsy. He could even do it himself if he was given a scalpel. He would naturally learn it after watching it many times. But the communication between the two made Kai feel like he was listening to a foreign language. He understood every word, but when they were connected, he didn't understand it at all. In the end, it became a show between Xiaogu and Professor Smith, just like a crosstalk, but others couldn't understand it. Later, Kai found out that it wasn't really his fault. After all, even Smith's interns didn't understand it. Stop, stop, stop. Kai felt dizzy and finally couldn't help but stop the two people's nonsense. Just tell me directly, do you have any clues in this case? After being interrupted by Kai, the two people who were happily communicating looked at Kai with great dissatisfaction. The look in their eyes was like the city people looking at the uncivilized natives in Africa, with as much contempt as possible. But Smith still remembered that this was the sponsor, so he said, according to my experience, Miss Bellin's method is useful. It's just that we need to discuss the legality now. After all, this method needs to be verified, otherwise it can't be used as evidence in court. Kai understood this. The evidence in court must be reasonable and legal. Reasonable and legal here means not only the way of obtaining, but also scientific basis. Otherwise, the judge can completely regard it as invalid evidence. This requires the argumentation of a third party. Can it be verified? Yes, it's very simple, Smith said. With a conclusion, it is not difficult to reverse the process. Kai was speechless. Since it can be verified, what's the point of talking about it? However, considering the poor temperament of intellectuals, Kai still felt that he couldn't get angry with him. That's good. How long will it take for me to get what I want? Smith said without hesitation. 3 days. We don't have Miss Barron's latest algorithm. This requires the cooperation of other departments in reprogramming. This takes time. Okay, I will tell you. Kai is the sponsor. Although he doesn't usually participate in management, if he doesn't even have this little power, then he's done for. Who the hell wants to spend money without any privileges? After that, Kai took Booth away. Booth actually wanted to stay, not because he was interested in this thing, but because he was worried about Xiaogu. He was not worried that Xiaogu would be in danger or bullied by others. You know, this woman dared to go to the South American rainforest alone, just to study the indigenous communities in the rainforest. She was so fierce. What he really cared about was Dr. Smith. And the reason was Xiaogu. Let's put it this way, Xiaogu may look silly, but in fact, in a sense, she is indeed so. She is not stupid, but she has a serious deviation from the ways of the world. For example, falling in love. In Xiaogu's concept, love is an illusion caused by dopamine secreted by the brain. She prefers to call it legitimacy and behavior. That's right, Xiaogu has no concept of chastity at all, which is outrageous. She is not that kind of bitch, but she doesn't think there's anything wrong with two people who like each other going to bed together. As long as you are willing, it's fine. So Xiaogu has had many boyfriends. But none of them can stand it. Because except for sex, her boyfriend can't feel that he has a girlfriend with her. She won't act like a spoiled child, nor will she waste time watching movies, shopping, dating and other behaviors with her boyfriend. She loves learning. The only reason she has a boyfriend is to relieve pressure. This weak view of chastity is completely contrary to Booth's traditional Catholic view of love. But Booth fell in love with Xiaogu. This is really falling in love with a wild horse without a grassland at home. Professor Smith is not old, only nearly 60 years old, but tall and handsome, with a strong bookish air, definitely a handsome uncle. The key is, he and Xiaogu had a lot of fun chatting. Based on Booth's understanding of Xiaogu, she definitely doesn't mind having sex with such a man. But Booth is very awkward. He is like a child, not wanting people to know that he likes Xiaogu, hiding it tightly. Naturally, he is even more unwilling to expose himself in front of Kai. So he can only leave with Kai. Kai just walked out of the forensic laboratory and ran into Dr. Harrison Wells. Dr. Harrison Wells is the founder and director of the Star Laboratory. He loves his wife Tess Morgan, and they met because they were research partners in Maryland. After getting married, they came to Los Angeles. In 1990, The couple discussed plans for an independent research laboratory that was not affiliated with a government or big business. After sketching a preliminary design on a napkin, Wells wanted to name it Technological Engineering Scientific Studies, or TESS, after his wife, but TESS suggested Scientific and Technological Advanced Research Laboratories, or STAR Laboratories. A very romantic man. But he had bad luck. His wife died in an accident the second year after the laboratory was established. This was a great blow to him. If it weren't for the laboratory, he would have collapsed long ago. But as the laboratory gradually got on track and became the largest and most powerful laboratory in the industry, accidents came again. The particle accelerator developed by Harrison Wells and his STAR laboratory, a scientific miracle that would bring leaps forward in physics research, exploded on the day of its public unveiling and caused a storm that killed many people, and then he was paralyzed like he is now and could only use a wheelchair. Originally, this man would be depressed for a while. After all, such a big thing happened. And the compensation for the casualties made it difficult for the laboratory to maintain. Once this pillar collapsed, it would be a fatal blow to this man. But just when Wells was about to end his life after everything was ready, Kai came to him with Nafu. Next, Star City Laboratory became a subsidiary of Wayne Group. Although Star City Laboratory had profit pressure from then on, it was maintained. Besides, Wayne Group had sufficient funds, and many studies that had been stagnant in Star City Laboratory due to insufficient funds were able to continue, so it was not bad. Wells was very grateful to Kai, the sponsor. Kai had never interfered in the operation of the laboratory, but only arranged financial supervision. Wells felt very comfortable with this trust. Scientists always have a bit of a strange temper. Even if he really needs money, he doesn't like the sponsor to dictate his research. After chatting with Kai for a while and arranging the matters of the forensic laboratory, Kai was about to leave. But just as he was about to leave, Wells stopped him. But after calling Kai, Wells hesitated to speak, wanting to say something. Booth had been a detective for so many years, and he was very good at observing people's expressions. He immediately left on the pretext that he wanted to smoke. Okay, Doc, what is it that is worth being so secretive about? There is something that I think I must let you know. Wells seemed to be still struggling in his heart, so he spoke very slowly, weighing every word. It's about that kid Barry. Barry. Kai almost forgot about this kid. He was called a kid, but in fact he was already 26 years old, but he had a baby face, so you couldn't tell. Like Curry, he was the kind of person who had to bring a driver's license when drinking. So many people would subconsciously call him a kid. Kai recalled for a while before remembering the unlucky guy who was struck by lightning. How is he? Did they say he's about to wake up? At the beginning, the South District Police Department caused 3 deaths and many injuries in order to support Dan and Chloe. Among them, Barry's adoptive father Joe was also injured and hospitalized. In order to repay this favor, Kai asked the laboratory to accept Barry, who was in a vegetative state due to lightning strike, hoping that the laboratory's cutting-edge technology could help his condition. Some time ago, I heard from Joe's daughter Iris that there was progress and he was about to wake up. We are not sure what Barry's current state is. Anyway, I think you should know. In fact, if I hadn't met you today, I might have reported it in 2 days. What's going on? Barry's values are very strange. In fact, we have destroyed almost a dozen instruments because of his strangeness. Wells, who was sitting in a wheelchair, held a stack of monitoring records with extremely exaggerated monitoring values. It is hard to imagine that such values will appear in a patient who has been bedridden for several months. Too healthy. Kai looked through the monitoring records and sighed. Barry was struck by lightning and should have been burned to charcoal, but he had no external injuries on his body, only problems with his nervous system. After being sent to the laboratory found that Barry's body was actually recovering. The human body is a very sophisticated instrument. According to normal rules, after a person turns 18, the body will stop developing. And then inevitably wear and tear will occur, such as the spine will begin to degenerate, and the body functions will slowly degenerate. But Barry has none of this. In just a few months, he actually developed again. His body functions have increased by more than 30% compared to before he fell into coma. He even grew taller, and his bone density began to increase. Myopia, spinal curvature and other problems caused by various bad habits have all recovered. If these values are shown to a doctor, the doctor will definitely think that it is the body of an 18-year-old child. Moreover, His muscle strength has been increasing. A young man who was originally as thin as a monkey, actually increased his body fat rate and muscle strength after lying down for several months. This is unscientific. This is also an incredible phenomenon in the laboratory. Is it that the mutant ability has been awakened? Mutants are the most unreasonable thing. Some people have a mutant father, a mutant mother, and a mutant brother, but they are ordinary people. Some people have no mutants in their family for 18 generations, but they have mutant abilities. Mutants are also divided into dominant and recessive. Some people are mutants at birth, some awaken inexplicably after adulthood, and some awaken when they are about to die. In short, there are various ways of awakening, and there is no rule to speak of. If Barry is a mutant, it can be explained. No. We have done a DNA test for him. He is 100% an ordinary human. He does not have the X gene in his body. The X gene is a guess by the academic community about why mutants are mutants. After comparing many groups of mutant DNA, the scientific community has indeed found completely inexplicable mutant genes in the genes of mutants. This gene does not appear when the mutant is still an ordinary person, but after the mutant ability awakens, it suddenly appears in the gene sequence. This is also an unsolved mystery, and the academic community has no clue. So this gene is called the X gene. This gene cannot be separated. Once separated, it will immediately disintegrate. But it can be detected. And there are more strange things. In order to cater to Wells's statement, Barry's body on the bed suddenly began to shake. The shaking speed was extremely fast. It even brought out double images. That's it, Barry's body shook faster and faster, and in the end, only a vague shadow could be seen, as if his whole body was about to disappear. That's not all. After reaching a certain speed, arcs of electricity began to burst out from Barry. What's even more strange is that the arcs were golden yellow. Is this also his usual abnormality? Kai asked in surprise. Wells looked strange when he heard Kai ask this. Because Kai's performance was too calm. How could ordinary people accept such a thing? Don't you think it's strange? Wells asked. Strange, Kai said as a matter of course. But why are you acting, well, not panicked at all? This didn't happen to me, why should I panic? Kai probably understood what Wells was going to say. Doctor, have I ever told you about my experiences? Wells shook his head. They had only met a few times, so how could they talk about trivial things? I encountered a lot of strange things. Things beyond your imagination. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506 Barry Allen. While the two were talking, Barry in the room suddenly exploded. Really, it exploded. But it wasn't the kind of bloody explosion, it was just like a ball of lightning, and then the person on the bed disappeared. Before Kai could figure out what was going on, there was a sudden bang, and the wall of the ward exploded. Does this happen often? Kai looked at the exploded wall, pointed at Barry in the ruins of the wall, and said speechlessly. If this happens every day, the Star Laboratory will probably be demolished in a few months. Wells was startled, and then stammered, No. This is the first time. Kai turned his head to look at Wells in surprise, and then turned his head to look at Barry, and found that the boy's head was broken and blood was gushing out. Fuck. Hurry up and save him, Kai rushed over. When Barry opened his eyes, he didn't see the ceiling of his office. His consciousness was still at the moment before he fell into coma. Finding himself in an unfamiliar environment, Barry immediately looked around. After all, he was a policeman, and he still had the most basic common sense. As a result, Barry found that he seemed to be locked up. The room he was in was very simple, with only a bed. The surrounding walls were all made of metal, and there was only one glass on the left side of the room. You couldn't see outside through the glass, which was a bit like the one-way glass in the police interrogation room. I was kidnapped, this was Barry's first reaction. Barry felt extremely absurd and surprised. Kidnapped him? What's the point? He had no money and no status. He was just a forensic officer in the police station. He had just started working and was mostly an assistant. What was there about him that was worth others coveting? He didn't even have any savings, so he could only live in his adoptive father's house. In addition to the loans, Barry was a typical poor guy. Just when Barry was thinking about it and looking for a way to escape, the dark glass suddenly lit up. Two men were on the other side of the glass. "Hey. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me?" "I tell you, I'm a policeman. The forensics department is also a member of the police station, so it's no problem to say that he is a policeman. Let me go quickly. My colleagues in the police department must be looking for me everywhere. Do you hear me?" On the other side of the glass, Kai and Wells looked at each other and realized that this guy probably had no memory of his coma. "Hello, Mr. Barry Allen. Do you really remember nothing?" Wells turned on the microphone and talked to Barry in the room. Barry breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he was willing to talk. He was afraid that he would be killed without thinking about it. That would be too unfair. "Remember what?" Barry looked puzzled. At this time, Kai spoke. "I was struck by lightning." "Struck by lightning?" "Me." Barry pointed at himself. "Yes, this incident is very famous in Los Angeles. After all, few people will be struck by lightning in their own offices." Kai took out a newspaper, and the headline on it was that a police officer in the South Los Angeles Police Department was struck by lightning. The time was a few months ago. Barry lay in bed and saw the report, and his jaw dropped. Is this really me? Barry remembered reading a report. According to statistics, more than 4,000 people are struck by lightning every year. If the world's population is 7 billion, the average probability of each person being struck by lightning is about 1 in 1.75 million. According to the Federal Emergency Management Agency of the United States, the average probability of an American being struck by lightning is 1 in 600,000. This probability is harder than winning the lottery. Because he was so shocked, Barry overlooked a detail, that is, he could actually see all the contents of the newspaper accurately and clearly at a distance of 4 or 5 meters, plus a glass wall. "So, I was struck by lightning." Barry was still in disbelief. But soon, he recalled the scene at that time. He was tidying up his things in his office, and then fainted with a bang. Thinking of this, Barry covered his face with his hands. But soon, Barry realized that he was struck by lightning and fainted. Should he be in the hospital? Where is this? Is the police department's funding so tight that they are unwilling to provide even a decent hospital? Wait, where's this place? Who are you? This guy's mental activities are very active, and the most interesting thing is that his mental activities are very clearly reflected on his face. At first glance, he is a funny guy. "My name is Harrison Wells." "Ah. By the way, you are Harrison Wells. I have seen your photo. I was going to the Star Lab to see your ion collider that day. Unfortunately, I was struck by lightning." It's really embarrassing. Although there is no adjective such as struck by lightning in foreign countries, being struck by lightning is also considered a bad omen. "No, I was struck by lightning. Why are you here?" "I don't know you." Barry's divergent thinking makes him often unable to concentrate, so sometimes he is always a beat slower than others, but for some reason, his reaction today is particularly fast. "You've been in a coma for several months. Anyway, for some reason, you were sent to the laboratory. Is this the Star Laboratory?" "Yes." "Then, you saved me." Wells thought for a while before saying, "You can say that." They did treat Barry, but he didn't know if it was useful. Anyway, in Wells' opinion, it was more likely that Barry's own mutation caused him to wake up. "Then, why are you still holding me? Are you using me as an experimental subject?" "I personally am willing to be a volunteer, but you don't seem to have my consent. This is illegal detention." I can only say that something happened in the meantime, so we can't let you out for the time being, which is good for you and everyone else." Why? Harrison Wells was a little hard to explain. Kai gave a very intuitive solution. "Come over from the bed." Barry didn't think much about it and got out of bed according to his instructions. Because he was a little anxious to know why, Barry planned to walk to the glass wall quickly. But when his feet were on the ground, Barry was so excited that he shut out. Boom! The fiberglass, which was about 15 centimeters thick, was full of cracks. Barry was embedded in the glass wall. "See, this is why we have to lock you up. If you accidentally bump into someone, you could smash them into pieces," Kai said with a sneer on the other side. When Barry woke up again, 2 hours had passed. But the amazing thing was that he didn't have any wounds on his body. In fact, when he crashed into the wall before, Barry's wounds also recovered in an extremely short time. This time was the same. Although his wound recovery speed was not as fast as the Logan brothers, it was also extraordinary. When he crashed into the glass wall just now, At least 40% of his bones were broken, but in less than an hour, they were all restored. This kind of terrifying recovery ability is simply inexplicable. Chapter 507 Barry Allen. Barry, who woke up again, no matter how funny he was, gradually understood the meaning. He became different. But unlike those middle school boys who suddenly gained power, Barry did not feel ecstatic because he gained power, but was very confused. He didn't understand why he, an ordinary loser, became like this. Is he still a human being? And how will he live in the future? What if he hurts others? Everything rushed to him like a tide, pressing him to breathe. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Barry. Take a deep breath. Perhaps it was the strong pressure that caused Barry's physical discomfort. He had a short breath and his whole state seemed very bad. Wells hurriedly reminded him outside. Well, Kai and Wells just changed Barry's room, but they still didn't stay in the same room with Barry. After all, the lesson just now was very obvious. When Barry heard Wells's cry, he immediately took a big breath and exhaled, finally relieving the tension in his body. Kai, on the other hand, looked at Barry speechlessly. How bad must one's mental quality be turned up like this? After a while, Barry finally calmed down. Why did it become like this? Wells hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to tell the truth. Maybe, this has something to do with the explosion of the particle accelerator that day. Wells spoke out his guess. It turned out that after the explosion of the particle accelerator, the dark matter energy originally in the particle accelerator overflowed into the air, forming a thunderstorm in the air. Coincidentally, Barry was struck by the lightning. Wells's guess was not a random guess. He detected the same dark matter energy in the particle accelerator from Barry, but as time went on, the dark matter energy gradually decayed and finally disappeared. Modern science has done very little research on dark matter. According to modern scientific observations, dark matter is an invisible substance that exists in the universe. It may be the main component of cosmic matter, but it does not belong to any known substance that constitutes visible celestial bodies. A large number of phenomena suspected of violating Newton's law of universal gravitation, found in astronomical observations, can be well explained under the premise of assuming the existence of dark matter. Modern astronomy has shown through observations such as the movement of celestial bodies, the phenomenon of Newtonian universal gravitation, the gravitational lens effect, the formation of large-scale structures in the universe, and microwave background radiation that dark matter may exist in large quantities in galaxies, star clusters, and the universe, and its mass is much greater than the sum of the masses of all visible celestial bodies in the universe. Combining the observation of anisotropy of microwave background radiation in the universe and the standard cosmological model, it can be determined that dark matter in the universe accounts for 85% of the total mass of all matter and 26.8% of the total mass energy of the universe. But that's all. The scientific community knows nothing about other properties of dark matter. This is also Wells' original intention to build a particle accelerator. But now it seems that it has been messed up. So, I'm infected by the dark matter in the universe. Barry is a technology geek, so he naturally knows the concept of dark matter. He is quite honored in his heart that he can come into contact with this kind of power. After all, this is the most cutting-edge topic in physics. Well, that's not wrong. Wells was ready to be scolded, but he didn't expect Barry to change the topic too quickly, which almost made Wells, who had been brewing emotions, sprain his waist. In fact, Wells hadn't slept well for many days because of this. He felt like a murderer. But he didn't expect that others didn't care at all. Brother, you've been in a coma for 3 months. Shouldn't normal people seek revenge on the culprit? So am I good or bad now? Barry obviously didn't regard Wells as a murderer, he just thought he was unlucky. After all, there were millions of people in Los Angeles, and he was hit by lightning. If this wasn't unlucky, what else could it be called unlucky? Half and half. This time it was Kai who spoke. Your current state is definitely a good thing for you, at least, you won't die so easily. Just now, 30% of your bones were broken, and even your skull was cracked, but after lying there for a few hours, you're fine now. Your recovery ability is ridiculously strong. But to others, you are a disaster. Do you know how fast you were just now? It was so fast that people couldn't see it at all, and you couldn't control it. If someone was hit by you, think about what happened to the wall. Barry opened his mouth and nodded weakly. He really didn't want to hurt others. Am I really going to stay alone in this iron cage for the rest of my life? Thinking of this, Barry actually became depressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kai and Wells outside looked at each other. Is this kid a single cell? Don't be depressed yet, this matter can still be saved. After all, no matter what, the power is already in you, you can definitely learn to control it. Kai looked at the child's innocence and quickly persuaded him. Yes, Barry immediately cheered up. The two people outside narrowed their eyes and fell silent. How did he get into college and then enter the police station? Forensic medicine is also a doctor, and medical examinations in the United States have always been notoriously difficult. Kai did not participate in the following things and handed them over to Wells, who also strongly requested it. Kai originally planned to train Barry himself, but seeing that Wells was so enthusiastic, Kai thought about it and did not insist. After all, if he wanted to guide Barry, it would inevitably expose his own specialness. Since Wells was willing to take on this burden, Kai seemed to have no reason to refuse. In Kai's opinion, Wells was willing to keep Barry and guide him, probably because he wanted to study the changes that happened to him. After all, no scientist would not be curious after knowing everything that happened to Barry. In addition to Wells' students and assistants, Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow, knew everything that happened to Barry. According to Wells, he could completely trust two people. Cisco Raymond, a member of the Star Laboratory, a physics genius, was Wells' student. Cisco had been following Wells since graduating from college. Caitlin Snow was a bioengineering expert and was considered a veteran of the laboratory. She had a good personal relationship with Wells. Not long after Wells and his wife Tess Morgan founded the laboratory, Catherine joined the laboratory as an intern. In addition, when the particle accelerator exploded last time, Catherine's fiancé also died in the explosion. Born in the 1980s, Kai, like almost all the Red Guards, believed in science. At least Kai didn't think that the three doctors would be less smart than himself. So he handed Barry over to them without any worries. The only thing he had to tell them was to keep everything that happened to Barry secret. Otherwise. Anyway, with Kai's attitude towards the US government, he would definitely slice Barry into pieces. Even if it was a little extreme, they would even dare to cause a few more particle accelerator explosions to achieve the goal of creating a superpower. Kai was not sure about others, but someone like Ross would definitely dare to do it. Chapter 508 Scavenger. Zia Ogu and Dr. Smith were really efficient. It took them less than 3 days to reverse the origin of the bullet through the bullet marks on the corpse. At the same time, through the comparison of bullet marks, the police found a gun that fired a bullet in less than 3 hours. As expected, it was a black gun. As we all know, the United States does not ban guns. But not banning guns does not mean that the government really does not care. In fact, most guns on the market are registered with the police. It is easy to find the owner of the gun through ballistic detection. So in order to avoid this situation, the guns used by gangs are different from those used by ordinary people. They use black guns. These black guns are not recorded in any official records. Most of these guns are obtained through smuggling or other illegal means. People who are shot by such guns cannot find the murder weapon at all. Without the murder weapon, it is naturally impossible to make effective charges. This is also the wisdom generated by the battle of wits and courage between gangs and police. This also leads to the fact that those black guns in the police files are often responsible for several or even dozens of murders. What do you want to say? Kai threw the report handed over by the laboratory to everyone, let them take a look, and then brainstorm. Chap looked through the documents with a gloomy face. The reason why he was like this was very simple. Because he failed to command last time, he was punished. Chap was demoted. Originally, Chap should have been used to this kind of thing. Chap has been a policeman for so many years, and he has been up and down like this countless times. But Chap just couldn't adapt. He felt that he was not wrong. Why should he be so weak to the criminals? Of course, this time, he had nothing to say. After all, they were still brothers, and it was understandable that he was demoted. However, although he was demoted, Kai did not deprive Chap of his position in the serious crime team and still let him lead his original team. After all, a veteran detective like him who is versatile is needed by every police station. Don't underestimate such people. They often have a lot of sources of information in both the black and white worlds, which is very important for combating illegal activities of gangs. After all, you can't let a person who looks like a policeman go to the gang members to inquire about information. Although Chap was in a bad mood, he didn't vent his anger on his work. In fact, This guy with a ruffian appearance had a strong sense of responsibility in his heart. He really dared to work hard in handling cases. Huh? Kai was the first to notice Chap's voice. What's wrong, Chap? These cases. I seem to have seen them somewhere before, Chap said uncertainly. Chap was referring to cases caused by the same gun. Then Chap spread out all the information and selected 6 cases from them. I remember these 6 cases, Chap said. Then, Kai asked. These are not cases in our West District. After I came back from undercover, I have never left the West District Police Station, so if I am familiar with cases in other branches, then there must be cases I encountered during my undercover period. Look at the time above, it matches perfectly. Kai picked up a piece of information. Cases from more than 10 years ago? Kai felt that the time span was a bit too long. Chap said disdainfully, Boss. Who do you think those gangsters are? They won't spend a lot of money to equip their subordinates with the best weapons. Gangs also need to pay attention to cost control. In fact, old guns like this are the norm among gangs. Because those old guns are not only cheap, but also difficult to track, then what do you know, scavenger? I only know the code name of that guy, and I don't know who he is specifically. He is not a member of the gang, but an outsourced businessman who specializes in doing things for the gang. The gang pays, and he is responsible for making the gang's targets disappear. It's a bit like a professional killer, but unlike ordinary professional killers, they only serve fixed customers. Then who does he serve? Italians. Although Chap looks like a Latino, the gang he was undercover in back then was not a Latino gang. He was undercover in an Italian mafia. Don't think that the Italian mafia only recruits Italians. In fact, the organizational structure of the Italian mafia is more advanced than many people think. The mafia is a secret social organization that originated in Italy. The base is in Sicily. In the 18th century, a wave of immigration from Europe to America began. Mafia members flocked to the United States, took root in New York, and operated throughout the United States, manipulating the gambling and pornography industries in the United States, trafficking in drugs, smuggling arms, and engaging in professional criminal activities such as kidnapping, murder, and robbery. There are various gangs within the mafia, and the leaders exercise family-style rule over the gangs. Mafia families inherit the traditional minority elitism, so the large families are around 100 to 200 people, and the general ones are around 50 to 60 people, but they almost have multiple partners. Generally speaking, the official members of the mafia families are of Italian descent. Each family is essentially controlled by a boss or don, a Spanish honorific for a duke or noble, or your excellency, who is separated from the specific actions of the family by layers of trusted people. The boss can appoint advisors, consigliere, in the family. Therefore, according to the latest version, the family member closest to and most trusted by the boss is called the consigliere, Italian for legal counsel. In fact, the legal counsel is similar to the listening officer responsible for mediating disputes within the family, and may also serve as the guard of the underboss. His main task is to legalize all specific actions of the family. The underboss, usually a relative appointed by the boss, is regarded as the commander-in-chief in charge of all legion commanders. He only takes orders from the boss. If the boss is imprisoned or receiving medical treatment, they must act as the boss's agent, acting boss. Those non-Italian members are called partners. Often an Italian mafia will have several times more partners. They are also considered part of the family, but they are not eligible for promotion in the family system. In other words, no matter how well a mafia partner does, he is only a partner and can never become a don. Chap used to be an undercover partner in the Italian mafia in Los Angeles. Because it is very difficult to be an undercover family member in the Italian mafia. Especially those traditional mafias. Those mafias that follow the Italian tradition are very strict in recruiting family members. There are also behaviors such as letters of surrender, which is fine. Only Sicilian talents are possible. Even if you are not born in Sicily, you must have pure blood. Among them, the mafia that Chap was undercover in was such an old mafia that has been active in Los Angeles since the 1930s, the Drana family. In 1931, Jack Drana took over the gang he was in and became the boss. After that, the boss relied on the advantage of having the world's most famous film and television center Hollywood on his territory to develop his family into the largest mafia organization on the entire west coast of the United States. The Drana family did not actually control many entertainment industry unions, but they actively participated in the entertainment industry as investors, expanding a large source of wealth for the American mafia after Prohibition. In addition, as the underground masters of Los Angeles, they quickly occupied the illegal gambling industry in Los Angeles. Many gambling talents in Los Angeles later hid in Las Vegas, playing a vital role in the reserve of gambling talents in Las Vegas. As the mafia family closest to Las Vegas, the public territory of the mafia, the Drana family was also the main guard force of the American mafia in Las Vegas in the early days. In modern times, due to the joint suppression of the FBI and the Los Angeles police, the Drana family has lost the grandeur of the drug lord Los Angeles in the past. It was in this context that Chap was sent to the Drana family undercover. In fact, judging from the current situation, the Drana family has become a second-rate gang in Los Angeles, which is not surprising. But as an old mafia, he still has a huge influence. Their industry is still all over Los Angeles. For example, the restaurant in front of Kai and Chapter. Sbarro Restaurant. This is an old Italian restaurant, established in 1901, more than 100 years ago. This restaurant was even rated as Michelin 3 stars, but it was finally cancelled because of its exposure of its underworld background. Everyone in the underworld knows that the boss of the Drana family, Maligio, eats here every Saturday afternoon. Chap naturally knows that in fact, more than a decade ago, Maligio would bring him here to eat. When Kai brought Chap in, there were not many people in the restaurant. In fact, every Saturday, Sbarro Restaurant would close and serve Maligio alone. So when the two of them came in, except for a table deep in the restaurant where Maligio was eating alone, there were only a few men in suits sitting sparsely in various places in the restaurant, just guarding the entrances and windows of the restaurant. Seeing someone coming in, the men in suits stood up and put their hands into their suits. Chap immediately raised his hand to indicate that he meant no harm. At this time, a waiter stood up. "I'm sorry, sir. Our restaurant is closed today." Kai was more casual, and he didn't care about these ingredients. "I'm not here to eat, I'm here to find someone." The waiter still had a fake smile on his face. "Sorry, this is a private place, please leave." At this moment, the man who was dining at the table deep in the restaurant called the waiter, "Gambino, let them in. It is very rude to let the boss of the West District Crime Squad stand at the door." Hearing the man's words, the faces of the other people in the restaurant changed immediately. If it were in the 1960s and 1970s, the Delana family would not be afraid of anyone, let alone a West District Crime Squad policeman. Even the police chief would be the same. Looking at modern society, gangs are definitely a minority of a minority who are not afraid of the police. After all, it is no longer a barbaric era. Kai smiled at the waiter who was blocking him, took out a $10 bill from his pocket and stuffed it into him. "Tip, you're welcome." And then he walked towards the back of the restaurant. Maligio was a 60-year-old man, not tall, nor strong, but thin, handsome, with gray hair. He looked gentle and refined, not like a gangster boss at all, but more like a university professor. "Please sit down." Maligio glanced at Chap, then ignored him and spoke directly to Kai. Chap felt awkward when he was looked at by Maligio. He did not take the initiative to say hello. Kai had heard that Chap was very appreciated by the boss back then, and even wanted him to join the family as a member and become the second boss, even though Chap was not of Italian descent. From this we can see how glorious and trusted Chap was back then. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on him. Chap is a policeman, and a policeman with very strong principles. When the police station closed the net, Chap testified against Maligio, and although Maligio had a very good lawyer, he still stayed in prison for 6 years. At that time, Maligio was regarded as the hope for the revival of the Drana family, but after being treated like this by Chap, there was no talk of revival, and the power shrank a lot. If Maligio was not really capable and had not stabilized the situation after he was released from prison, the Drana family would probably be a small, second-rate gang now. "Thank you." A gangster is so polite, so Kai naturally can't be too rude. Criminals are more civilized than policemen, what can you say? "I don't know what Officer Kai wants to talk to me about. I don't remember doing anything illegal. I'm a good citizen." Maurizio wiped his mouth with a napkin, then looked at Kai seriously. Kai didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. "I want to get someone's information from you." Maurizio looked at Kai and laughed. "Although I really want to help you, I'm sorry, I'm a good person." Kai suddenly didn't know where to start complaining. This conversation, was too familiar. Maurizio, I don't want to play guessing games with you. I'm not here to cause you trouble. I just want the name. Tell me who the scavenger is, and I'll leave right away. Kai tried to make himself more assertive. But it was no use. For a veteran like Maurizio, he would never be honest unless he was caught in the act. He was caught red-handed by Chap but only served 6 years in prison. You can imagine what kind of person this guy is. If his psychological quality was a little worse, he would have collapsed long ago. The 7 commandments are: 1. Keep your mouth shut. 2. The organization is above the individual. 3. Do not disobey the orders of your superiors. 4. Do not rebel and surrender. 5. Keep it secret from your family. 6. Do not kidnap without authorization. 7. Fighting between brothers is strictly prohibited. After speaking, Maurizio looked at Kai. Since you know I'm a mafia member, why do you ask me this question? Although the committee is now in decline, I'm not idle enough to confront it. Our Drana family has reconciled with the committee for many years. The American Mafia, Italian origin, first gained power in the New York area, and then gradually developed from small-scale field operations to citywide and even international organizations. In the early days, it was ruled by families named after 5 outstanding members: the Buono family, the Colombo family, the Gambino family, the Genovese family and the Lucchese family. The families set up a committee as the highest arbitration unit between the families. In the early years, the Drana family did not care much about this committee and even went to war with the committee, but later reconciled. Now that the Drana family has weakened, it is naturally even more impossible to defy the rules of the committee. Chapter 509 Infernal Affairs. Because we have the same enemy, Kai had prepared the answer long ago. 204th Street. 204th Street is the fastest growing gang in recent years. Not only that, 204th Street is also the gang that has eroded the most territory of the Drana family. Among them, the conflict between Guzman's family and the Drana family is the most acute. I think you must want to see Guzman in trouble. Maurizio's eyes flashed when he heard Guzman's name. Kai knew that he was tempted. Gangs have their own set of rules, such as not cooperating with the police. Even if the hatred between 2 gangs is fierce, they will not use the police to attack each other. Once they do so, they will be spurned by all gangs. But that's all old news. With the development of modern society, the pace of life is constantly accelerating, and many old rules have changed. Gangs are no exception. But this change is not good. In the first half of the last century, gangs still had a certain sense of honor. For example, those mafia would wear suits and top hats wherever they went, and they were dressed like gentlemen. Not only that, they were also willing to abide by the rules. But now? Making money is the bottom line. The traditional Italian mafia is no longer popular nowadays. Young people today don't like the slow way the mafia does things. The days when the Italian mafia and the Irish gangs were arrogant are long gone. Now the times have changed. The end of the Cold War has brought new immigrant groups, and the threat of criminal organizations has a tendency to spread globally in this century. The composition of American gangs has also changed greatly. In short, with the rise of the Black civil rights movement, black gangs began to rise in large numbers. Now, because of the rise of the drug trade, a large group of Hispanic gangs have also caught up. This has led to the gradual weakening of the traditional mafia and Irish gangs. Frederick Thrasher, a pioneer in gang research, pointed out in Gangs, a study of the 1313 gang in Chicago, that the root cause of the emergence of criminal organizations lies in social disorder caused by economic instability, which is true. In the world of black street gangs, as Wu-Tang Clan sings, money rules everything. Compared with European immigrants, black groups will emphasize their cultural isolation from mainstream American society because of their marginal economic status and political powerlessness. Few black gangs are willing to get involved with economic activities and government officials outside the community. To what extent is this closed? From the 1970s to the 1980s, some members of the Crips, one of the most famous black gangs in Los Angeles, opposing the Blood Gang, who were in prison would use Swahili to communicate with each other. This also led to more black youths eventually turning to gangs. It is precisely for these reasons that black gangs are beginning to become mainstream in the United States today. Black people simply disdain the so-called honor and rules respected by white society, and even think that they are old-fashioned and hypocritical. The organized crime of old immigrants such as the Irish, Jews, Italians and Chinese is no longer as powerful as it used to be. In the final analysis, as the old immigrants integrate into the mainstream society and their class status improves, the social role of gangs is becoming insignificant. In this case, the set of rules that the Drina family insists on is completely outdated. Meligio obviously understands this, and he has also thought about change. He wanted to break the tradition and bring Chapel into the family to make him a senior member of the family. This was his attempt. However, his enlightened reform has not yet seen results. He failed because he mistook the undercover for a talent. It ended before it even started. But from this point, it can be seen that Meligio is not the kind of person who follows the rules. Then how do I know? Will you use the scavengers to deal with me? Meligio was moved. Of course he was moved. Although the Drina family has recovered its strength under his leadership in recent years, it is still not qualified to deal with Guzman and the 204th Street behind Guzman. If the police are used to deal with them, of course it is good. But he still has concerns. That is, he has also asked the scavengers to do things. Kai did not speak, but just smiled and watched. Meligio curled his lips. It seems that you are not sincere. If you want to get something, you must take risks. In a sense, I am helping you to eliminate Guzman. You can't just think about taking advantage. How can you not take any risks? You can bet now whether there is any evidence left on that ghost scavenger. Hey, it seems that you are begging me. Hearing Kai's unreasonable words, Meligio was so angry that he laughed. No, how can I, a policeman, beg a gang leader? I am just giving you a chance. You cannot give me what I want, but I will be very unhappy. I am not a mean person. Since you make me unhappy, I can only make you unhappy. You don't want me and the entire West District Police Station to keep an eye on you, right? Even if you are smart enough and have no flaws, what about your little brother? I let the police and the whole police station keep an eye on your little brother 24 hours a day. Even if he spits on the ground, I will have people catch them and detain them directly. Kai never trades with criminals. He will only use his own methods to get what he wants. Are the gangs afraid of the police? Of course they are. If the police are determined to keep an eye on them 24 hours a day, how can they do business? However, this move is also a lose-lose situation for the police. After all, they pay taxes. Of course, the police will not feel good about this either. But relatively speaking, the gangs will suffer more losses. After all, if the police go too far, they will at most be scolded, but they will actually lose money. Meligio originally planned to get some benefits from the police, at least a promise or something, but obviously, the serious crime team police officer on the opposite side did not want to give him this opportunity. Hey, Meligio immediately said with a heroic breath, I don't know who the scavenger is, but I know a man named Tony is his agent. If you find him, you can find the scavenger. Thank you. By the way, pray that they don't have any evidence against you, otherwise you will go to jail again. After saying that, Kai took Chap out. When Chap stood up, he glanced at Meligio. He wanted to say something. When he betrayed Meligio, he was actually not feeling well either. Undercovers are also human beings, how can they not have any feelings at all? Meligio really has nothing to say about Chapter. Others even planned to make him the second boss, which clearly showed that they were training him as the successor. But he was not honest and sold him out. Chap was born in a grassroots family, and he still valued the brotherhood of these brothers. However, the identity of a policeman was more important to him. But even so, after Meligio went to jail, he did not send anyone to trouble him, and even after he was released from jail, he did not trouble him. It is completely nonsense to say that Meligio is afraid of Chap's identity as a policeman. After all, it is not difficult to quietly kill a small policeman in Meligio's position. So Chap has always felt that he not only owes Meligio, but also owes him a favor. On the contrary, Meligio never went to see Chap from beginning to end, as if he did not exist. Let's go. Chap, remember that you are a policeman. Kai could feel Chap's entanglement, but did not say much. He just patted his shoulder to remind him. Chapter 510. This killer is not too cold. Tony is easy to find. He runs a small restaurant where all kinds of people go. He is not only the agent of the scavenger, but also the agent of many killers. He will occasionally find some killers with clean backgrounds from Europe to do things for those customers. At the same time, he is also an intelligence dealer. In short, Tony has a great reputation in the underworld, and many people will come to him to solve their problems. But today, Tony is in trouble. When Kay and Chap drove to Tony's restaurant, it was a mess. Tony himself was behind the counter applying ice to his nose. When he saw Kay and Chap get out of the car and walk towards him, his first reaction was to turn around and run away. But Chap stopped him first. "Hey, Tony. Why don't you say hello to an old friend?" Chap did know Tony, but he didn't expect that Tony was actually the agent of the scavenger. Tony couldn't escape and could only look at Chap helplessly. "Listen, Chap, if you are still the ruthless Chap, I would be happy to entertain you even if you were hunted by the CIA. Unfortunately, you are a policeman. You should understand that if someone like me gets too close to the police, it is very likely that I will not survive the next day." Tony is equivalent to a broker, acting as a middleman. Such people often know a lot of things that others don't know. And these things are exactly what Tony's clients don't want others to know. Because his clients will not entrust their own safety to a profit-seeking broker. Of course I know," Chap smiled brightly. He put his arm around Tony's shoulders and patted him hard. "If not, will you cooperate with me honestly?" Tony's face, which was originally a little embarrassed because of being beaten, became even more distressed and indignant. He understood what Chap meant. He was threatened. If he didn't tell him what Chap wanted to know, the former traitor in front of him would very likely reveal his identity in public. At that time, Tony would have a lot of fun. Okay, I understand. I know what to do." Tony was not afraid of the police using force against him, even if they arrested him. After all, he was just a broker, not a killer, and it would be difficult for the police to convict him. But he was afraid of not being able to get along with the police, and then he would not be able to explain himself. "I want the scavenger," Chap whispered. Unexpectedly, Tony's expression became very strange after hearing this name. "What's wrong? Can't you say it?" Chap looked at Tony in surprise. He knew this old guy, and it was a bit unfair to say that he was profit-seeking. He had a good reputation in this industry and rarely betrayed his subordinates. But that was all. You can't expect a broker to be very loyal. He just rarely betrayed his killers, but it doesn't mean he never did it. "No, it doesn't matter anymore," Tony sighed and said, "Can I ask you one more question? What did Leon do? He is the best of my men and has never caused me any trouble. What happened today? Why are people looking for him everywhere? Are there others looking for him?" Kai grabbed Tony's neck and asked sternly. Although Kai didn't look strong, his aura was extremely terrifying. Being held in Kai's hand, Tony felt like a rabbit being held down by a lion, unable to move. "Tell me. Who is it?" It's Norman and his gang." Tony had no intention of hiding anything. He felt that if he fooled the man in front of him, he would end up in a miserable situation. "Norman? Dia, yes, a few of his brothers just came to find me, and then it became like this." Tony pointed to his nose and the messy restaurant. "Where is Leon?" Leon is a top professional killer of Italian descent with a calm and introverted personality. He has been living alone in the ever-noisy city of Los Angeles, but he has only a potted plant by his side as his best friend. Although he is one of the best in this business, he is calm, meticulous, and merciless, but he lacks a sense of security in his heart. He never dares to sleep in bed, but sleeps on a chair with a gun at hand. This is the sequelae of being a killer. He himself doesn't know what his future will be like. Maybe like many of his peers, he was shot to death while performing a mission, or one day he can't work anymore and rots in an unknown corner. Until he met an angel. Matilda. The little girl is only 12 years old, stubborn, willful, and independent. She is not a good girl in the traditional sense. She likes to steal things, has learned to smoke, and is very mature for her age. She likes to dress maturely, even puts on makeup, and doesn't like going to school. In short, she is a problem girl. Leon actually knew Matilda a long time ago. After all, they are neighbors. But before the massacre, Leon had never said a word to their family. Until that day, Matilda walked to Leon's door, crying silently and ringing Leon's doorbell. According to Leon's original style of doing things, he would not get involved in such things. If a killer wants to live a long life, he must learn to be low-key and not meddle in other people's business. In fact, Leon did plan to do so at the beginning. But when he saw Matilda's face crying because of fear, Leon softened for the first time in his life. He accepted Matilda. After that, this little girl gave Leon a completely different life. She made Leon's life come alive again. They went shopping together, cleaned guns together, and even played some extremely childish and boring games, but Leon was unable to extricate himself. For the first time, he felt that his numb heart actually had a kind of heartbeat. Even though Matilda was only a 12-year-old child. Really, Leon also doubted whether it was an illusion. He never thought that one day he would have the so-called love for a 12-year-old girl. To be honest, he himself was not sure whether it was love. After all, he never had that thing. In short, with her, Leon's life immediately became lively. The only thing that bothered Leon was that Matilda was obsessed with revenge. Because she witnessed her family being killed by Stanfield, she wanted to kill Norman for revenge. So Leon could only teach her some simple things to comfort her. But he didn't expect that the girl would go to the DIA to seek revenge on Norman on her own initiative. After learning the news, Leon immediately found Norman and his gang, and used the blood of Norman's men to warn Norman not to attack the girl. Chapter 511 The World Line Ends. Leon didn't know why he was so impulsive at that time. Originally, he had no conflict with Norman and his gang, and he didn't even know Norman and his gang. If it was according to Leon's original character, even if Norman and his gang blew up the whole Los Angeles, it would have nothing to do with him. But this time he couldn't control his emotions, and in excitement, he killed Norman's right-hand man McGee. That's often the case. Killing a policeman and killing a gangster boss will cause completely different consequences. In short, if it was before, Leon would never do this. That's fine, but he killed McGee and planned to go to the DIA building to save Matilda, but the Los Angeles police rushed into the DIA, took Matilda out, and protected her. Leon didn't know how to describe his mood at that time. If you want to save people, do it earlier. But no matter what, the result is good. Matilda is safe. And Leon thinks that this is the best. He is a killer, and Matilda will not have a good result if she follows him. It might not be a bad thing that she was taken away by the police. The public welfare system in the United States is quite complete. Matilda lost her parents, but according to the law, the Child Welfare Agency will arrange Matilda's future life, either to foster family or to arrange adoption procedures. At the very least, she will be sent to an orphanage. In short, it is better than following Leon. That's what Leon thought. Although he was reluctant, Leon still knew who he was. Anyway, he was not a good person. What could he teach this girl? Shoot and kill? Set traps? Strangling others with wire? Or throwing bombs into other people's homes? He knew that he would definitely not have a good end. Naturally, it was impossible for Matilda to follow him on this path. So Leon did not go to look for Matilda, but quietly returned to the hotel where they were temporarily staying and packed up his things. He planned to disappear for a while. After all, it was a bit dangerous to kill the DIA police officer and continue to live in Los Angeles. Just as Leon was packing up while recalling the bits and pieces of their time together in his small house, there was movement from the direction of the door. Leon immediately pulled out his gun and hid beside the door. Being a killer, being cautious is the only way to survive. Soon the door opened and a thin figure walked in from outside. It was Matilda. Matilda saw the uncle hiding beside the door, and immediately rushed up and gave Leon a big hug. Leon picked up Matilda a little clumsily. The fragrance of the girl's hair made Leon feel particularly peaceful. It seemed that only in front of her could Leon's heart, which always lacked a sense of security, temporarily let down its guard. But soon Leon broke away from this emotion that fascinated him. Matilda, how did you get out? Aren't you in the police station? I sneaked out. Matilda saw Leon's serious expression and immediately lowered her head. She knew how stupid her decision to assassinate Norman was before. Sneaked out, Leon felt incredible. In fact, Kai also felt incredible. You mean, you 6 policemen plus a child welfare agency worker, 7 adults can't keep an eye on a child? When Kai received the news of Matilda's disappearance, he thought it was a prank. But the reality is very cruel. The child really ran away. I said, what else can you do? 7 living people can't even keep an eye on a child. Kai has always held a point of view that inability can be forgiven. After all, there are thousands of people, and some people are born without that talent, which is not a shameful thing. But a bad attitude is a problem and cannot be forgiven. 7 adults can't keep an eye on a child, is it a problem of ability? Bullshit. This kind of work can be done well by anyone with healthy limbs and no IQ problems. What's more, 6 of these 7 people are policemen. This is entirely an attitude problem. Kai really misses his previous life. If he had such people under his command in his previous life, he would have fired them long ago. But this is the United States. Kai has no right to fire any police officer. The National Police Association is not a vegetarian. And, just as Kai was losing his temper, Dan said hesitantly. Hearing this, Kai felt his trigeminal nerve begin to hurt. What else? Sometimes Kai felt that the reason why the security in the United States was poor was not entirely because of racial discrimination and the permission to carry guns. The overall poor quality of the police was also an important reason for the security problem. Dan also felt very aggrieved. He never thought that those bastards could not even take care of a child, causing him to be scolded. Didn't you ask us to check the killer Leon? Huh? We found out, it was this Leon who took Matilda away. Kai was stunned. Are you kidding? Damn. How could it be such a coincidence? Kai never thought that things would be so coincidental. The next second, Kai suddenly guessed where Matilda would go. Fuck. Norman is taking people to find Leon. Kai did not continue to talk to Dan, but turned off his phone. Chap, you drive. Kai stopped the car, got out of the driver's seat, and came to the back seat. What happened? Norman went to find the killer, and the little girl is very likely there too, Kai said a little angrily. That girl was also amazing. First, she was like Titawa, carrying a gun and trying to assassinate Norman. Not only did the assassination fail, but she also got herself into trouble. Then she escaped from the protection of the police. Kai did not explain to Chapdo, but turned around and opened the secret compartment in the back seat of the car. There were all kinds of guns in it. We are in trouble. Just when Kai arrived, Leon and Matilda were also arguing fiercely about how Matilda should live in the future. The core of the argument was probably that Leon hoped that Matilda would leave her and live a better and safer life. But Matilda, who had lost all her family, did not want to leave Leon. He already regarded Leon as her last family. Just when the two were arguing fiercely, Leon suddenly covered Matilda's mouth. When the two of them were quiet, the movement outside the door became very clear. Puff. Two very slight noises aroused Leon's vigilance. Someone fired a gun. Leon immediately pulled Matilda to the inner room, unpacked the packed luggage, and took out an Uzi submachine gun, a short shotgun, several pistols, and several grenades from a piano case. Leon took out an M1911 and threw it to Matilda. You still remember how to shoot, right? If there's any problem later, point the muzzle of the gun at the enemy, Leon said to the rifle very seriously. Matilda was only a 12-year-old child after all, and she had never experienced this. But Matilda, who was born precocious, still smiled and nodded with a pale face. Very good, you are here, point the muzzle of the gun at the door. Once someone breaks into the room, don't hesitate, just shoot. After explaining this, Leon loaded the shotgun. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the door. After about 10 seconds, from the gap under the door of the room, Leon saw the shadows of several people's feet. Open the door. Who? Leon reloaded faster. We're room service. I didn't order room service. With a click, Leon loaded his shotgun. Just as Leon was loading it, bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots broke the door lock. Then a man kicked the door open and tried to rush in. Leon saw the opportunity and immediately raised the shotgun in his hand. Boom. The unlucky guy who rushed into the house first was immediately shot out. The bullets fired by the shotgun were all clustered spherical bullets, which opened in a fan shape when fired, and the striking area was very wide. So the unlucky black policeman was beaten into a hornet's nest on the spot, and countless bullets were embedded in his flesh. Two other guys with guns were hit in the thigh and could only lie on the ground in the entrance and wail. The people outside the door were also shocked by the scene in front of them, so a group of people immediately retreated outside the door. In such a narrow place, the power of the shotgun is the most suitable. So several gangsters opened the door, thrust their guns in through the gate, and opened fire. Bang 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 bang. Amid the gunfire of the gangsters, the corners of the wall were hit by bullets. Leon had been prepared, and had already retreated to Matilda's room to adjust his status. Then he also stretched out his Uzi submachine gun. Da 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 da. The Uzi submachine gun has a compact structure, reliable action, good serviceability, and low cost. It is the best weapon for clearing the field in such a small position. The two gangsters who were still wailing at the door were instantly drowned by the bullets fired by the submachine gun, and then the two confessed. This also completely angered the gangsters outside. For a while, the gunfire was loud. But overall, Leon and Matilda suffered. There were several people on the other side, but they were only two, one of whom was a 12-year-old girl. It was at this time that Kai arrived. When they arrived outside the hotel, they heard gunfire from inside. Kai's heart skipped a beat, and Norman's people found Leon and the others first. Fuck, Kai jumped out of the car without waiting for it to stop. Chap, call for backup immediately. It's better to call an ambulance. After saying that, Kai rushed into the hotel with his weapon. As soon as he entered the door, he saw an old man in a red uniform lying on a chair inside the hotel counter, with a big hole in his chest caused by a bullet. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Kai was about to go to check on the old man, a series of bullets hit Kai's feet. Kai immediately raised the assault rifle in his hand. Bang. 2 consecutive shots hit the bullseye. 2 of Norman's men were killed on the spot without a grunt. After killing the 2 gangsters, Kai turned over and went inside the counter, pressing his hand on the old man's neck. There were no physiological characteristics anymore. There was no hope. Fuck, Norman's men were simply crazy, and they were no longer able to tell right from wrong. As Kai entered the hotel, Norman's men who were left behind to watch the wind immediately reported the situation. Boss. It's the policeman from the Serious Crime Squad. He's coming up. Lake and Morris have been killed. What should we do? When Norman heard this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Kill him, but less than half a minute after he said this, he heard bursts of gunfire and screams from the intercom. Mustafa is dead, Aziz is dead, Barry is dead, Hadi is also dead, the guy behind is a sharpshooter. Kai sneered and shot all the gangsters in front of him. These guys didn't even let an old man go. This kind of behavior was not within Kai's range of holding back. Quick! Use a grenade. Otherwise, we will all die. Blow this guy to death. Seeing his companions being shot one after another, one of the remaining people finally couldn't bear the psychological pressure and shouted at the top of his lungs. Kai suddenly stuck half of his head out, and his right eye instantly locked onto the gangster who was holding a grenade and was about to throw it out, and the muzzle in front of him adjusted the angle slightly at the same time. Bang! A gangster just pulled out the safety pin, raised his hand, and wanted to throw a grenade towards Kai. Kai fired 2 lightning-fast shots, hitting him in the face. As he fell backwards, the grenade in the gangster's hand slipped onto his body. The gangsters around him were terrified and quickly hid in a hidden place. Fortunately, a bald black man nearby took 2 steps forward, kicked the gangster's body over, pressed the grenade under the body, and then fell in another direction. Bang! With a dull sound, the gangster's body flew up dozens of centimeters high and fell down again. It is not difficult to see from this that the black man is an expert, with quick and correct reactions, and more importantly, he is very courageous. Bang! Kai raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Expert? He killed the expert. The black man had obviously received professional training. When Kai fired, he immediately made a dodging move. But as soon as he made a move, he felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, where there were 2 bullet holes. Seeing the black man unwillingly falling, Kai immediately rushed into the 2nd floor of the hotel. As a result, as soon as he walked into the 2nd floor, he saw 3 gangsters. Without a word of nonsense, he opened fire directly, and the wall near the door was smashed. Kai was not to be outdone. He threw away the shotgun in his hand, pulled out 2 pistols from his waist, and fired at the opposite side. Although the opponent's firepower was obviously stronger, Kai relied on the must-hit ability to not fall behind at all, and even fought to the advantage. Even more unfortunate was that someone called the police, saying that someone was robbing, and heard the gun. Just when Kai and the gangsters were passionately shooting, a patrol car just arrived at the battlefield at the right time. Norman was still dealing with Leon. He heard the sirens outside. Looking up, he saw 4 or 5 police cars arriving one after another, including 2 detectives from the major crime squad. It should be the backup the chap called for. Fuck. Why are there so many policemen? Norman was really unlucky this time. When he saw Matilda, he thought that God had blessed him by letting this little girl run here from the police station. As long as he killed her here, the accusation against him by the West District Police Department would naturally come to nothing. But who knew that before he could catch the little girl, he became a turtle in his dream. Chapter 512 Lion. What should we do, boss? The men under his command suffered heavy losses, so they lost their will to fight all of a sudden. There was no other way. They were just drug dealers. Even if they were caught, They would not die. There was no death penalty in California anyway. But if they continued to fight, they would most likely die. So if there was really no other way, they would most likely surrender. Living in prison or dying now, I believe most people would still make a wise choice. After all, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. But Norman couldn't do that. He couldn't surrender. Once he surrendered, he wouldn't even have the chance to live a miserable life. He had too many secrets. Neither his backers in the DA nor his partner blacksmith could let him appear in court alive. So Norman knew very well that he had to come up with a solution, otherwise, his men would definitely surrender. Let's go out the back door. Although Norman was panicking, he still pretended to be calm on the surface and said to his men with gritted teeth. However, because the gunfight happened too suddenly, the police support had just arrived and should not have had time to seal the back door. Norman said that there was really a glimmer of hope if he went out the back door. As for Leon and Matilda, it's not important now. Especially for Matilda, it doesn't matter whether she is a witness or not. Anyway, if they are caught today, they will have to go to jail even if they kill Matilda. So Norman turned around and ran to the back door of the hotel without any hesitation. His men were just about to notify others to retreat together, but were immediately stopped by Norman. Let them hold the front, so that we have a chance to escape, Norman said viciously. But, his men still had some loyalty and felt that it was a bit bad to abandon their companions like this, but he couldn't say anything the next second. Because Norman had already inserted the barrel of the gun into his mouth. If you die, I can fulfill your wish now. Looking at Norman's ferocious and crazy expression, the men were frightened and nodded repeatedly. After all, Norman's madness is well known in the DA, and no one knows whether he will really kill his own people. In this way, Norman abandoned his men and ran to the back door of the hotel with only a few loyal brothers. The men who were still trying to stop Kai downstairs had no idea about this. They yelled and cursed why their accomplices hadn't come to support them, while shooting at Kai frantically. Kai was blocked by this group of people for a while. There was no way. In front of so many people, Kai couldn't use his extraordinary abilities at all. He could only hide behind the wall to avoid the whistling bullets. Fortunately, support had been coming in a steady stream. Police cars kept sirens on and shuttled frantically on the streets. Fortunately, the traffic in Los Angeles was relatively smooth today. A large number of people hid in the surrounding areas, and many people took leave from work. The streets in the city were much less crowded with vehicles, so there was no need to worry about any traffic accidents. The Los Angeles police cars that caught up later all carried rifles and enough ammunition to deal with the high incidence of violence. More than a dozen police officers holding rifles had strong firepower. The two sides immediately fought each other. But both sides knew that this kind of shooting could not last long. In just a few minutes, 2 more police cars were added. At this speed, in less than half an hour, they would be surrounded by more than 100 policemen, including the SWAT team. The LAPD has been in a bad mood these past 2 days, and they are really willing to kill. So both the gangsters and the police knew that this battle would soon end. However, both sides felt differently about this fact. The police were cautious, and they did not need to stare at the rain of bullets like the male protagonists in gun battle movies and face the challenge. He only needed to contain them. As long as time was delayed, more and more policemen would gather, and these guys would be killed. The gangsters were desperate. Their pistols were not like the guns in the hands of the protagonists in Hong Kong movies, which could hold unlimited bullets. It was the limit for one person to carry 5 or 6 magazines. At their current speed, they would be almost finished in a few minutes at most. How could they fight? Go see what the boss is doing? The police below are about to rush up. Now these people are counting on Norman to be able to settle all the troubles like before. But soon, the cruel answer made these guys lose their fighting spirit immediately. Norman ran away. Norman ran away. Kai was almost pissed off by this fact. After seeing the continuous reinforcement of the police, this guy decisively took a few of his loyalists and slipped away from the back door, and shot and killed 2 patrolmen who happened to be blocking the back door. He was already trapped, but he actually got away. Issue a wanted order immediately. We must not let this bastard get away with it. And you, all of you, get out and make sure to catch this bastard, Kai shouted at his police with a sullen face. In the recent confrontation between the police station and the DA, many policemen have been holding their breath and want to teach the DA a lesson. As a result, in this situation, Norman actually got away, and even lost 2 brothers. This made all the police present feel embarrassed and even a little angry. When Kai heard what he said, half of the police immediately drove to all directions and blocked the surrounding area. After explaining the matter here, Kai came to the room where Leon and the others were. But before he could reach the door, he saw several paramedics rushing outside with a stretcher. A little girl was lying on the stretcher. One paramedic covered the girl's abdomen with a medical tourniquet, and another paramedic covered the girl's face with a mask, constantly squeezing the oxygen bag to ensure the girl's breathing. That was Matilda. Kai immediately rushed forward and grabbed a paramedic. "Wait. How is she?" The paramedic was obviously very unhappy with Kai's behavior, and he shook Kai's hand away. He said impatiently, "She was shot in the abdomen and needs surgery immediately. Don't hinder us from saving people." Kai didn't have a temper. After all, his actions just now did hinder others a little. Watching several paramedics send the girl downstairs, Kai turned around with a gloomy face. He looked at Leon, who was brought out. Leon was handcuffed, blood all over his body, and his expression was dazed, as if he had lost his soul. "Asshole. Do you want to kill this child?" Seeing Leon, Kai couldn't suppress his anger and went up to punch him. Kai had just heard that this man actually gave the girl a gun, and they fought Norman and his gang together. In addition, Matilda escaped from the police protection just to find him. Well, things turned out like this. In Kai's opinion, it was all the fault of this bastard. Leon was knocked to the ground, and he didn't struggle, but just sat on the ground dejectedly. He looked very lost. Seeing his dead look, Kai suddenly had no desire to teach him a lesson. Take him away. By the way, charge him with a crime of trafficking minors. Fuck. Kai didn't care what happened between Leon and Matilda. Anyway, he only admitted one thing, that Matilda couldn't continue to be with this man. They searched a large number of guns and ammunition from the hotel room, and some of the guns were related to several murders. And they were all related to gang members. There is no doubt that this guy is indeed the scavenger. These evidences are enough to put you in jail for life. Leon, Kai threw the inspection report in front of Leon. You can't escape. So I hope you can cooperate. Leon still looked dead. He spread his hands and stared at his palms, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long while, he looked up. How is Matilda? Is she okay? Kai looked at his watch and took out his phone. After a while, he said, the operation is completed, but it will take 24 hours to observe whether she is out of danger. However, the doctor is optimistic and there is no big problem. Huh? Leon let out a long breath. Then he looked up at Kai. Can I know how I was found? Tony. Kai said a name. Leon was stunned for a while, and finally smiled bitterly. Why? Shocked? Kai asked. No, or rather, I feel shocked, but when I think about it, it's natural. Leon seemed to have broken free of something, and the whole person became relaxed. I met Tony when I was 19. That year, my mother died. I came to the United States from Italy to join my father. He also worked for Tony. So it was natural that I started working for him from then on. At this time, Leon seemed to have a strong desire to talk, and began to talk about these things. But Kai did not stop him, but listened very seriously. Although he did not know what made Leon change, Kai knew that he was obviously not just talking to Kai. Tony is a restaurant owner on the surface, and also a middleman in the killer market, providing rewards for killing, guns and ammunition. This kind of person is very shrewd, very smart, and very rich. He knows how to gain the trust of his killers, and can cleverly deal with various employers. He also has a cooperative relationship with the police. He is that kind of person, who seems to be able to make friends with everyone, and everyone who gets along with him can easily feel his sincerity. Speaking of this, Leon paused. Then he continued. But I know that's just an illusion. Tony is just a businessman after all. Are you blaming him? Kai asked curiously. No, Leon shook his head. That's Tony. I knew it a long time ago. If someone finds me one day, the one who betrayed me must be him. After all, in the past 20 years, I have no other friends except him. Before today, I thought I would blame him when this happened, but in fact, I was relieved. After saying that, Leon seemed a little irritated. He rubbed his hands and looked at Kai. Do you have cigarettes? Kai immediately asked someone outside to bring in a pack of cigarettes. Kai himself is a smoker. But during his service in the US military, Kai got used to cigars and never smoked ordinary cigarettes again. The US military does have a long tradition of smoking cigars. There are many American officers who smoked cigars in history, such as the famous General Patton. Many people also believe that lighting a cigar can bring good luck, including when many U.S. military academies graduate. Each graduate will light a cigar to use cigars to foreshadow victory. In the Army, many American soldiers can smoke cigars for free. These things, like beer, are a rigid demand of the U.S. military. Soon the cigarettes were brought in. Leon lit up the K-bang. Ahem, Leon took a puff of the cigarette and started coughing, just like the first time he smoked. Leon wiped the tears that were choked out with the back of his hand. He looked up and said, I actually smoked before I was 19. But after I became a killer, I quit. This is what Tony told me. It's best for a killer to have no characteristics. As he said that, he took another puff. I used to think that the best outcome for my future was to become Tony. Kai opened a restaurant, and then sat in the restaurant every day, waiting for customers who came to find a killer. At that time, I felt that my life was doomed. I was cautious every day, full of doubts about everything, dared not look directly into other people's eyes, and subconsciously avoided everyone's sight. This is my life. If Tony didn't report me, maybe I would be like this for the rest of my life. Now that you have caught me, I am relieved. At least I can no longer live that boring and tedious life. As he said that, the cigarette in his hand was almost finished. Leon crushed the cigarette in his hand. Then he sat up straight. Whatever you need to know, I can tell you right now. As a reward for listening to my nagging, Kai took out a few photos. I want to know, are these cases committed by you? Leon looked at the photos and nodded. I did it. Then do you know this person? Kai handed the photo of the undercover to Leon. Laurie Smith, I know him. About 7 years ago. I forgot the exact date. It should be September. I don't remember the date. That day I went to Tony's diner as usual, and then Tony handed over Laurie Smith's information and asked me to get rid of him. At the same time, according to the client's requirements, he must be executed in a gangster way. The price he offered was very good, so I accepted it, Leon said without hiding anything. Kai continued to ask a few detailed questions, and Leon tried his best to answer, but he still forgot some details. But this is what makes it more real. After all, it's been 7 years. If it were you, do you remember what you did 7 years ago? Of course, some people would say that it was murder. How could such a big thing be forgotten? But don't forget, Leon is a killer, and the thing he has done most in his life is killing. He is a professional killer, and he has killed at least dozens of people. How could he remember every one of them clearly? After confirming this, Kai asked, do you know who hired you? Yes, Guzman. Leon did not hesitate. Then do you have evidence? No, but Tony must have, Leon said with certainty. He has the habit of keeping accounts. Just look at his account book and you will know. Kai was stunned. This guy has been betraying old Tony in various ways since the beginning. Didn't you say you don't hate old Tony? I really don't hate him. But that doesn't mean I have to keep it a secret for him, Leon said very straightforwardly. Really? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Norman's Negotiation. I'm sorry. About half an hour later, Kai sat in front of Leon again. When Leon heard what Kai said, he was stunned on the spot, as if his soul had left his body, motionless. He sat for a long time, covering his face with his hands, bit by bit and very hard, as if he wanted to rub off a layer of skin, a trace of emotion, and a period of time. Kai was beside him and suddenly felt that this guy was quite loyal. Can I see her? After a long while, Leon spoke again. Kai was stunned. She. The pronunciation of the third person of men and women in English is completely different. Kai didn't understand why there was a female she. Leon was also stunned. Not she. Kai realized that he didn't make it clear just now. I'm talking about old Tony. Leon's first reaction was to be thankful. He breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. That's good. But as he spoke, he felt something was wrong. Damn, old Tony was his old friend for more than 20 years. Even though old Tony betrayed him, but, it's not good to say this, well, not good. Is this considered forgetting one's loyalty for the sake of beauty? Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Tony, what's going on? Leon suddenly felt his face burning. This was too embarrassing. He was just talking about the story between him and Tony, but he was silenced. When we went to find him, he was already dead. Kai was a little surprised by this. Leon's mood suddenly became low. Although the relationship of more than 20 years was not as good as that of a little girl who had only been together for more than 10 days, Leon was still very sad when he suddenly heard about Tony's fate. For more than 20 years, old Tony was the person who talked to him the most. "Do you know who did it?" Leon asked in a low voice. "I don't know. You should be able to guess that there are too many people who would kill him," Kai said helplessly. If he had known this, he should have arrested old Tony directly. In the police station, those people would at least be more restrained. It's not a pity for old Tony. It's normal for such a person to be killed. Unfortunately for Kai, without the testimony of old Tony, it would be difficult to convict Guzman. It was at this time that the door of the interrogation room was knocked again. A policeman walked to Kai's ear with a sullen face and told him another bad news. Maurizio was killed in the restaurant he often went to. "Fuck," Kai cursed in a low voice. It seems that someone is planning to kill to silence him. And now, the biggest suspect is Guzman. Just when Kai locked his target on Guzman, Guzman was not quiet at this moment. Norman came to find him in a room on the ground floor of an apartment building in the South District. Norman rushed here with several of his men. A gangster wanted to come up and search him, but Norman grabbed his fingers and twisted them hard. "This is my new suit, get out of here." With a click, the gangster screamed and stepped back 2 steps with his hands clasped. Everyone in the room frowned. But Guzman was silent for a moment, and just waved his hand, and the 4 men behind him put down their hands that were touching the gun handles. Norman walked not far from him. "Guzman, long time no see, how are you recently?" "Still the same, busy. I don't even have time to spend with my family. Recently, my wife has been complaining that I neglected my family." Guzman is a bold strong man, who looks like the kind of character that is not easy to mess with. He held a cigar in his mouth and asked maliciously, "What about you? How are you? I heard that you are in a lot of trouble recently, and the police are running around." Norman laughed a little nervously. "Why, you also want to add insult to injury?" Guzman shook his head. No matter what, we are old friends. I am just gloating at most." As he said, he laughed evilly. His younger brother also laughed. Norman's face changed, a fierce look flashed, and his fingers twitched, as if he was about to draw his gun at any time. Guzman's men had been staring at Norman, so they immediately took a defensive posture. As long as Norman dared to do anything dangerous, they would immediately draw their guns and shoot. Norman gritted his teeth and looked at Guzman, feeling a sense of sadness, as if a tiger was bullied by a dog in a flat land. Seeing Norman's anger but not daring to speak, Guzman suddenly felt a sense of pleasure. As for what kind of person Norman is, everyone who knows him can tell responsibly that this is an out-and-out asshole. Except for a few people like McGee, no one can stand him. Guzman is like this. Every time he sees Norman's arrogant and domineering look, he wants to draw his gun and shoot 10 or 8 shots at his greasy head. But he doesn't dare. Guzman has other foundations behind him, so he doesn't shrink back from Norman, but ZHAC? He really doesn't dare. It's because Norman is covered with a layer of DS skin. Kai doesn't care about that layer of skin, but for drug dealers like them, this layer of skin is very scary. So even if he was upset with Norman, Guzman still had to endure it. But now, he doesn't have to endure it anymore. Without the DEA's skin, Guzman was no longer afraid of Norman. Guzman had a cold face, with a hint of ferocity and teasing in his eyes. "Norman, we heard that you killed Lando's family." Norman's face was gloomy, but he didn't dare to show any weakness. "Why, do you want to avenge him?" Guzman shook his head. "No, it doesn't matter to us if he dies a few more times. But I heard that he got into trouble because he swallowed your goods, right, Norman?" "Yes, but I didn't kill his whole family. He also had a daughter who happened to be away, and I couldn't kill her together." Thinking of that girl, Norman's teeth itched with hatred. If he had known earlier, he should have cut the grass and rooted it out, but his momentary negligence led to complete loss. Now he was threatened and despised by a trafficker he looked down upon. Guzman sneered, "Lando has a deal with you. As a result, he just swallowed your goods, and the 99% purity we wanted has become 90% purity. Norman, don't you think this is a bit coincidental?" Norman showed disdain. "One hand for money and one hand for goods. Face-to-face settlement, this is the industry practice. I sell several tons of goods every year, and no one dares to play tricks afterwards. How many times have you taken goods from me? Don't you understand this principle? In the drug industry, there is indeed such a practice. In drug transactions, the biggest risk is the transportation process. Generally speaking, after the seller ships the goods, they are not responsible for any accidents that happen later. If you are cheated, you deserve it. After all, no one can guarantee what happened in the middle. So in order to avoid trouble, once the money and goods are settled, it means that the transaction is completely over. Guzman snorted twice, and his tone became dangerous. Norman, we have been doing business for 7 or 8 years. I trusted you and didn't check one by one. You just cheated me like this. Norman became completely gloomy, and a dangerous sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "What do you want?" Of course, compensation. Guzman knew that Norman came to him and must have something to ask of him. Guzman was also very cunning. Since Norman was in trouble, he didn't mind kicking him when he was down and making a fortune from him. As for whether he dared to kill Norman at that time, it all depended on his mood. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Without any warning, Norman suddenly laughed wildly. Not only were Guzman's men startled, but Norman's men were also a little puzzled. Was he sick again? Do you want to kill your whole family like Lando? Guzman's face immediately darkened. Are you threatening me? Norman sneered. I can kill a lot of drug dealers like you with one foot. I'm just telling you a fact. If you don't want to die, just shut up. There are many people who want to make trouble for me, but after so many years, you see I'm still alive and well. Although Norman is a drug dealer, he actually looks down on those dealers. In other words, he has never regarded himself and those dealers as the same. Even now, it's the same. Don't you think I dare to come to you without a backup plan? Norman didn't give Guzman a chance to speak. He took out a mobile phone from his arms, turned it on, clicked on the video player inside, and a video was played. It was the scene of Norman and Guzman's transaction. You tricked me. When Guzman saw this, he didn't know that Norman had prepared it long ago, which means that he had been prepared for a long time. Norman didn't even bother to explain. Isn't it common sense to keep a hand when dealing with dealers like them? What's so exciting? I have made hundreds of copies of these videos. If anything happens to me, these things will be released immediately. When the time comes, I think the police will be very happy to send you to hell to see me. How about it? Are you surprised or not? Looking at the video playing on the phone, Guzman's mind turned, hesitating between killing Norman and holding back and saving his business. Norman's group of 5 people. If he wants to do it, he has to kill Norman and his men. Once he does it, regardless of whether he can succeed or not, just saying that killing them will inevitably result in huge losses, and it is not certain that he can achieve his goal, he is a little hesitant. He is a little bit unconvinced that Norman really copied hundreds of copies of this video and put them somewhere else. But what if? Norman looked at his expression and laughed. He was fooled. Norman actually only had this one video, and he was not stupid. He also had himself on the video. How could he give someone else a video that could endanger himself? So he was just trying to scare Guzman. As if to show that he was confident, Norman took out a metal box that was 1/3 the size of his palm from his chest. He shook it next to his ear and listened to the subtle sound of the collision. He opened the small iron box, picked up a capsule from the 7 or 8 capsules inside, and put it into his mouth. Snap! He bit the capsule and swallowed the powder inside. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, twisted his shoulders back and forth a few times, and his originally pale face became ruddy. He lowered his head and looked at Guzman opposite him. Do as I ask, otherwise, I don't mind dragging you to death with me. Guzman's anger, which was about to be suppressed by reality, suddenly rose. Unfortunately, he was not a madman like Norman. What do you want? The smile on Norman's face widened. He knew that these dealers were not presentable. They were timid to death. I want to leave Los Angeles. I know you have a smuggling channel. I just want you to send us out of the United States, anywhere. Norman made his request. Guzman had a smuggling channel, and even his own brothers didn't know about it, but Norman, a black policeman, knew it. This made Guzman feel humiliated and even more afraid of Norman. I understand. Guzman compromised. Not only did he fail to get a fortune from Norman, he was also forced to help Norman escape. It's embarrassing to think about it. Led by Guzman's men, Norman and his men came to a world that the outside world had never known through the city's sewer network. The underground world. This is certainly not a Western fantasy novel where dark elves and the like will run out. The underground world here refers to the city sewers. Western cities attach great importance to the construction of sewers, especially those cities with a long history. The sewers have formed an underground city like a magical world because of the precipitation of time. For example, Paris has gone through hundreds of years of construction, resulting in the sewers in Paris being 50 meters below the ground in Paris. The waterways are crisscrossed and dense like a spider web, with a total length of 2,347 kilometers, far exceeding the Paris metro. Los Angeles is even more exaggerated, with underground drainage pipes in Los Angeles alone reaching 10,460 kilometers. In the largest pipes, you can even drive a car in them, and these pipes have been around for 100 years. This also provides a hiding place for many homeless poor people. According to incomplete statistics, there are about 10,000 people living in the sewers in Los Angeles. They are distributed in the century-old sewers in Los Angeles and have formed communities one by one. It is dark, damp and cold here, far away from the sun, and the bustling and noisy on the ground seems to be something from another world. The further you go in, the more darkness and silence there is left, and only the dripping water will accompany your clear and hesitant footsteps. Most of the people gathered here are unemployed. Some are drug addicts, some are women who have had abortions or promiscuous sex, and some are former criminals who have just been released from prison. But it is undeniable that this is the best hiding place in Los Angeles. Guzman has a secret base underground. He even spent a lot of effort to transform a section of waste pipes into an underground fortress, which is specially used for shelter and storage of some important materials, such as contraband. At the same time, Pepper was in Tony's villa. Facing Tony with a serious face, she sighed resignedly and drooped her shoulders. "You know? You are everything to me, and I am willing to do anything for you." As she said, she put the things she brought on the table, picked up Tony's special decryption downloader, and turned away. Tony looked at what Pepper put down. But it was the simple arc reactor that was replaced. At this moment, it was placed on a basin covered with a glass cover, like a medal. His face was complicated and his thoughts became messy. Please vote for next month. Chapter 514 Suspicion and Evidence. Recently, the Stark Group has been in turmoil, with all kinds of dramas constantly being staged, and those financial programs are almost happy to death. To be honest, Tony Stark is obviously the president of a group, but he appears most in entertainment news, which is very embarrassing. But since Stark came back from Afghanistan, the style of painting has changed immediately. It has been several months, and there has been no scandal about him. Even Hollywood can't see him. On the contrary, after the announcement of the closure of the Stark weapons manufacturing department, his figure is everywhere in the financial news, which makes Americans who are used to Tony Stark's playboy image very uncomfortable. Just a few days ago, Tony Stark suddenly announced that he would stop buying shares of the Stark Group. According to experts' speculation, this may be a smokescreen, because according to current information, Tony Stark only holds about 49.5% of the shares at most, which does not meet the requirements of absolute control. If Tony Stark wants to keep his position as the president of the group, he must continue to buy enough. After all, Tony Stark's decision to close the weapons manufacturing department will directly harm the interests of the entire Stark Group, that is, the interests of all shareholders. In this case, no one on the board will support Tony Stark. If he wants to continue his own proposition, he must achieve absolute control. This caused the already high share price of the Stark Group to rise again this morning. Everyone believes that Tony Stark will continue to spend money to buy shares and intend to make a lot of money from him. And today is the final vote of the board of directors. In everyone's eyes, there will only be one result of this board of directors, that is, the Stark Group will completely lose contact with the Stark family. After all, no one wants to accompany Tony Stark to continue to go crazy. The same is true for Abate. Although he has been easing the conflict between Tony and other shareholders as a mediator. But in fact, he is more excited than anyone else. He thinks his time is coming. Abate is going to kick Tony out. To be honest, before this, Abate had always planned to kill Tony Stark and then take over the Stark Group. Although this plan is very dangerous, he will have to lose it if he is not careful. But who would have thought that after Tony had his life saved, he would actually commit suicide? Abate didn't know how to describe his mood. Happy? Of course, this dead kid is finally going to get out. Since Howard Stark, their Stark family has been suppressing him, making him breathless. Now that this big mountain is finally going to get out, of course he should be happy. Angry? That's natural. This dead kid is committing suicide. Why did he play with the Stark Group? The stock price fluctuates, and the losses is money. Well, this dead bald head has taken it for granted that the Stark Group is his own thing. But it doesn't matter, everything will be over soon. Abate held a cigar in his mouth, and looked at Tony sitting in his seat with a face on the surface. But in his heart, he was extremely annoyed with Stark. He just hoped that Stark would get out quickly. Well, maybe he still needs Tony. After all, the arc reactor on his chest has huge potential, which is extremely important to the Stark Group. Maybe it can become the cornerstone of the Stark Group's involvement in the energy industry. Thinking of this, Abate felt that he should be nicer to Tony. For example, if he failed later, he would go to comfort Tony? Just thinking about it, the voting began. There was nothing to say. One by one, the board members opposed Tony Stark and asked Tony Stark to step down. In the end, only the representative of the Wayne Group stationed on the Stark Group board of directors was left. Once he voted against it, Tony's resignation would be a foregone conclusion. Everyone looked at the representative of the Wayne Group. I choose to support Mr. Tony Stark's decision. The scene suddenly became quiet. For a full 3 seconds, no one reacted. They stared at the representative of the Wayne Group, thinking that they had heard it wrong. Then, boom! The whole scene exploded. Abate couldn't maintain his sanctimonious appearance. He opened his mouth and eyes wide, staring at the representative of the Wayne Group, and didn't even notice that the cigar fell from his mouth. The representative of the Wayne Group shrugged, and he knew it would be like this. In fact, when he learned that he needed to cooperate with Tony Stark unconditionally, his expression was similar to these people. But to be honest, this expression is really cool. Everyone else thought this guy was crazy and began to question him. But the representative of the Wayne Group, this guy whose name the author didn't even bother to think of, looked down on these mortals with a calm and composed attitude. Humph! How could you understand the world of big guys? Although he didn't quite understand it either. But that didn't affect his prudence. To be honest, Abate was almost ready to smash the chair under his butt on this guy's head. It was completely meaningless. But immediately, Abate suddenly thought of something. The arc reactor. That's right. Only this can make the Wayne Group support Tony. Tony must have reached an agreement with the Wayne Group. It must be like this. At this moment, Abate was completely blackened. Although he was already black enough, just now, he was still complacently planning to let Tony live, but now, this idea was completely thrown into the depths of the universe. Because in his opinion, whether it was the Stark Group or the arc reactor, they were all his. He had clearly agreed with Tony that no one could tell anyone about the arc reactor. But he colluded with the Wayne Group. This is betrayal. Naked betrayal. To be honest, when thinking this, Abate completely forgot that he had wanted to kill Tony many times. The Chicago terrorist attack was one, and Afghanistan was another. This guy relied on the arms trade with the Ten Rings gang to get involved with the Ten Rings gang. And used the power of the Ten Rings gang to get rid of Tony. Selfish people always think from their own perspective. If it weren't for the public, Abate needed to maintain his own personality. He would have wanted to pull out a gun on the spot and kill Tony directly. In the end, the board of directors broke up unhappily. As for the shareholders' meeting, there was no need to hold it. The Wayne Group holds 5% of the shares of the Stark Group, plus Tony's 49.5% of the shares, which is already an absolute majority. Moreover, it can be predicted that after today, the stock market will be wailing, and those who want to speculate are destined to bleed heavily. At that time, Tony Stark can buy at the bottom again, continue to absorb shares, and become the absolute controlling shareholder in one fell swoop. Even more exaggerated, privatization and delisting directly. Of course, this possibility is very small. After all, the stock market in modern society is the best way for listed companies to raise funds. Even the Stark family cannot really give up such a channel. Besides, privatization and delisting involve too many people, and the US government cannot agree to it. In short, tomorrow's stock market will be very lively. Of course, Abate doesn't care about this now. What he cares about is that he wants to get his things back. Watching Tony and the representative of the Wayne Group talking and walking out, Abate's hatred reached its peak. What he didn't know was that at this time, someone noticed him. Pepper. Tony offended everyone. Tony himself didn't care, But Pepper couldn't leave him alone. She habitually cleaned up Tony's mess, just like she used to help him send away the woman he brought back the night before every morning. She needs to communicate with those directors, appease and win them over. After all, these people are also part of the group, and they can't be offended too much. It was also at this time that she noticed the look in Abade's eyes towards Tony. That was definitely not the look a kind and reliable teacher should show to Tony. Ever since Tony was kidnapped, Pepper has been investigating who leaked Tony's schedule. But nothing was found, and a group of shareholders who were originally unhappy with Tony were also involved. But the real mastermind is still a mystery. But after seeing Abade's eyes, Pepper suddenly thought of a blind spot. That is, they never doubted Abade. Of course, this situation is understandable. Abade is Howard Stark's friend and business partner. The two sides have a very close relationship. After Howard's death, he became Tony Stark's mentor and played the role of Tony's guardian. After that, Abade was promoted to CEO of the group, responsible for the entire group's business operations. Over the years, he has made great contributions to the expansion of the group. He was also one of the few people who could persuade Tony. Tony was a conceited person who rarely listened to other people's opinions. Even Pepper only became obedient after Tony fell in love with her, but he always respected Abade. So from the beginning, Tony never doubted Abade. Even when he was kidnapped, it was after talking to Abade. Now Pepper felt her scalp tingling when she thought of this detail. Everything was too coincidental. Think about it again, the weapons and equipment produced by Stark Industries that Tony found in the terrorists' lair. According to later investigations, many of Stark Industries' weapons and equipment flowed to the Dark World and were sold to the enemies of the United States and terrorists in the Middle East who endangered civilians. There were only a few people in the entire group who could sell so many weapons and equipment quietly, and they could be counted on one hand. I didn't think about it in this direction before, but now I think about it and find that Abade is simply a perfect suspect. What I need now is the motive. Why did Abade harm Tony? But at this moment, Pepper felt that the last piece of the puzzle was complete through the self-awareness of a woman. Abade hated Tony. As for why? Is it important? Besides, if you think about it carefully, you can find the reason. Stark Group. Think about it, if Tony dies, who is most likely to get control of Stark Group? Except for Abade, don't think about it. Now, everything is clear. With such doubts, Pepper found Tony. And told her doubts. Then, the scene at the end of the previous chapter appeared. Pepper was in Tony's villa, facing Tony with a serious face, sighed resignedly, and her shoulders drooped. You know? You are everything to me, I am willing to do anything for you, as she said. She put the things she brought on the table, picked up Tony's special decryption downloader, and turned to leave. In the evening, Pepper came down from upstairs with a look of surviving a disaster. She had just copied the big news on the host, but Abade chased her into the office. After trying to distract the bald boss, she finished copying, took away the decryption downloader, and then left. However, the download screen on the computer was still there. As long as Abade woke up the computer and the sleep screen disappeared, he would find out what she had done just now. She had to leave quickly. After seeing those things, Pepper didn't believe that Obadiah would be soft on her, an outsider. After all, this guy wanted to kill his nephew who had been with him for decades and watched him grow up, so killing her, a group employee, was a no-brainer. Pepper cheered herself up in her heart, constantly reminding herself not to reveal any flaws and leave as quickly as possible without attracting attention. But after all, she was not a professional agent and was not familiar with this kind of business, so she subconsciously acted impatient, and her high heels made a series of clicking sounds on the ground. As she was walking out of the building, a man on the temporary rest seat next to her suddenly stood up. Ms. Potts, wait, Pepper trembled all over and almost peed. It's not an expression, it's real. After a closer look, she realized that this person was not a security guard, but someone she had never seen before, a bald uncle with a friendly face. The man smiled warmly. Ms. Potts, we have an appointment. Pepper really remembered that this happened. This morning, Pepper's secretary did pass on a meeting appointment to her. An agent from a certain department wanted to see Tony. What department? Well, the name was long and difficult to pronounce, and she couldn't remember the full name at once. You are Phil Cowlson, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Homeland. What? The person who came was Phil. Facing Pepper's reaction, He could only shrug helplessly. Almost everyone who heard their full name for the first time had the same reaction. This broken name is simply. No wonder even their own people are too lazy to say this name when it is not necessary. It is really smelly and long. You can call us SHIELD. After seeing Pepper, a bad day made him make up his mind to take action today. Tony himself is the president, not to mention that he has recently brought Pepper, a little girl who hasn't even grown all her hair yet, to the company. She is called an assistant but is actually the second president, so Obadiah has to be very cautious when selling arms secretly. Others may think that Tony is obsessed with sex, but from Obadiah's perspective, this is a fucking power grab. Tony must want to get rid of him. Kick him out of the group completely. It must be like this. Obadiah kept cursing Tony's ungratefulness in his heart, then went downstairs, drove out, and headed straight for Tony's beach villa. The monthly ticket is really miserable. Please give me the next monthly ticket. Chapter 515. Just remembered, today is my birthday. Tonight is destined to be very lively. First, the evening news broke the results of the Stark Group's board of directors. Tony Stark's ultimate counterattack. Fortunately, when the news was broadcast, the stock market had already closed, otherwise, those speculators who planned to make a fortune would have been ready to go to the rooftop. This news was so explosive that all American TV stations were reporting this news for a while. I don't know how many experts and professors expressed their opinions one after another, but most of them continue to be pessimistic about Stark. After all, in the eyes of the outside world, today's board of directors was the last chance to save the Stark Group, but in the end, they lost. Where can they go to make sense? Anyway, the experts and professors don't understand what's going on with the Stark board of directors. There are still people supporting Tony Stark? Isn't this a joke? But no matter how they analyze and comment, the overall situation of the board of directors has been determined. All they can wait for is tomorrow's opening. In short, tomorrow is definitely a very important day. I don't know how many investors will hate Tony Stark tomorrow. And just when people are concerned about economic news, Los Angeles, no, at least the judicial community in Washington is shaken by a scandal. DEA agents are trafficking drugs. Unlike other law enforcement agencies, DEA's goal is relatively direct and simple, to fight drug traffickers at the source, to seize cocaine production areas, and to arrest drug cartel leaders is their basic strategy. To talk about the rise of DEA, we have to mention South America. The Andes Mountains and the Amazon jungle in South America are the best areas for producing cocaine. Whether it is the left-wing Mexican government or the guerrillas in the jungle, drugs are undoubtedly the most efficient and economical source of food, wages and ammunition for them. Under the light of freedom, the number of drug users in the United States has increased exponentially. Colombia, in particular, has gradually become the largest supplier to the United States. While selling marijuana, Mexico has also become an important drug logistics channel. Drug traffickers send the goods provided by Colombia to the U.S.-Mexico border for separation, and then share the profits with the suppliers. This has created a huge trade activity, and in this trade activity, the United States is in a perfect deficit, with hundreds of billions of dollars flowing out of the United States every year. Even many business people are worried that in the long run, the drug trade will destroy the normal business activities of the United States. So on July 1, 1973, in order to integrate the anti-drug agencies, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, was formally established under Nixon's promotion. The DEA's strong rise is inseparable from its huge branches and specialized subordinate law enforcement forces. DEA has 92 foreign offices in 70 countries and more than 10,000 employees, including more than 4,600 agents and 800 intelligence analysts at home and abroad. This has created a behemoth. But now, among this behemoth, some people have openly abandoned their duties and positions and openly violated the law to engage in drug trafficking. Remember, the original intention and duty of the DEA is to fight drugs. This is so fucking embarrassing. As soon as Norman escaped, the DEA immediately controlled Norman's immediate superior, Jote, deputy director of the Los Angeles DEA branch, and communicated with the Los Angeles Police Department at the first time. They want to cover up. This is a common trick of bureaucrats. It has nothing to do with which country the bureaucrat is from. In fact, bureaucrats all over the world are proficient in this. In the eyes of the bureaucrats, as long as the incident is not exposed, it can be covered up. It's just a matter of paying a price. But will Los Angeles help the DEA to cover up? Of course not. If the LAPD helps the DEA to cover up, what will they do? You have to know that the gunfight that day has been broadcast by the TV station. Even 2 patrolmen died as a result, and 6 civilians in the hotel, including the hotel owner, were killed. The gunfight consumed tens of thousands of bullets in total, and the gunshots could be heard even 3 kilometers away. If it weren't for Tony Stark's rescue, the headlines in the United States today would have become Los Angeles police and DEA agents engaged in a gunfight, resulting in a large number of civilian casualties. Thinking about this creepy headline, the top brass of the Los Angeles Police Department almost knelt down to worship Tony. Among all professions, it is probably only the police who are most afraid of being on the headlines, because generally speaking, the police are not on the headlines for good reasons. After all, in the eyes of most people, it is natural for the police to catch thieves. There is nothing to say about solving a case. The media will naturally not waste headlines. But if the police mess up something, haha, anyway, most people are willing to scold the police. In short, the Los Angeles police, who finally escaped with the help of Tony Stark, naturally would not sacrifice themselves to help the DEA conceal the matter. Damn, UDA made a disaster and let the police take the blame? How can it be so easy? No question. The DEA also knows that it is a bit difficult to do so. But the problem is that the matter is serious. If it is exposed, it will really be a disaster. So the 2 sides kept arguing, and the DEA even wanted to take Kai away. Don't think it's an exaggeration. In order to cover up the case, bureaucrats can do anything. Unfortunately, Los Angeles is not a vegetarian, and the key is that Kai is not a vegetarian. The DEA people came over under the guise of the Ministry of Justice and wanted to take Kai away, but unfortunately Kai did not play by the rules and directly detained these people. To be honest, their DEA documents are real, and the documents of the Ministry of Justice are also real. Why detain others? But Kai did it. And he said they were fake. If you have the guts, go to court. Can the DEA appeal? No. The original plan was to control Kai, and then use tricks to change his confession, or simply let Kai take the blame. This is a sinister trick that cannot be seen in the light. If it doesn't come out, everything will be fine, but once it is exposed, no one will take risks for others. Although the Department of Justice is the father of the DEA, it is not so close. The DEA has concerns, but the West District Police Department does not. They are just city law enforcement units, and the Department of Justice cannot control them. If you want to command them, you must go through the Los Angeles Police Headquarters first. So several unlucky DEA who are so genuine that they can't be more genuine were inexplicably detained as fake DEA. And it further angered the Los Angeles police. After all, you talked to me about deceiving your superiors and subordinates, and then stabbed me in the back. This is too unfair. At this point, the DEA also understood that it could only think of other ways. There was no way. Being discovered in the backstab was too painful. If there was a chance to cooperate with the Los Angeles police before, now, there was not even a chance. So, an investigation team came to Los Angeles. Kai was also taken by Dustin to the Parker Center, which is the headquarters of the Los Angeles Police Department. There were 2 groups of people waiting for Kai. One group was the senior officials of the Los Angeles Police Department. When these people saw Kai, they were like seeing a friend they hadn't seen for many years. They were not arrogant at all, and they spoke nicely. They were all talented. The other group seemed much colder, and even looked at Kai with disgust. Kai didn't care. He didn't take the expressions of these big shots seriously. There is a saying that goes, politicians' words are the biggest lies, the expressions are also true. Many times, their actions are just what the occasion requires and the time requires, and they are not their true feelings at all. But what happened next was interesting. He was actually questioned by 2 groups. One was the DEA, and the other was the Los Angeles Police Department. The police department was okay, but the DEA? They are not the FBI and have no authority to question other law enforcement officers. They are not the FBI. However, seeing that the senior police officers presented not object, Kai did not care. What was more interesting was that the DEA's questions seemed to try to prove that his motives were problematic and question why he was there, while the LAPD's questions repeatedly highlighted his contributions. For example, the DEA would ask, "It is said that you had conflicts with Norman several times, and even once at the police station. What exactly did you conflict about?" The LAPD immediately asked, What forced you to appear at the scene and launch a rescue operation for the certified? Did you know in advance that Norman would kill people to silence them? Most of the time, Luke was there smiling and watching the performance of the two sides, which was called questioning but actually quarreling. When the two sides asked him, he fully cooperated with the LAPD's questions. After all, the DA was completely making a fuss, and most of the time they were trying to pass the buck and throw the responsibility of the gunfight to him. Although this was ridiculous, it was still a bunch of people who wanted to do it. He just narrated the action truthfully and repeatedly emphasized that Norman was the mastermind and the real murderer of a family massacre. But it was useless. The DA guys were determined to find even the slightest flaw in Kai's description, hoping to turn the tables. Of course, this possibility was not great, but they still wanted to reduce the responsibility of the DA as much as possible and let the Los Angeles police take more responsibility. So, these guys kept asking questions over and over again. Even if Kai's tone changed a little, they would not let go. When the DA officer asked again, "How did you kill those gangsters? Can you tell me again?" Kai tapped the table lightly with his hand. "I have said it 200 times, please don't doubt my memory." The DA officer looked indifferent. "We are just further confirming." They just wanted to find the contradictions in Kai's description, and then continue to make trouble. But Kai's patience was exhausted. "Okay, that's it. I don't want to say anything more." "What? What are you hiding? Or are you avoiding something?" The guy thought he had found a loophole and was about to take advantage of it. Kai looked at him coldly. "Have you seen my information?" "Oh, is that surprising?" The guy thought he had really caught something. So he seemed very calm, even provoking Kai, hoping that he would continue to make mistakes. Kai ignored him and looked at the police. "All the DA people are dead. Why did they send these idiots?" "Hey, what are you talking about? Who would like to be called an idiot?" The people in the police station were very cooperative with Kai. Who knows? Maybe, the smart people have gone to sell drugs. Ha ha ha. For a while, the police in the office exuded a happy atmosphere. "Please do me a favor and write down the names and ID numbers of these idiots. Tomorrow I will send a team of lawyers to deal with them." "Fuck, I'm sick to death." After saying that, Kai picked up his coat and walked out. A DA agent immediately tried to hold Kai back. "You can't leave. Our investigation." Bang! This guy was punched away. A group of people looked at Kai stupidly as he walked out. They are all violent agencies, most of them know a little bit about hand-to-hand combat. After all, not all situations can be solved with guns. But to knock someone away with one punch, this is too exaggerated. It's not that there are no such tough guys, but in the Los Angeles Police Department? At this time, the Los Angeles police came back to their senses first, and then said to the DA people with a fake smile, "Well, you don't know yet, Kai is the trump card of our Los Angeles Police Department. If you have patience, you can check your DEA's internal files yourself, and you should be able to see his information. When he was in Chicago, he also cooperated with your DEA. He once led a small team to sweep a gang and killed dozens of people." At this point, he looked around and whispered, "Let me tell you another insider information. Now this person has at least hundreds of lives on his hands." The DEA people turned their heads stiffly and looked at the gloating Los Angeles police. "By the way, I won't keep you here. After all, you still have to deal with a group of lawyers tomorrow." Lawyers, isn't that just a casual remark? If there is one industry that law enforcement agencies hate to deal with the most, it is lawyers. This group of legal jackals are simply demons. They can turn black into white and make things up. In short, it is very troublesome. And a team of lawyers, that is a disaster. Don't you know, the Los Angeles police showed that hateful smile again. Kai is a rich man. Very rich. He said there will definitely be a team of lawyers. Now the DEA people's faces turned green. It's okay to be able to fight. And he is also a rich man? As long as this kind of person doesn't suffer at the time, he will never suffer in the future. Country bumpkin, this is Los Angeles. Get a good understanding of the situation before you make trouble. For Los Angeles, only New York and the entire United States can compete with them. Other places? They are all rural areas. The same goes for Washington. Kai never knew that he had the ability to be a jinx. He just said that he was very busy. As a result, things really happened, and they were big things. Just now, the police department received news that two Iron Men started fighting in the city center, resulting in many casualties. What happened? This has to start from Malibu Beach. Malibu Beach is one of the most famous beaches in Los Angeles, located north of Santa Monica Beach. It is famous for two reasons. First, in addition to the typical blue sea and blue sky in Southern California, it also has rocks of various shapes and strange shapes, and the beach scenery is beautiful and unique. Second, Malibu is one of the richest cities in Los Angeles, and many Hollywood stars and entertainers live here, which has increased the popularity of the beach here. Tony Stark also lives here. At least when he's not picking up girls, he lives here. A Abade came to the door of the villa, and the security guard at the door of the villa just glanced at Abade and opened the door. Abade never needs to report to enter here, which is a habit formed over many years. The villa is empty. This is also normal. This villa is one of Tony's favorite places to stay, because there is a 3-story laboratory underground in the villa, which gathers the most advanced equipment in the world. It is one of Tony's private laboratories. As soon as Abade walked into the living room, he heard Jarvis' voice, "Mr. Stan, do you need me to tell Mr. Stark that you are here?" Abade hummed, as if he was looking at the furnishings in the room, walked around, put a box in his hand on the sofa, and then walked to the door of the basement. "I rarely pay attention to my author background, and as a result, I overlooked a lot of rewards. I would like to say sorry to those book friends who rewarded me. It was not intentional. I just don't have that habit. I would like to express my special thanks here. The list of rewards for the last 2 months is as follows. Yushian Huang Shinji Ziyan, just passed by. Book friend 20200913141915260, no private discussion. Book friend 150,901,095,553,210, Crack Earth, just passed by. Book friend 20190105080623042, weight loss meow, Guyufu, tiny Ushizan, diligent pills, Yizabateo. Book friend 20171128155243167, Nakaski, special thanks to Yushian Huang Shinji Ziyan, just passed by. Book friend 150,901,095,553,210, Nakaski. Book friend 20190105080623042 and other book friends, all of whom have rewarded multiple times. Chapter 516 Unlucky Tony. The security of the villa has always been in the charge of Tony's confidant Happy, but recently, Happy asked for leave. Do you remember his movie Dream? At the beginning, he shamelessly begged Kay through Pepper to help Hollywood's top actress and producer Charlize Theron solve supernatural events. Now is the time to fulfill his revenge. So Happy has gone out of town to make a movie these days. Happy is a 300-pound boy with bigger dreams than the sky. For his movie Dream, his boss is nothing at all. Tony wanted to get rid of this bastard several times. Your boss has just been kidnapped not long ago, and you, the head of the bodyguards, dared to abandon your boss and run away. It's simply unreasonable. Tony fell to the ground helplessly, and this was the biggest thought in his mind. For the first time, he felt that he was careless. When Happy, the bastard, comes back, he will fire him. What happened? This story started a few minutes ago. Tony was humming a song while improving his Mark III armor. This armor was the first to be used in actual combat after Stark's careful design. This time, he improved the metal material used in the armor, used red and yellow colors on the exterior, and installed anti-tank missiles and shotguns. The power was greatly improved compared to before. Stark wore this armor for revenge, and Iron Man was officially born. Of course, this thing still has many shortcomings, which need to be improved by Tony. But a genius's brain will always find a way, and the prototype of the next generation of armor is already in his mind. But at this time, Abade came to visit. If it were anyone else, Tony would 100% let him go, but Abade is different. His priority is second only to Pepper. It's no wonder that Abade hates Tony, this bastard. After all, Abade has no credit but hard work, but his priority is not as good as his chest. Don't talk about love, anyway. Abade doesn't believe that Tony, this bastard, has any love. Abade stood in front of the French window on the seaside of the villa, looking at the waves under the cliff, thinking in his heart that when Tony died, he must move here. After all, this villa is unique in Malibu Beach. It is located on the edge of a cliff. You can jump into the sea in 2 steps from the French window. In order to build this villa, The latest technology was used to reinforce the foundation of the villa to prevent the villa and the cliff from falling into the sea. The view here is undoubtedly the best, and you can enjoy the most beautiful sea view. When he heard the footsteps below, Abate came back to his senses. While putting on a false smile, he activated a button in his trouser pocket. The lights of the whole villa flashed twice and suddenly dimmed. At this time, Tony's figure just appeared at the stairs of the basement, looking at the living room with emergency lights on in surprise. Power outage. He has a backup power system here, and it is impossible for the power to go out. These emergency lights have always been decorations. Why did they suddenly start today? In fact, if Tony hadn't seen that thing light up, he would have forgotten that it was an emergency light. He had always thought it was just a decoration. Before he could come to his senses, Abate, who was standing at the side of the stairs, slowly stretched out his hand, put it not far behind Tony's head, pushed his finger, and activated the small device in his hand that was like a car remote control. A small but piercing sound, like the whistling of a speaker, rang out. This sound is actually difficult for ordinary people to hear, but Tony felt as if he was stepped on by an elephant. Tony opened his mouth wide, but his body suddenly froze, and his eyes showed shock. Abate counted the time silently. It was almost 5 seconds before he turned off the small device in his hand. His other hand changed from supporting Tony to hugging him and took him to the sofa. It looked like he had sent Tony home countless times when he was drunk. It didn't seem abrupt at all. At least that's what the security guards thought. In fact, when the lights in the villa suddenly dimmed, the villa's security guards began to act. Their quality is not bad. One team went to the power distribution room, one team began to guard the perimeter, and the other team entered the villa to protect Tony. When Abate put Tony on the sofa outside the door, there was a knock on the door. Abate took the initiative to open the door. A security guard saw him and immediately asked, "Mr. Stan, the villa has a power outage. Are Mr. Stark and you okay?" Abate smiled and said, "No, we are chatting. He is still eating the pizza I brought." The security guard nodded. "We have notified the maintenance personnel to check the line. You and Mr. Stark just need to wait a little." "No problem, kid, go do your thing. I'm here. Tony and I have something to talk about." Look, Abate has a very good image to the outside world. At least the security guards think that Abate is much better than Tony, because Tony is so willful and self-centered that sometimes he doesn't even know he has offended someone, or he doesn't care at all. So don't expect him to have a good relationship with the security guards. Except for Happy, the fat guy, all the security guards only think that Tony is their boss. How many employees like their boss? So the security guards didn't suspect anything and just thought that the two of them had some confidential matters to discuss. After all, they were both big shots, and the less ordinary people knew about the things they discussed, the better. "Well, sorry to bother you, Mr. Stan." Then he turned and left. Abate stood at the door with a smile, and saw the gathered security guards gradually retreat. Then he gently closed the door and walked back to the living room. Looking at Tony, who was staring at him on the sofa, Abate walked over with a complicated expression. While taking out the special earplugs from both ears, he gestured to the small instrument in his hand. "Remember this? The little thing you invented a few years ago, but unfortunately the Ministry of Defense did not pass its production license. It's actually quite useful to temporarily paralyze this function. It's just a little expensive. Those congressmen are always reluctant to spend more money on those soldiers. Sometimes, I always think that perhaps, only arms dealers like us are the ones who care about soldiers the most. We wish to equip each soldier with millions of dollars of equipment." Tony didn't say anything, but continued to stare at him. Abate opened the box he had just put down and pointed at a black notebook-like thing inside. "This is also your invention. I wanted to sell it, but you said it was too dangerous." "Well, you're right, it does seem to be quite dangerous. Just start it for a moment, and no matter how sophisticated the electronic equipment is, it will go to pieces with a puff." Tony's eyes were filled with anger and frustration. "What the hell? What is this? Digging your own grave?" Abate picked up a metal structure from the box, like a wine bottle opener, and sat next to Tony and kept talking to him for a while. "You know what? I like Howard very much. He is a genius, even a better genius than you. But that's not important. What's important is that he is easier to get along with than you. Sometimes, he is indeed very stubborn, even obstinate. But I have to say that as a friend, he is impeccable. So although I am unwilling to be suppressed by him, I can accept it. But he died too early, and then it was you who suppressed me. Tony, you know, I was suppressed by your father in the first half of my life. I thought it was miserable, but I didn't expect to meet you. Abade talked about Tony's willfulness and how hard he endured. After talking for a few minutes, he laughed and said, I forgot that it is difficult for you to speak now. He stopped talking nonsense. He lifted Tony's shirt, revealing the arc reactor on his chest. Abade used the bottle opener-like instrument in his hand to fix the reactor, pulled it upwards, took it out, and put it in the suitcase he brought. What a masterpiece of genius. It's a pity, Tony. If you had been more obedient, maybe we wouldn't have to go this far. You know, when I learned about Howard's death, I did think that you would be responsible for scientific research and I would be responsible for business, and we would take Stark Group further together, but your willfulness and bad temper ruined it all. After closing the box, he put on the earplugs again, turned on the paralyzer, and placed it on the back of the sofa next to Tony's ear. Goodbye, Tony. Remember to control your temper when you go to heaven. There won't be someone like me there to accommodate you. Of course, the premise is that you can still go to heaven. As he said, he walked out of the villa and drove his own car. When he went out, he said to the security guard guarding the door, Tony is a little tired and has gone back to his room to sleep. Don't disturb him. The security guard nodded. Okay, Mr. Stan. Abade smiled and nodded, drove away from the villa and went to the company. He already saw a beautiful tomorrow waving to him. With the arc reactor and the Iron Man armor restored by his team, it is conceivable that in the future, orders from the US military will continue to flow to the Stark Group. He has a brighter future than the Starks. Tony in the villa kept his eyes wide open, angry, anxious, panicked and desperate. He just won the board meeting today, and he even thought about whether to persuade Abade. He could understand Abade's unwillingness. After all, the arms business is indeed profitable. As the head of the Stark family who made his fortune in arms, he knows this too well. Today, the Stark Group has developed to what it is today because of this. But Tony is confident that he can lead the Stark Group to a brighter future. Tony is so confident. But Tony didn't expect that after he made it clear this morning, Abade would dare to take his life tonight. The arc reactor on his chest was taken away. After Tony Stark was attacked and kidnapped by terrorists, many shrapnel were left in his body, seriously endangering his life. Although Dr. Ethan tried his best to remove some shrapnel for him, there were still some that slipped through the net and remained in his body. In order to prevent the shrapnel from entering the heart, Dr. Ethan could only install a cylindrical electromagnet for Stark, powered by a car battery, to absorb the shrapnel in the body and prevent it from moving towards the heart diaphragm, but Stark had to carry the car battery everywhere. When Stark began to implement his jailbreak plan, he decided to build a small, imitation of the large arc generator in his factory to absorb the shrapnel for him. With the help of Ethan, a small arc reactor was built with 1.6 grams of palladium, with an energy output of 3 billion joules per second, which provided Stark with a compact and powerful power source and could be placed directly in his chest. After being rescued and returning to Malibu, Stark and AI Jarvis built a new arc reactor, but when replacing the first generation of arc reactor in Malibu, an accident occurred, causing a copper wire to short-circuit in the body. It was taken out by Boz and returned to Tony as a souvenir. Suddenly Tony thought of this souvenir. He must be quick, otherwise he will die in just a few minutes. Unfortunately, he can't move. His body is now unable to move, and only external forces can save him. But his mouth can only make a slight sound, not much worse than a mosquito. Jarvis, who can control the robot in the house, should not have crashed, but he can't notify it, and the result is caused by his own invention. Tony was angry and aggrieved, and even more anxious. After all, this is related to his life. But anxiety can't improve his situation. The more anxious he is, the faster time passes. After just 30 seconds, Tony's mind has begun to blur. With black eyes, he only vaguely heard a click, as if something wooden broke. At that moment, Tony seemed to see his whole life. From a teenager to a young man, to the death of both parents, and finally to Pepper's departure. Pepper? Pepper went to investigate the murderer. And the murderer was Abade. Pepper is in danger. People often say that the spirit can overcome the flesh, and people can exert unimaginable power in critical moments. Tony didn't believe this before. He thought it was idealism. But at this moment, Tony dared to swear that this was true. Tony gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. The familiar blue and white light flashed in front of him. Suddenly, he was shocked. It was the arc reactor. Tony opened his eyes and found that the old arc reactor that was used as a souvenir was not far away from him. Tony accidentally knocked over the glass cover used to hold it. Very close. Right there. Just move forward a little bit, just a little bit is enough. Tony kept shouting to himself in his heart. Finally he got it. When he got the reactor, Tony was most grateful that the hole he opened in his chest was plug and play. He used up his last bit of strength and inserted the arc reactor into his chest. Then he fainted. I don't know how long it took. Tony was like a poor guy who was rescued from drowning, sitting up in shock from his dying illness. He greedily took a big breath. Tony's little face was still as white as paper. It was obvious that the experience of dying just now caused some damage to his body, or he was simply scared. After taking a few breaths, Tony suddenly thought of something. Regardless of his own weakness, he ran to the phone with his hands and feet. He hurriedly dialed the number. Chapter 517, Putting Yourself. The call was picked up quickly, and without waiting for the other party to speak, Tony shouted, "Pepper, where are you? Abate just came to the villa to kill me and stole the arc reactor. You must be careful." "What? Are you okay? When I was downloading data at the company just now, I found out that it was Abate who planned to kidnap you, but I couldn't get through to your phone." Pepper was also very nervous. "I am now talking to Agent Phil Callison of the Strategic Homeland, whatever bureau in the company's Area 16 laboratory. Abate is here to make a set of iron armor, and Agent Callison came to arrest him." Tony was shocked. "What? Fuck." Tony felt that he was Abate's transport captain. He was able to defeat him in one fell swoop, and it was all his fault. Tony even felt that if he was killed by Abate, it must be because of his own invention. Then he immediately thought of the performance of his iron armor. He now understood why this guy took the arc reactor. So he quickly shouted, "Don't go. Get out of there. Quick, Pepper, Agent Callison has 5 people, and they seem very professional." Tony shouted in a hurried tone, "This is not a question of professionalism at all. That guy Abate took my reactor and probably wanted to install it on that suit of armor. As long as he puts on the armor, not to mention 5 agents, even 50 agents can't deal with him." As soon as he finished speaking, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ms. Potts, let's get out of the way, it's going to explode." Immediately, there were messy footsteps from the other end, as if a group of people were moving. 2 seconds later, there was a bang, and there seemed to be a small explosion over there. Hey, what's going on over there?" Tony felt worried when he heard the explosion. "Pepper, Agent Callison just used an explosive device to blow open the door of the Area 16 laboratory. They are going in to capture Abate." "Fuck. Don't you know that I designed the company's security system? You can just ask me for the password." Even Tony would be unhappy to think that his own company was blown up by an inexplicable organization. What's more, why use explosives when the problem can be solved by just asking a few questions? Pepper also thought of it, and it seemed to be true. Thinking about it, it was her own fault. In her excitement, she followed the rhythm of the SHIELD agents and completely forgot that the problem could be solved by making a phone call. After all, the entire company's computer system is connected to Tony's Jarvis. At this moment, the male voice appeared again. "Ms. Potts, you go up first, let us handle it here." Of course Pepper had no objection. It had already been blown up, how could it be glued back together? So she immediately followed suit, nodded and walked towards the door, reminding Phil. "Tony said that Abate took away an energy system, and it is very likely to be installed on the armor he made. You have to be careful." "Don't worry, Miss Potts, we are professionals." Tony, who heard this, suddenly felt that this sentence was poisonous. These people are going to be in trouble. But it doesn't matter. Tony didn't intend to remind these people at all. With them attracting Abate's attention, Pepper will be safer. "Pepper, listen to me, leave there immediately, don't stay. Right now." Tony suddenly thought of someone at this time. With him, Pepper would be safe. Go find Kai. Call him immediately. Don't worry about what happens in the company. Don't worry, but, compared with those professionals, Pepper is more willing to believe Tony. So, she is kind-hearted and thinks it's a bit too much to abandon those people like this. "Listen. You are the most important. You're just a white-collar worker, not a superwoman. Get out of there." Superwoman is the nickname of the Chicago trio. Although it is very rustic, this name inexplicably fits the American aesthetic. Look at the protagonists in those superhero comics. Everyone's nickname is like this, rustic and simple. Don't think that Americans are all educated. In fact, the literacy rate of Americans is very touching. About 14% of adults are illiterate, and 21% of people have reading ability below the level required by the 5th grade. 19% of high school graduates are illiterate. This also leads to the fact that Americans hate complicated words. Even Americans don't like subtitles when watching movies, because there are many words in the subtitles that they don't know. In short, Tony didn't want Pepper to stay there for even a second. Pepper finally listened to him. There was no way. As Tony said, she was just a little secretary. Staying here seemed to have no positive effect except for causing trouble. It must be said that Pepper can get to her current position not by relying on a pretty face and an attractive figure. At least she can be calm enough when encountering things. Soon Pepper walked into the elevator and pressed the first floor frantically. At the moment the elevator door closed, she heard gunshots. Tony also heard it. Tony was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead, and he shouted, "Pepper! What happened? Are you okay?" Soon Pepper's trembling voice came. "I'm fine, I'm in the elevator." Very good. There were not many people in the Stark Group building at night, so Pepper went down to the first floor very easily. Pepper ignored the surprised look of the building security guard, kicked off her high heels, and ran madly towards the parking lot of the building. Stark was relieved to know that Pepper had got in the car. As soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, he fell to the ground with a blur in his eyes. Obviously, the damage to his body caused by Obadiah's operation just now was not completely healed. After panting for 2 minutes, Tony felt better, at least not like the feeling of almost dying just now. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath for a moment and said, "Jarvis, equip me with Mark III. Jarvis, sir, your physical condition is not suitable for using the armor again. Do as I say." Tony turned his head and growled. "As you wish." Jarvis was always created by Tony to assist him. It can give suggestions, but it is always Tony who makes the decision. A robotic arm robot immediately moved over and stopped beside the table. Tony used up all his strength, stood up, supported the robotic arm robot, and pressed his weight on the robotic arm robot. "Yes, that's it, go slower." The auxiliary robot designed by Tony was designed completely according to his normal state, and it obviously lacked countermeasures for the current situation. So Tony suffered a lot. While enduring all kinds of mistakes made by the stupid robot, he swore that he would definitely upgrade all the robots in the laboratory so that they could serve him perfectly in all situations. In addition to the pursuit of excellence in all aspects, there is actually not much difference between the Mark II armor and the Mark I in the general direction. Both require external force to assist in wearing, just like a set of night plate armor. It is so heavy. Tony thinks that the next generation of armor needs to be improved at least in this aspect, regardless of other aspects. Kai had just put down the phone when the police station's alarm calls came one after another. The TV has begun to broadcast a nearly 4-meter-high iron lump rushing out of the Stark Group building, and beside him are a group of men in black, constantly shooting around it. But their bullets are useless to this iron lump, and can only leave a series of sparks on it. Although there are no conspicuous signs on those men in black, Kai still found that this guy is an old acquaintance. Shield. Although he didn't know why they were there, Kai thought it was normal. If there was no bad thing, these people would appear around. The police department acted quickly. All the police officers on duty put down their work and went to the scene to provide support. That was the most prosperous city center in Los Angeles. For the police, it was the heart of the heart. After all, anyone there could be a multimillionaire. If something happened to any of them, they would definitely be in trouble. Kai's serious crime team was no exception. However, Kai still let half of the police officers stay behind, and he took a group of elite detectives to provide support. After all, looking at the size of the things they were holding, ordinary police pistols were useless. It would be better to bring some police officers with combat experience, at least they would be more confident when dealing with emergencies. On the other side, Tony also saw what Abate did through the live broadcast on TV. I have to say that the media in Los Angeles really don't care about their lives. You know, those SHIELD agents have suffered heavy losses now. In just a few minutes, nearly half of the men in black have been killed. When Tony finished putting on the armor, a picture was being played repeatedly on the TV. It was two SHIELD agents. They were hiding behind a telephone booth on the street, shooting at Obadiah, but Obadiah just rushed straight and knocked the telephone booth and the two agents out, smashing them hard on a car on the side of the road. The two agents flew out, lying twisted on the completely scrapped car, deader than dead. The modern world emphasizes entertainment to death and the eyeball economy. Those guys at the TV station actually played this picture repeatedly for ratings. Like many countries, the United States also has an audit agency for television media, but unlike others, the United States implements post-broadcast review, and the review agency is the Federal Communications Commission of the United States. Each TV station is responsible for the content of the broadcast. If any content that violates the regulations is found after the broadcast, the FCC will issue a warning, impose a fine, or even revoke the broadcast license. Among them, the revocation of a license rarely happens, and the most common is fines. Of course, such exciting scenes as the one just now should be restricted from broadcasting. After all, the news channel is for all ages. But the TV station doesn't care about this. Anyway, people like this kind of scenes. Since people like it, of course they have to broadcast it. As for warnings and fines, that's all for the future. Anyway, they won't lose anything. Asshole. Tony gritted his teeth and watched the scene on TV. In Tony's opinion, it was not only Obadiah who caused all this, but also him. After all, whether it was the arc reactor or the armor that Obadiah was wearing now, they were all his inventions. As the arc reactor on his chest lit up and made a loud bang, Stark drove the Mark II into the sky. In an instant, it broke through the sound barrier and flew away quickly, leaving only a little tail flame shining in the night sky. Stark's Area 16 laboratory is in the east. Almost half of Los Angeles is separated from Malibu Beach. But at the speed of the Mark III, this distance is not worth mentioning. Of course, Tony's condition is not good. Sir, the simple reactor is not suitable for flying. The energy is consumed too quickly, and only 32% of the energy is left. Jarvis still did his duty and told Tony the bad news. Tony felt bitter, because his latest generation of arc reactor was in the hands of the other party, while the one he used was made by himself, which was far inferior to the new generation of arc reactor in terms of energy efficiency and power. He felt depressed just thinking about it. Tony decided that he must prepare a box of reactors for himself as a backup in the future, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to think about it now. When Tony arrived at the place, the police had already arranged the defense line and evacuated all other irrelevant people, but facing the mighty Ironmonger, the police were still a little hesitant. To be honest, they were just policemen, and they had never encountered such a scene. Dealing with robots, they were not taught in the police academy. On the contrary, the SHIELD agents were much more diligent and responsible, and they were still dealing with Ironmonger. However, it seemed that they could not hold on for much longer. At this moment, a ray of light broke through the long night and appeared above the street. Stan. Look here. Tony turned on the external microphone and successfully attracted the attention of Obadiah below, who looked up. Tony did not hesitate and dived down at an accelerated speed. Bang! Boom boom boom. A violent sound of steel collision was heard, and two iron lumps, one big and one small, were entangled in an instant, rolling on the ground and flying dozens of meters away. With just this one move, the two iron lumps crossed a road in front of the company, broke through a factory building opposite, and fell on the main traffic road next door. Well, the defense line that the police had just completed was in vain. So a group of policemen could only run panting to another street. On the other side of the street, two iron lumps that suddenly broke in immediately caused a serious rear-end collision. Obadiah, who lacked combat experience, subconsciously waved his hand and blew a car away. A large number of vehicles braked suddenly, and the sound of creaking and banging rear-end collisions was endless. After a while, the two men stood up, not taking action for a while, but staring at each other from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Obadiah looked at the Iron Man in front of him, surprised and suspicious. Tony's very distinctive accent rang out. Yes, Sapras. Matter Obadiah knew that his nephew was extremely angry. After all, no matter how willful Tony was, his education was still there, and he basically didn't swear. According to Tony, swearing was too tasteless. Chapter 518 Uninvited Guests. It seems that I made a mistake. I shouldn't have spared your life for a few minutes. I should have killed you at that time. Obadiah saw that Tony was not panicking. In fact, he felt great now, and even felt that the whole world was at his feet. This is why Abate dared to kill the SHIELD agent in public. In a word, he felt invincible. He now understood why Tony was so conceited. This feeling of mastering power is simply great. He did not choose to kill Tony directly before, just to create a brain-dead Tony, and then use this young master of the living dead to control the company. But it doesn't matter, just kill Tony once more. But it doesn't matter, I will correct this mistake soon. He rushed forward and slapped Tony, who had just dodged a little. Tony wanted to hide, but unfortunately this body had not been tested, and there were still many problems. There were also problems with the running in of the body, and the reaction speed was much slower. Even because the remaining energy was only 23%, even the original hand pulse cannon could not do it. So in simple terms, Tony can't do anything except being able to take a beating. Too careless. When Tony flew out, he was thinking that the next Mark IV Mecha would need to be equipped with some physical weapons that don't require energy, such as rockets. Boom. Tony hid a fire hydrant on the side of the road, and the moment the fire hydrant was knocked away, he was also bounced into the middle of the road. Do you really think that the company is called Stark, so it belongs to you? Your father and I started from scratch and worked hard for 30 years, but now you want to destroy it? Unlike Tony, Abate does not have the dilemma of lack of energy. On the contrary, he now has enough energy, which is more than enough for another day and night of fighting. This is related to the design concept of his Iron Overlord Mecha. Because it was completely copied from the Mark I Mecha, although many parts of the fighting have been strengthened, but the concept and framework are still Mark I. There is no energy weapon on the whole body, all physical gunpowder weapons, even the computer of the Mecha is not artificial, but a simple computer-assisted system, which consumes very little energy. This is like the old phone and the smartphone. No matter how you look at it, the old phone has a longer standby time. Although it is an old phone, it does not mean that it is weak in combat. On the contrary, if you look at those old phones, they are as hard as bricks. The current Ironmonger is in this situation. It looks rough and ugly, but in fact, it has amazing destructive power. Just like now, Tony's armor looks much more advanced, but it is useless. He was beaten by Abate. Abate stepped on Tony on the ground. Tony looked at the increasing damage value of the armor, and he was anxious. He found a gap and rolled away. Abate stepped into the air, looked at Tony who was half kneeling on the ground and gasping, and grabbed him with a grin and threw him into the sky. The company is mine. No one can take it away from me. It should belong to me. And you, just accept your fate honestly, isn't it good? As he spoke, a launcher popped out from behind him and shot out a small missile. Boom. In the fire, Tony was blown away. He gritted his teeth, endured the strong vibration, and adjusted his hands and feet in the air to stabilize his body. The jet device started. And he floated more than 10 meters in the air with some swing, his mind spinning rapidly, thinking about how to deal with Abate. Abate looked at Tony flying into the sky, sneered with disdain and said, "Ha. You will always be clever." As he said that, the armor under his feet opened several holes, and the auxiliary jet was activated. Amid the roar of air gushing, Ironmonger slowly lifted off the ground. Unlike Tony's Mark III, the flying principle of Mark II is that the reactor generates energy to supply the plasma rocket under the feet and in the palm of the hand. That is, the magnetic field is used to push the plasma to spray in one direction, and its reaction force drives the flight, which is the same as the principle of the rocket, but the spraying object and method are different. Ironmonger's is simply the same as the rocket, that is, fuel-assisted propulsion. So it is much slower than Tony in terms of acceleration. But after flying into the air, the speed is about the same. Tony saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly flew a little higher. Artificial Jarvis reminded again, "Sir, it seems that he can fly too." "Tony, I can see it. No need for you to remind me. By the way, his armor should be plagiarized from my Mark I, so logically, there should be a problem of icing at high altitude, right?" Tony was talking to himself in the second half of the sentence, not asking anyone. But Jarvis still faithfully performed his duties. It had no energy for flight testing before, and it was found that the possibility of icing and flame out after the altitude was very small. "Tony, well, let's fly up to the maximum altitude." This is a common problem of Mark I to Mark III. In the first and second generations, Tony did not consider the needs of high-altitude combat, so there was simply no shooting in this regard. After the appearance of Mark III, Tony discovered this problem in the test. Once the armor reaches a certain altitude, the ultra-low temperature in the high altitude will cause the armor to freeze and cause shutdown. Tony has not been able to solve this problem until now. He just has some ideas, but has not formally modified it. Jarvis, the energy system only has 15% remaining. The probability of being able to fly to that height is, shut up, I'll calculate. Do as I say. Following his order, Jarvis immediately operated the armor to fly upwards. But after flying more than 100 meters, the jet device flashed twice again, and Tony's ascent speed dropped sharply. It was also because of this that Ironmonger caught up with him. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, Tony calmed down instead. Sir, the energy supply is unstable and the flight speed cannot be guaranteed, Jarvis reminded. Mind lowering the altitude immediately? I know. Tony browsed all the data at a speed that ordinary people could not imagine, and calculated the answer he wanted from these data. Then he ordered, restart the jet device and let it bat to the maximum height as soon as possible. Jarvis, the jet device is restarting. The jet device is restarted, sir. Taking advantage of the armor's loss of power when restarting and the sudden falling action, he successfully deceived Abate and let the bulky Ironmonger fly over his head. Abate cursed in annoyance, knowing that Ironmonger could not compare with Tony in flexibility. But seeing Tony swaying in the air, and obviously having problems with the jet device, he turned and pounced on him again. If he missed tonight, there would be no need for Tony to kill him. The US government would be able to make him fall into ruin. Although Abate had been very arrogant before, he had not completely lost his mind. He knew that if Tony survived, then everyone in the world would know that the person in the Ironmonger armor was him, and then he would have to fight against the whole world. So Tony must die. Tony circled in the air and flew high again with Abate. Sir, the energy remaining is 12%, and it is likely that we cannot reach the maximum altitude, Jarvis reminded. Tony, I know, stop reminding me, fly. As he spoke, the Iron Man armor flew up rapidly. As the altitude rose, the Iron Man armor began to freeze rapidly, and the virtual display in the helmet was constantly flashing, which was very unstable. This was because the low temperature began to affect the original parts of the armor, especially the original parts of the dots, which were very sensitive to temperature. In contrast, the poor imitation of the Ironmonger was even worse. The Ironmonger's originally shining engine chasing Tony began to dim and finally extinguished. Then, like a weight thrown into the water, the Ironmonger fell down. Lower altitude immediately. Seeing the Ironmonger falling, Tony immediately shouted to Jarvis. Yes, sir. Then Tony's thrusters stopped working and began to descend rapidly. As the frost receded, the electronic components started working again. Then Tony turned and rushed to the direction where the Ironmonger fell. He wanted to see if this guy fell to death. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The Ironmonger started the rocket thrusters again at the last moment and failed to fall to the ground. Sir, the energy has dropped to 9%. At this time, Jarvis suddenly spoke. Tony's attention was distracted a little, not much, but that's how it was. Abate fired a missile and hit Tony. Boom. Tony was blown away and finally fell on the road with heavy traffic. This not only caused the damage rate of Tony's armor to soar, but also caused a car accident. Abate also landed, grabbed a family SUV next to him, lifted it up, and threw it to Tony who had just climbed up. Tony saw a car coming and originally planned to avoid it, but seeing the screaming female driver in the SUV and the two children in the backseat, Tony didn't dare to hide this time. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to catch the SUV. Due to his posture, Tony's body leaned back greatly. If it weren't for the powerful armor that withstood the impact, his waist would probably be broken at this moment. Okay, you are all right. Tony was just about to slowly put the car down. Duong. Abate came over and hit the SUV's buttocks, and then the car and Tony flew out together, and it seemed that they were about to hit the building opposite. If it really hit, Tony would not be able to survive, let alone the women and children inside. At this moment, a shadow suddenly flew in the sky. From Tony's perspective, he saw a big bat covering him. The figure held the front of the car with one hand and grabbed the chassis with the other hand, then lifted the entire SUV and turned it around, unloading the force on the SUV. Finally, after the impact force was reduced, the shadow gently put the SUV down. The whole process seemed very casual, and even the people sitting in the car did not feel too intense. Just like getting off a merry-go-round. Very easy. Tony was still clinging to the front of the car, watching the whole process in amazement. He couldn't understand what was going on. "Hey, you," Tony was about to speak, and before he could finish his words, the SUV, whose rear wheels had just landed, accelerated wildly and ran over him directly. "Fuck. How unlucky I am." Tony cursed inwardly and climbed up, but he was not angry. "Okay, you're welcome." He volunteered to save people, and it was also his fight with Abate that implicated these innocent people. Abate was a little confused when he saw a new person enter the scene. Who the hell is this? However, the already inflated Abate did not intend to find out the truth. In his opinion, it didn't matter who it was. Abate, was the strongest. Abate rushed over again, intending to kick the uninvited guest and tell him not to disturb the little game between their uncle and nephew. But just as he was about to approach the figure, the body that was originally moving at high speed suddenly stopped, and then Abate in the mecha felt a vibration. The vibration frequency was very high, and Abate could even feel his teeth moving along with it. To outsiders, it was much more magical. They saw Abate flying up and kicking the black shadow away, when the black shadow suddenly raised his hand, and then a faint blue light suddenly lit up on the black shadow's arms, and then Abate's huge body hovered in the air, motionless. Buzz! A strange sound sounded, and then Abate flew out like a thrown ball. Boom! The huge body of Iron Overlord smashed a big hole in the ground. Tony saw the opportunity and reluctantly raised his hands, trying to launch a pulse cannon attack to end the battle. As a result, the pulse cannons in both hands flashed a few times and dimmed again. "Sir, the energy is insufficient and the function is unstable. The pulse cannon cannot be activated," Jarvis reminded. "Fuck." Tony looked at his hands with a gloomy face. It turned out that he was useless now except for flying and resisting attacks. Oh, it seems that he can't even fly. The previous blow caused a problem with his propulsion system. Precision instruments are prone to problems. "Who are you?" Tony looked at the black shadow. Only then did Tony really see the man's appearance clearly. It was a huge black figure. Although the equipment on his body was not as iron as Tony's, it was also covered with mechanical armor. Not only that, its armor shooting looked simple and not as fancy as Tony's, but it was full of design. The most eye-catching thing was its visor shooting. Its eyes glowed and there were two small things like ears on its head, which looked inexplicably cute. But overall, it was full of mystery. The figure didn't answer Tony, but rushed towards Ironmonger without saying a word. Ironmonger had learned his lesson. He didn't intend to fight head-on before he understood what was going on. He activated the thrusters under his feet and flew into the sky. He planned to use his heavy firepower to kill the uninvited guest remotely. At this time, the black figure reached his waist with both hands, and two bat-shaped darts appeared in his hands. Flowers scattered from the sky. Bat darts were shot out one by one. Chapter 519, Shouting for Help. Ironmonger opened the armor on his back and shoulders in the air, and rows of densely packed small missiles were revealed. Although Abate was just a businessman, it did not mean that he really knew nothing. In fact, sometimes businessmen's thinking was more active than scientists. For example, these small missiles were taken from the Jericho missiles and then installed on the mecha. This method saves time and effort, and is very cost-effective. The key is that these small missiles transplanted from the Jericho missiles also have a guidance system, which can be completely navigated through the Ironmonger's operating system. It is very convenient and powerful. Goodbye Tony, go to hell with your black friends, whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of micro-missiles spewed flames from the tail and shot at Tony and the man in black who had inserted in. But at this moment, the man in black suddenly took out a dart. Tony dared to swear that this was the first time he saw someone use cold weapons to fight against modern weapons, and it was a fucking dart. Through the mecha's window system, he could easily tell that they were very ordinary darts. They were made of iron, and they could be sold for several kilograms for $10. But something even more magical happened in front of him. Facing the overwhelming missiles, the black shadow used his hands, and countless darts flew out like flowers from the sky, and then, accurately hit each missile that flew over. Boom. Just like that, all the missiles exploded more than 10 meters away from Tony and his team. The power of the explosion was quite terrible. The glass of the buildings on both sides of the road was all shattered, and several cars were affected by the explosion and directly turned into scrap metal. But with Tony's armor, as long as he was not hit, the explosion was irrelevant. It was just a little shock wave. Waiting for the smoke and dust to dissipate, Tony immediately looked at the place where the black shadow had stood before. Tony found that the man was still standing there, and he didn't move at all. Is there really someone who can use that ridiculous piece of iron to fight missiles? You have to know that the cost of darts is less than $2, while the cost of each Jericho missile is several $million. The cost-effectiveness of both sides is enough to make Tony, an arms dealer, cry bitterly. If people do this, those who sell arms will be out of work. Who are you? Tony especially wanted to know the identity of the man in front of him this time. But the other side still ignored him. Jarvis. Scan and find him in the database. Tony has always been a willful bastard. After his curiosity got up, he didn't care. He wanted to know who the man in front of him was. At the same time, as a versatile person, Stark is proficient in embedded electronic engineering, hardware development and design, software debugging engineering, structural design engineering, material engineering, nuclear fusion engineering, ultra-small nuclear reactor design, thermonuclear astrophysics, the world's leading new element synthesis science, artificial intelligence engineering, robot research and development, network information security engineering, data mining under big data, data analysis, single soldier integrated weapons and equipment research and development, multi-purpose weapons and equipment integration, small aircraft design engineering, human aerodynamics, and human biodynamics. So it is so easy to hack into various databases through Jarvis. As long as he wants, he can hack into most of the databases in this world in a short time, and then search for what he wants from them, although he has never done so before. The only reason that restricts him from doing so is not that he can't, but that he can't. What is Tony's identity? He is a capitalist, and he is one of the top ones. To put it bluntly, the social rules are established to protect people like them. If he breaks the rules of the game first, the backlash will be beyond imagination. But now, he can't care. Come on, the guy on the opposite side can actually shoot missiles with a small piece of iron. Who wouldn't be curious about such a person? Besides, who would know if it was done cleanly? But unfortunately, Jarvis failed. Sir, the scam failed. The constituent elements cannot be analyzed, it is suspected to be unknown materials, it cannot be seen through, and the detailed information of the target person cannot be analyzed. But I found several related reports on the internet. What? Tony was stunned. He was very confident in the scanning function of his armor. But what are the related reports on the internet? What reports? Let me see. Then Tony was stunned. Batman, what the hell is that? Tony realized that he was looking at a website with pictures taken from social news. The source of the pictures was a gang attack a few months ago, and the murderer was a vigilante. With the media's nature of watching the excitement and not minding the big things, they naturally praised this vigilante. Of course, the main reason for doing so was to discredit the police and the government. Since the 1960s, with the prevalence of anti-war and hippie movements, an anti-authoritarian trend has begun to prevail in American society. The media naturally follows the trend. They will report what people like to see from a certain angle and tone. This also made this so-called vigilante very popular. Unfortunately, this vigilante was obviously not very keen on becoming famous, and he has disappeared since then. This disappointed the reporters who originally planned to dig deep into the inside story of the vigilante and the police who planned to arrest the vigilante to save his life. They didn't find anything, but there were a lot of idiots who wanted to take advantage of the popularity and admitted that they were vigilantes. This kind of person is very common in the United States. After many serial murders, a bunch of inexplicable people will come out and say that they are murderers. No one knows what these people are after. Anyway, as the heat fades, few people mention this vigilante now. On the contrary, many superhero enthusiast websites are very interested in this vigilante, so they nicknamed him online. No one knows who first said the nickname Batman. In short, the public's acceptance of this nickname is surprisingly high. At this moment, Batman, or Kai, moved again. Yes, this black shadow is Kai. It turned out that on the way Kai came, he split out an avatar, dressed up as his original body and rushed to the scene of the crime with the crowd, while his original body took out a Batman suit from the king's treasure house and arrived one step ahead. He threw a few bat darts again. This time the darts were more secretive and fast, and the route was also extremely strange. The darts drew huge arcs in the night sky, so that neither Tony nor the Ironmonger on the opposite side noticed it. Ironmonger, who was originally floating in the air, suddenly turned and flew in the opposite direction of Tony and the others. What was even more bizarre was that Ironmonger's turning was endless from the beginning. The big lump of iron was like a high-diving athlete, doing a series of rapid turns and somersaults in the air. With the flames ejected from his legs, Ironmonger turned into a gyro firework, spinning and rushing downward. Tony was stunned when he saw this scene. Are all the engineers under Abate so rubbish? Is it broken now? What happened? Jarvis played back the video just now and marked the dart just now. He said, Batman attacked the jet system of Abate's right foot, causing it to malfunction, causing Abate to lose balance. Boom. In just a few words, Abate, with a huge battle armor, inserted into the ground upside down in a spiral posture. Tony looked at Abate for a moment, who had half of his buttocks stuck into the ground, and turned to look at Batman, that is, Kai? He asked in disbelief, how did you do it? This time Batman finally responded to Tony's question. He turned his head to look at Tony, tilted his head, and said in a synthesized electronic voice, is it difficult? Hearing the other party's synthesized voice, Tony curled his lips. He was really careful. Are you kidding? Kai shook his head, his jet device is too conspicuous. The opening of the leg armor is so large that it is equivalent to nothing. A slightly better sniper can deal with him. If the damage you caused was not too big, I would not deal with it at all. The police can kill him, this is the truth. After all, Kai has seen Tony's jar armor. This thing. To be honest, it is not much different from Tony's jar armor, especially its joints. In order to ensure flexibility, the armor is not thick and there are flaws everywhere. Given a little time, Kai can use many conventional means to deal with him. For example, let Tony be a meat shield, and he hides aside and slowly paralyzes him with a sniper rifle. Of course, the micro-missiles just now were a little beyond Kai's expectations. This thing is too powerful, and it will cause a lot of damage once it is launched. It is really difficult for ordinary people to deal with it. Sir, now is a good opportunity. Tony was still shocked by what Batman had just said. Fortunately, his smart butler was very powerful and immediately gave suggestions. Tony saw it and thought, yes. So he rushed forward. He knew very well that Abate would not die so easily. After all, no matter how good Ironmonger was, he was definitely much stronger than the armor he made by hand in the cave. He didn't die even when he fell to death wearing that tattered suit, so it was even more impossible for Abate to die so easily. But the next scene made Kai complain. If you want to hide a drowning dog, just hit the drowning dog. Why do you have to pull the drowning dog out of the water before hitting it? Tony didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually pulled Abate out of the ground. Did he want to learn from those hot-blooded comic protagonists and solve the enemy in an upright manner? This is a battle of life and death, brother. Sure enough, when Abate, who had just been pulled out of the ground, saw Tony at his feet, he immediately kicked him reflexively. It was the line of Hong Ki Triang Feng and Dong Chang Siju. The position you are standing in is too classic, and I couldn't help but kick him. This is totally uncomfortable. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Tony flew back again. Kai was just about to go up and solve the battle by himself, but he didn't expect that the rookie Tony would roll over and stand up again. Then he didn't care that he was wearing a mechanical armor worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and rushed towards Abate like a gangster. To be honest, Kai wanted to do the same as Abate at that time, rush over and kick this idiot. How old are you and how old are others? Don't you have any idea in your mind? It seems that this guy is not suitable for fighting. Kai thought that it would be better to let this guy suffer a little. So he folded his hands and didn't move, watching Tony get beaten. Moreover, I have to say that Tony's arrogant personality. It's really cool to watch him get beaten. Then, Tony was really beaten. As Kai was watching Tony being beaten, a man approached cautiously. Kai turned his head and looked over. Oh, a familiar face. Phil Kelson. You won't help. Kai continued to watch Tony being beaten, and casually said, Shield, you know us. Shield's existence has always been rumored, and no official has ever admitted that there is such an organization. It is really difficult for ordinary people to know the existence of this organization. So Phil was very curious about how this vigilante knew about it. To be honest, Shield has also paid attention to this person in front of him, but the level is not too high. After all, Batman has only appeared once. Well, every time you show up, it means trouble. This time is no exception. I am very curious, how can you react so quickly? Kai said to himself. He knew that these agents have undergone special training. They will take the initiative through conversation and then extract intelligence bit by bit. So Kai simply communicates with them at his own pace and tries to reveal as little information as possible. Phil felt the opponent's strength. It was quite rare for Phil to be taken advantage of by the opponent right from the start. We have our own intelligence, but why would you, Mr. Vigilante, get involved in this? Kai did not answer this boring question, but looked at the time and felt that it was almost time. If they continued to fight, Tony would really be in trouble. Excuse me, over there, two tin men, one big and one small, kept fighting each other, from the ground to the sky, all the way back to the roof of the laboratory in Area 16. Tony was obviously at a disadvantage and could only dodge when he was hit by Ironmonger. This was also the only place where Tony's armor was better than Ironmonger. Due to its heavy weight and operating system, Ironmonger was not good in agility. There was no way. Ironmonger was still a feedback power armor, relying on the internal sensors of the armor to sense the driver's body movements and then move. But Tony's armor was different. It was controlled directly through nerve signals through a nerve signal connection technology, and the reaction speed was much faster than that of feedback power armor. But that was all. The jet device and pulse gun did not have enough energy, and the size and strength were at a disadvantage, so Tony could only fight and run. But even so, he couldn't hold on for much longer. The energy system still has 5% remaining, which is about to fall below the minimum requirement for the armor to operate, Jarvis reminded. Tony took a deep breath, knowing that he couldn't hold on any longer. He could only be secretly anxious at this moment. Damn, where is that ghost Batman? Abate is much more simple, and he only has his nephew who loves and hates him in his eyes. He is holding back to kill Tony. Tony saw Abate rushing over again, so he rushed out suddenly and kicked Ironmonger's round and square face. Abate didn't care. He had already discovered that Tony couldn't break the defense of this Ironmonger, so he just reached out and grabbed him. Tony, however, used the force on Ironmonger's face to roll back and retreat, landing on the roof of the laboratory in Area 16. Abate rushed over, stopped when he saw the transparent ceiling, raised his arm and fired at Tony with a machine gun, and the bullets shattered the ceiling piece by piece. Tony was now considering whether to shamelessly shout for help. His strong self-esteem couldn't accept that he had to ask others to save him, which meant that he had failed. Although Tony always looked careless, he actually had an unusually strong desire to win in self-esteem. But the reality was, he was about to die. Tony turned over in a panic and hid on the other side of the transparent ceiling. He felt that this was not going to work, so he suppressed his shame and planned to shout for help. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 Stealing. Tony was being beaten, and he was also beaten up. He made up his mind and planned to die with Abate. He directly overloaded the arc shock reactor in the Stark Group building. By the way, this arc shock reactor is the predecessor of the arc reactor. It was first proposed by Howard Stark and demonstrated by the technicians of the Stark Group, but the results were not good. This thing can indeed be used as an energy source and it can generate energy, but the only disadvantage is the cost. It is more expensive than oil. This cannot be said to be fatal for a new energy source, but it is definitely lacking in competitiveness. So it has always been a gimmick of the Stark Group to show the company's strength, but in fact it can only provide power for the Stark building at most, which is useless. But now it has become Tony's last resort. He plans to overload this arc shock reactor and let it blow Abate, himself and the entire roof of the building into the sky. The only problem is, who'll operate it? I should have known not to let Pepper leave, Tony thought in a panic. But he immediately slapped himself in the face. In this situation, it would be the most dangerous for Pepper to stay here. Tony decided that it was better to rely on himself than on anyone else. He planned to hold Abate and crash into the arc shock reactor together. Of course, the premise is that he can control the big guy in front of him. Tony knelt on one knee on the glass ceiling of the building, watching Abate approaching. Abate rushed over and stopped when he saw the transparent ceiling. He opened the head armor of Ironmonger, revealing his big bald head. Now Abate is very proud, he defeated Stark. I don't like this kind of iron stuff. Abate looked at his mecha, which was rough and ugly, just a collection of industrial products. But I have to admit that now. I love this thing. You finally surpassed yourself, Tony. He raised his arm, revealing the 6-barreled machine gun embedded in his arm. Your dad will be proud of you. After that, he shot at Tony, and the bullets shattered the ceiling piece by piece. Tony turned over and hid on the other side of the transparent ceiling, shouting to Jarvis, "Jarvis, overload the arc shock reactor immediately, sir. This will also take you." "Shut up. Do as I say." He dodged Abade's shooting and urged, "There is no time, hurry up." "Jarvis, this is our last chance, sir." I think Tony didn't dare to leave the ceiling, otherwise Abade would chase him away immediately, and then detonating the arc shock reactor would be meaningless. "Jarvis, no, sir. What I mean is that maybe we don't need to use such an extreme method. We have other ways. For example, on your head." Tony looked up immediately, and saw a black figure that was much smaller than Ironmonger falling lightly from the air. The whole process was silent. Abade didn't even react when he opened his head, and just kept shooting at Tony. Tony exclaimed in surprise, "Batman!" Yes, it was Batman. Tony saw Batman, as if he was stepping on an invisible skateboard, and a ghost-like black figure emerged from the sky, gliding silently behind Ironmonger. Abade was not really stupid. After hearing Tony's cry, he immediately looked up. However, his mecha was too big, and the structure was unreasonable, so he could only see the front, and his feet and back were all blind spots. This flaw was simply fatal. Kai grabbed Ironmonger's arm from behind with both hands, turned around, pushed and swung, and threw this behemoth downstairs. Seeing Batman take care of Ironmonger so easily, Tony suddenly felt ashamed. What shortcomings of the mecha he designed, he actually forgot. Of course, he also knew his own shortcomings. Just when Batman grabbed Ironmonger's hand and turned around to throw him back, Tony felt a smooth and pleasing feeling. Although this certainly didn't cause any damage to Ironmonger, the feeling of lifting heavy objects with ease was so cool. Compared with Batman, Tony felt that his fighting skills were just a rookie. After throwing Ironmonger off the building, he didn't chase him down in a hurry. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Tony. "If the reactor of Abade is accidentally lost, you shouldn't mind, right?" Tony was still amazed by Batman's skills just now. He didn't understand what Batman meant. Instead, he nodded stupidly, "No problem. My first-generation reactor still has energy, enough for me to make a new reactor." Kai nodded with satisfaction. He actually had his eyes on that reactor. Although the energy system of the Batsuit is also very good, compared with Tony's. Kai's armor is a typical 2-hour charge and 2-minute use. If all functions are turned on, it can't last for more than an hour at most. This is a flaw, and it is also the reason why Kai rarely takes out the armor after getting it. This thing is not as good as his mobile phone. What's the point of wasting money? But it's different if you have Tony's arc reactor. This thing is a semi-permanent energy source. Even if the energy is not good for a while, you can recover immediately after a while, and it can automatically restore blood. I just want to ask you if you are awesome. Of course Kai wants this thing. Unfortunately, Tony won't sell it. Moreover, Batman is not familiar with Tony. But now is a good opportunity. I saved your life. I don't want money, but it should be okay to take something, right? After going through the formalities, he nodded, "Then I feel relieved." As he said that, he turned and jumped out of the rooftop, rushing towards Abade, who had stood up from the ground and was looking up. Seeing the shadow flying towards him, Abade panicked. Where the hell did this thing come from? Abade still clearly remembered that this guy had just beaten him up in a way that he could not explain at all. Now there is no Tony, his nephew, to distract his attention. Batman pounced on him head-on, and the sense of oppression was even stronger. Abade was completely inflated just now, with only Tony in his eyes, but now that he was thrown down the stairs, he suddenly woke up. This guy is not Tony, the rookie. Surprised, he took 2 steps back unconsciously. After all, Abade is a businessman who has been pampered. At his age, he has to be careful not to hurt his old arms and legs, even if he does some fitness. How can he fight? Relying on equipment to bully Tony, who is low on health, is not bad. Anyway, both of them are weak chickens, and what matters is the performance of the equipment. But the one in front of him was different. Looking at the equipment of others, Abade was not a scientist, so he could not tell anything. But judging from his performance just now, others were not weaker than him. Thinking about the darts just now and before, His fighting ability obviously left him so badly that he could not even see the taillights of the car. How to play this? As it turned out, there was really no way to play. Kai pounced extremely quickly. He did not turn on the suspension system at all, but used gravity to accelerate, and hit Ironmonger's chest with a knee strike. Boom! Ironmonger took 2 steps back. Kai took advantage of the situation and did a somersault to the ground, then used his legs to force the whole person to rush towards the Bade like a sharp arrow. A pair of fists hit Ironmonger's chest like raindrops. Ironmonger's body retreated again and again, but a Bade inside was safe and sound. He suddenly reacted. Huh? No, Batman only used fists and darts. How could he hurt me? He subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and a grim smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Go to hell, bastard who ruined my good things. As he said this, he raised his arm, and the machine gun on it was pointed at Batman. Kai curled his lips. What a technical idiot. Wearing a big shell and pretending to be an iron turtle, he thinks he is invincible. Da 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 da. Bullets hit Batman all over. Batman's response was also very simple. He just grabbed his cloak and wrapped himself up. Everyone who saw this scene subconsciously opened their mouths to scream. That was a 6-barreled Gatling gun. Even an SUV can be torn to pieces by you in an instant. Bang 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 bang. But what surprised everyone was that the cloak suddenly stood up and became tight, and then all the bullets hitting it were bounced off. Tony saw something. He was a little annoyed. Why didn't he think of it? This thing is not only bulletproof, but also lightweight. But then he thought that the cloak doesn't conform to his aesthetic. Abate was a little ignorant and didn't understand what was going on at all. So much so that he forgot that the bullets were empty. He was stunned, but Kai was not. When the bullets were gone, Kai immediately opened her cape and rushed to Abate. Several bat darts on her arm armor suddenly lit up, and then Kai used the blades on her arm armor to slash and slash, leaving several deep cuts on Abate's mecha. Then, before everyone could react, the bat darts all bounced out with a whizzing sound, turning into 6 darts with blue light. Those darts circled in the air for a few times and then cut towards Ironmonger's limbs. Those darts did not bounce off as people imagined, but instead cut off Ironmonger's limbs like cutting butter. Duong. Ironmonger fell to the ground with a clang and could no longer move. Batman's movements did not stop at all, and he continued to hammer at Ironmonger's chest. Duong duong. The sound of hammering iron was continuous. The crowd watching not far away looked at each other, not understanding what Batman was trying to do. Why did he keep hitting the thickest armor on Abate's chest with his fists? Even if he was wearing a mech, his hands wouldn't hurt, but was it necessary? 2 seconds later, everyone in the field understood. The clanging sound of metal hitting each other was like rain hitting banana leaves, getting faster and faster. Ling. Hiss. After a crisp sound, followed by a sound of metal tearing, Ironmonger's thickest chest armor actually cracked. Batman inserted one hand into the crack and pulled hard. Kaz. Swish. He actually tore the entire chest armor apart. When Abate's limbs were cut open, he was already scared and thought he was finished, but the result was. His eyes widened for a moment, and suddenly he exhaled, feeling his own situation in astonishment, but he didn't feel any pain. Not dead, I'm not dead. He gasped violently. Looking up again, he found that Batman was looking for something in his chest, and then grabbed something and pulled it out with force. Then the inside of the mech turned black. Tony jumped from the rooftop to Batman's side, and said in a low voice, "He is dead. You think too much?" Kai looked at him sideways. "I never kill anyone, let him accept the punishment of the law." Then he began to admire the new generation of arc reactor in his hand. This thing looks more like an LED light, very beautiful, and not heavy, less than a pound. It is hard to imagine that such a small thing can generate such a large amount of energy. Tony looked at Batman speechlessly. Is it for this? What else? Kai put the reactor in his arms. You can. Tony stopped talking halfway. He is not stingy, but the problem is that this thing really can't be given away casually. Apart from other things, the US government cannot allow this thing to be given everywhere. After all, no matter how safe this thing is, it is still a reactor, and it can be transformed into a bomb. Do you understand? Kai said jokingly. Look how good it is now. He robs yours, I rob his. How good? You don't have to bear the responsibility, and I am happy. Everyone is good. There's something wrong with that, at least Phil doesn't think so. Seeing Batman put the reactor in his arms, Phil immediately rushed over as if his own thing had been stolen. Batman, it's best to hand this thing over to us. Its safety performance has not been evaluated yet, and it's best to be handled by professionals. Tony couldn't stand it now. You can question that he is a mess, although this fact is beyond doubt, but Tony thinks he is a good person. But you must never question his work. This is an insult to his ability. Evaluation? Who'll evaluate? Who is qualified to evaluate? My work is absolutely safe, Tony complained with a gloomy face. If these people hadn't helped Pepper before, he would have said something even more unpleasant. Kai made a gesture of spreading his hands. Then there was a sudden buzzing sound under his feet, and his whole body floated up, and then his cloak spread out and turned into a pair of bat wings. A gust of wind blew, and Batman flew into the steel jungle like a ghost. Seeing this situation, the police didn't know whether to shoot or not. Fortunately, Kai's clone came over at this time. Put down the gun. Kai gave the order. Although many policemen here didn't know Kai, who cares about this? It's enough for someone to take the responsibility. No, a SHIELD agent rushed over. Shoot him down. Kai went over with his shoulders raised and pushed the guy away. Who are you? We are agents of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. I order you to shoot him down immediately. The man obviously didn't know Kai. Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency? What a crappy name. So long. As usual, he complained about the official name of SHIELD, and then Kai looked at the guy with disdain and asked the people around him, does anyone know what this bureau is? The answer is naturally, I don't know, never heard of it. What is it? What bureau? In New York. Kai spread his hands. Look, I haven't heard of it. So, get out. If you talk nonsense again, I will arrest you for obstructing public service. Chapter 521 Rich Man. The SHIELD people came over and wanted to shoot, but as soon as they raised their guns, they were surrounded by a group of police officers with guns. The group of black-clad men could only put their hands down obediently. There was no other way. The police were much more tyrannical than criminals. Although the police were timid in front of the media, they had no scruples when dealing with other people. The American police have great power because they have the discretion to enforce the law. Discretion means that the police can decide on their own what degree of behavior they will take when enforcing specific laws, and they can choose which laws to enforce or not enforce on their own. In the United States, when facing police enforcement, you must obey the police's instructions, otherwise you will easily be charged with obstructing law enforcement or contempt of the law, and suffer serious consequences. There are about 400 incidents of police shootings that result in the death of people in the United States every year. The ruling of the U.S. Supreme Court has clear provisions. If a criminal resists arrest, the police can reasonably use lethal weapons to eliminate such resistance. As for what is the reasonable use of lethal weapons, the police officers on the scene need to make judgments based on the actual situation. If the suspect uses a deadly weapon to commit a crime, the police can shoot. If the police believe that not shooting will cause more people to be hurt, the police can also shoot. The most obvious example is the meaning of the word "don't move." Don't move in American law means not to make any movements, including hands, language, and various parts of the body. Even moving a finger will be considered to be taking action and resisting arrest. The police can take necessary actions, including shooting and killing the suspect directly. So even if you are a SHIELD agent, it is best to listen to the police at this time, otherwise it will be in vain to kill him. Phil looked at Kai helplessly with a playful face. The reason why Kai ran to Los Angeles was because Phil took the initiative and used his FBI identity to force Kai to transfer to SHIELD, which made Kai angry. He directly used Tony's relationship and ran to Los Angeles. As a result, Kai saw him now, but he still messed with him. Kai? I know that the last incident made you very uncomfortable, but you can't. Do you know what Batman took away? I don't know. Kai didn't care. SHIELD is very powerful. But can you control a small policeman like him? The answer is of course no. There are always two sides to a story. This includes Kai's identity. Logically speaking, Kai is just a small policeman, and his status cannot be compared with Phil. But on the other hand, his status is low enough that SHIELD cannot control him. SHIELD can influence the mayor and even the governor, but so what? SHIELD will let the mayor and the governor find trouble with him. The worst that can happen is that Kai will be punished. After all, Kai is a star agent in Los Angeles, an absolute ace. Just because of such a misunderstanding, the police station fired him? The police station was not opened by S.H.I.E.L.D. And there was nothing wrong with Kai's handling. He was not under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. had no right to give him orders. There was nothing wrong with his response. But Phil just remembered that the arc reactor was confidential. He could only put it another way. This is a very important technological product of Tony Stark. Kai turned his head and looked at Tony, who was walking over. I heard that your things were robbed, right? Yes. Tony looked at Phil strangely. He was wondering why these people knew about his arc reactor. This thing should be confidential. He told Abate himself, and he also told Pepper, but who else knew about it except them? By Abate, that thing. Tony told the truth. Anyway, he didn't have much good feelings about S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the death of his parents was also related to this organization. Kai gave Phil a look expression. That means, the guy just now didn't rob you, right? Tony naturally couldn't admit that Batman robbed him. After all, he was his savior, although he didn't want to admit the fact that he was saved. It's useless. He was a caring citizen. Kai made a look expression to Phil again. Look, what I did just now was not wrong. I stopped you unknown people from attacking a caring citizen. I saved you from complaints and prosecution. Thank me, Phil. Phil could see that these two people didn't like him. He was a dangerous person, really. Dan. Kai turned around and called Dan over. Boss, have we received any reports about the guy flying in the sky just now? No. Kai looked at Phil again. Phil turned around and left. Others clearly ignored him. What could he do? Hey, Phil, Kai shouted. Phil turned around. I won't arrest you this time for your sake. Don't bring people around next time. It will cause misunderstandings. Anyway, ordinary police don't know S.H.I.E.L.D., so there is no pressure to arrest them. At most, they arrested the wrong person. What else can they do? On the other side, Tony didn't show weakness. He immediately notified Pepper alone, explained the situation here, and asked her to find someone to clean up immediately. The reactor was taken away by Batman, that's fine. But he must retrieve the Ironmonger on Abate. This suit of armor of Abate is the most mature prototype of Iron Man armor, plus the second-generation reactor. How can he let others take it away? Secondly, all the computer data in the laboratory in Area 16 must be taken away or destroyed. Not a hair can be left to S.H.I.E.L.D. In front of Phil, Tony glanced at Phil's high hairline, and a sense of superiority arose in his heart. Agent Cowlson, right? You just said that you want to take away our company's property. Phil's face could no longer maintain his signature smile. Mr. Stark, you and Abate just had a fight on the main road, and almost killed dozens of innocent people. Are you sure you want to take responsibility for this? Tony raised his eyebrows. Haha, Stark Group will handle everything properly. You don't have to worry about it. You should just take care of yourselves. At this moment, the young master showed his former momentum again, with money on the left cheek and willfulness on the right cheek, and an arrogant attitude. Anyway, after he came, there were no casualties, and he was not responsible. Besides, the previous battle with Abate caused casualties, but it was their S.H.I.E.L.D. He would not take the blame. Phil did not care. That's great. However, Mr. Stark, when you were entangled with Mr. Abate, there were many witnesses around, and some of them filmed your fight. You may need a suitable speech for the press conference in a few days. Tony, don't bother, I have a secretary. A lot of secretaries, see. Rich people are so annoying. Phil said helplessly. In fact, we don't have to do this, but Kai and Tony ignored him. There was no point in arguing with him. The reason why Tony was talking nonsense with him was to delay this guy for a while. Now that his purpose was achieved, Pepper had already called someone over, and Tony didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. Then the two left together, not paying any attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the procedure, Tony needed to go to the police station to record a statement. If it was any other policeman, Tony would still ignore him, but the problem was that it was Kai who came, so he had to give him face. Phil looked at the two people walking together with a bitter face, and finally took out his mobile phone, said a few words and hung up, sighing, this matter is not easy to handle. He looked around, and saw people watching from afar everywhere. Damn, these people are more powerful than their agents, and they are not afraid of being affected and killed. He felt helpless, but he had no way to deal with these onlookers who increased his workload. Human rights are natural, and everyone has the right to watch the fun. On the other hand, Tony gave face. And Kai had to give face too, right? He told Tony that he could make up a statement anytime, and everyone was busy. Forget about tonight. Tony is naturally no problem, he still has important things to do. All the information about Iron Man in Abade's hands. Tony asked Jarvis to delete all the research materials, and then remove the hard drive and gave it to Happy, who had just rushed from the company to destroy it. Whoever comes to check it later will not get anything. Tony doesn't trust SHIELD. The reason is simple, he found out the relationship between his father and SHIELD. Tony asked Kai to find out the truth about his parents' death, and he found out a little bit. His father was once a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. And his father's death was also related to S.H.I.E.L.D. Although this is a secret, it is not to the extent that no one knows. But there is such a relationship, and his father was obviously murdered, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has been indifferent for so many years. This is very abnormal. It even makes Tony have a bad association. So he doesn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. Relying on being in the territory of Stark Group, Pepper dispatched people to rush to the scene first, wearing professional 3-proof suits, and took away Iron Man. After the reactor was forcibly taken away, this thing was an iron coffin, and the bald boss Abade was trapped in it and couldn't move, and was also taken away. It is credible that the second largest shareholder of the company will soon retire due to various possible uses, until he completely disappears from people's sight, and no one mentions him again. On the other hand, with Abade finished, it was a foregone conclusion that Tony would take over his shares. Abade owned more than 10% of Stark Group's shares, plus Tony's own 49.5% of the shares, and now he alone could completely control the company. If Tony took advantage of the current stock price plunge to acquire another deal, he would be able to completely and firmly control Stark Group, and even initiate privatization and delisting. Of course, Wayne Group was not idle at this point in time, and was also secretly absorbing shares on the market. In fact, the next day, after the news exposed the battle that took place before Stark Tower, immediately, a large number of experts and professors began to criticize Stark Group and became increasingly pessimistic about Stark Group, causing Stark Group's stock to fall at an unimaginable rate. This allowed Wayne Group to acquire a large amount of shares at a much lower price than expected. Even the board of directors had directors who found Wayne Group, hoping to cash out quickly and escape this big crash. So in a short time, Wayne Group officially replaced Abade as the second largest shareholder of Stark Group, owning 8% of the shares, and got a large piece of the cake from Stark's weapons production. This includes 3 weapons research institutes and 5 laboratories. As for the production department, Wayne Group did not start because it was too sensitive. And Tony did not sell the patent, so the factory and production line were not very meaningful. Wayne Group did not intend to get involved in the U.S. arms market too much. That was too unwise. There are always only a few players in the U.S. arms market. If an outsider wants to get involved, he is blind. However, this feast ended at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day. Tony Stark could not really let his wealth evaporate so easily. After all, it involves a lot of things. If the stock price falls too low, it will not be good for him. So that afternoon, Tony Stark began to support the market. He began to support the bottom at a price higher than the market price. This led to a sharp increase in the trading volume of Stark Group stocks in the last hour before the market closed. For this reason, Pepper took the initiative to find Kai, hoping that he could let Wayne Group also support the market. There was no way. Tony's cash flow might not be able to cope with such a large number of transactions. Kai didn't care too much about this, and just asked Alfu to do it. So before the market closed, the stock of Stark Group actually rebounded miraculously. Just when people were speculating that Tony Stark was crazy, Stark Group announced that Tony Stark would hold an official press conference tomorrow to answer questions that everyone was concerned about. Kai was not very busy here. After all, the things he had on hand could not be done in a short time. Especially Norman, this guy didn't know where he was hiding and disappeared. In addition, because of the fight between Stark and his uncle, the entire police station was busy, and he couldn't spare anyone to chase Norman. Kai felt that at this time, it seemed that he needed to activate another vest. After all, normal means could no longer find out Norman's whereabouts. Just when Kai was free and thinking about whether to go somewhere to play with Kelly and the others, he suddenly found that the atmosphere in the police station was weird. Everyone seemed absent-minded, as if a disaster was about to happen. Including Dan, who has always been very dedicated. "Chap, what's wrong with them?" Chap happened to run to his office to smoke cigars, so he asked. Chap took a cigar from Kai's cigar cabinet and put it to his nose and took a deep puff. Why else, for Stark Group stocks, what? Kai was shocked. They all bought Stark Group stocks. That's not the case. Chap shook his head and lit the cigar. That's not bad, half, Chap continued. Kai was not very familiar with stocks in his previous life and this life, and he didn't even know which direction the stock market opened. So he didn't know that personal financial management was still very popular in the United States. Many people would buy stocks or funds for financial management. So even though many Americans' bank accounts are cleaner than their pockets, if you really calculate their assets, you will find that they still have some property. Especially funds, many Americans will buy them. After all, they are relatively safe. And those funds with relatively low investment returns but stable advantages will hold stocks of large companies with stable market capitalizations. Stark Group's stock price plummeted, and it was not just the shareholders who suffered losses, but also the funds. But what about Dan? Did he buy it too? I remember that he was a poor guy. Dan was indeed a poor guy. Although he had his own house and car, he had nothing else. When he divorced, he took the initiative to give up a lot of property. He also had to bear the child support for his daughter. People like him are rare in the United States. He is a perfect man who is willing to put himself in a difficult position, even when getting divorced. Dan didn't buy it, but Chloe was stuck. She bought all the shares of Stark Group. The key is that she is not going to sell at a loss, but keeps replenishing her position. Now, she is probably going to go bankrupt. Puff. Kai was scared. He had inside information and naturally knew that holding Stark Group shares at this time would definitely make a fortune, but other people didn't know. Is Chloe a stock god? Are you scared too? I don't know what Chloe thought. She actually believed that Tony, the playboy, could turn the tables, Chap said with a pout. Chap was not panicked at all, and even had the interest to make a few jokes. There was no way. He was also poor. His pockets were cleaner than his face, so he didn't have this kind of trouble. He didn't have money to buy fun stocks. I think you should persuade Chloe. That girl is determined. Before Chap finished speaking, he saw the press conference of Stark Group on the TV in the office. Looking at the middle-aged man standing on the podium on TV, Chap smacked his lips. This posture, at first glance, he is a rich man. Kai looked at the man, just the role of a press officer. Can you tell from this, poor people are not qualified to hold press conferences? Chap's views are always so simple. Kai shrugged, too lazy to be serious, and besides, the salary of a press officer is indeed not low. Whatever you like. Chap snorted twice, not knowing whether he wanted to express contempt or something else. After a while, this female reporter must have a grudge against him and has been targeting him. I guess she must have slept with him and thrown her away. Insightful, combined with Tony's personality, Kai felt that Chap had seen the truth. Chapter 522 The Willful Young Master. At this moment, Tony on TV has picked up the small blue paper and looked at the lines on it. This is the speech that Tony's secretarial team finally came up with after consultations with all parties. They also prepared countless eyewitnesses for Tony, who proved that the young master was partying all night on a yacht that night. The cause of the incident was that a prototype robot developed by the Stark Group malfunctioned, which led to the tragedy. In the end, it was a security guard of the Stark Group who used a mechanical armor to prevent the incident from developing in an unknown direction. Just when Tony was about to speak, Colonel Rhodes, who had been playing background on the side, came close to him and said, "Follow the lines." As one of Tony's few friends, Colonel Rhodes really knows what kind of dead his friend is. So he must remind him. Tony curled his lips, and then faced the media with a relaxed look. This guy is born to be in the spotlight. I haven't shown up for a while, so, let's read it from the script. The audience laughed very face-savingly. As for how much is true and how much is just for a face-saving, only God knows. Ahem. Well, some people speculate that I was involved in the incident at the Stark Group building. The blunt reporter who had been making trouble just now started to attack again. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, do you really think we would easily believe that it was a bodyguard wearing a robot armor who happened to be there? I know what you mean, Amir. It's okay to question the official statement, but you shouldn't speculate and call me a superhero for no reason. Is that the word? The reporter named Amir also interrupted Tony's words. She raised her hand and said very seriously, I never said you were a superhero. The tone of her voice, combined with her slightly disgusted expression, all showed that he was not on the ranks of superheroes they imagined. As for the reason, do I need to say it? Tony also felt embarrassed. No? Oh, that's good. If that were the case, it would be too absurd and outrageous. At this point, he himself felt incredible. What I mean is, I'm not cut out to be a hero. Obviously, I have too many flaws, have done too many wrong things, and the impact is very fast. As he spoke, Tony felt that he couldn't go on. Damn, why did he feel like he was belittling himself? How could Tony, such a cocky person, belittle himself? He wished that everyone in the world would praise him. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, including regret, fear, and unwillingness. In the end, he made a very pleasant decision for himself. The fact is, Tony paused and threw away the small blue piece of paper in his hand. I am Iron Man. Boom. Almost everyone in the audience stood up. Among a group of reporters, only the nitpicking female reporter was still sitting on the chair with her arms folded across her chest, her long white legs crossed, but her eyes were extremely surprised. Just now, she really just wanted to make trouble for a ruthless guy, and she was not mentally prepared for the shocking news she suddenly made. Here, Chap was so scared that he couldn't even hold a cigar, and it fell directly on his crotch. So he slapped it with his hands while shouting, and then howled like a ghost. It's not that he was not calm, it's really, this self-explosion is too shocking. What's wrong with him? Others are rich. Kai was very calm. After all, he knew it a long time ago. Is it great to be rich? Chap picked up the cigar distressedly, with his hand still covering his crotch. His little brother almost had to see a doctor. Kai looked at him expressionlessly. Chap helplessly bowed his head to this cruel world. Indeed, being rich is great. The so-called rich people rely on technology. This is the current situation. What can ordinary people with flesh and blood use to fight against Tony, a rich man who plays with high technology? The cheating point is that most technological products can be mass-produced and sustainably replenished. Of course, the poor don't have to lose heart. The poor rely on mutation. Their lives are the only thing worth praising. Tony launches a small missile, only needs to move his mouth, and even the locking work can be handed over to Jarvis. It will be difficult for most mutated poor people to achieve similar effects with their own abilities. So, in this real world, it's useless to say anything. You have no money to say anything. Of course, Chap still can't understand Tony's self-explosion. The title of superhero is definitely not as useful as the Stark Group. If there is no Stark Group, this young master may not dare to admit that he is Iron Man. But even so, there is no benefit, and bad things are likely to happen. Batman, on the contrary, has no such concerns. Whoever wants to target Batman can slowly find him. If you can find him, it's considered a loss. In Los Angeles, Tony has returned to the villa in Malibu to hide from the limelight. After all, in addition to admitting that he is Iron Man, Tony also dropped a bomb. New energy. Tony did not reveal his own arc reactor, but launched a new generation of arc shock reactors. The new generation of arc shock reactors has abandoned all the shortcomings of the previous generation, and is efficient, environmentally friendly and cheap. Tony officially announced that the Stark Group will be involved in the energy industry. And he also gave several letters of intent, including the acquisition contract of his NRG Energy. Yes, while Tony continued to absorb the shares of the Stark Group in the market, he asked Pepper to start the funds in the secret account to invest in the energy company ranked third in the United States with a market value of $10.628 billion. NRG Energy's main business is power supply. Electricity is a relatively clean energy, so NRG Energy has made a lot of investment in green power generation and environmentally friendly power supply. It has a lot of power users. This just makes up for the vacancy of the Stark Group in the power market, and he almost doesn't need to build a power grid and user end. Not only that, Tony also announced on the spot that all users of NRG Energy will enjoy the lowest electricity bill in the current market. Less than 60% of the market average price. This is simply a fire sale. If he weren't Tony Stark, he would probably be killed by major energy companies tomorrow. After this news was confirmed, the whole United States was boiling. Countless unlucky people who sold Stark Group stocks were almost crying with grief. The reversal was too fast. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that Stark Group's stock is destined to rise sharply. Those people on Wall Street are stupid. They are the most informed people in the entire market, but they had no prior information about what Stark announced. especially the merger and acquisition of NRG Energy. This kind of merger and acquisition involving tens of billions of assets was carried out silently, without any prior information. It's simply unreasonable. Wall Street makes money from this. Soon, the information was disclosed. The person who presided over this merger was Tony Stark's secretary, Virginia Pepper Potts. A person who is considered by most people to be more of a vase than capable. She contacted NRG Energy Company's major shareholders, and then bought their shares at a premium. At the same time, on the same day, Stark Group officially announced that it had reached a share swap agreement with the remaining shareholders of NRG Energy, which had been renamed Stark New Energy Power. Stark Group took out about 2% of its shares to swap all the remaining power company shares from them. If this business is calculated based on the closing price of the day, the original shareholders of the power company will definitely lose money. But in the long run, those shareholders will definitely make money. So Stark Group completed the absolute control of Stark New Energy Power the next day. This good news made Stark Group's stock price rise by 80% again that day. The reason why it only rose so much is that there are not many people in the market who are willing to sell their Stark Group stocks. Everyone is not stupid. It can be predicted that Stark Group stocks will rise sharply in the near future. And when the construction of the new arc shock reactor is completed and put into use, Stark Group's shares will usher in another sharp rise. This slapped the faces of those experts and professors who advocated that Stark was going to be finished all day. Everyone immediately turned around and praised Stark, saying that his strategy was unpredictable and that he had extraordinary vision and courage. However, at the same time, there was another company that also made a splash. Wayne Group. Originally, Wayne Group was not a top company in the United States, and its assets were only tens of billions, and compared to a behemoth like Stark, it was not worth mentioning at all, but now, it is regarded as a stroke of genius in the investment world. It is said that at that time, Wayne Group did not know about the development of new technologies at all, but simply believed in Tony. Many people believe this statement. It is not that they are all naive, but it is based on a very simple fact. That is, Stark Group could not leak such confidential technology development in advance. Such things would like to be known by as few people as possible before they mature. Look, not many people even know about it in Stark Group. Of course, there will be conspiracy theories. But it does not matter. The world of the rich and the world of ordinary people have always been worlds apart. What is a big deal in the eyes of ordinary people is not worth mentioning in front of capital. In short, Wayne Group's investment was successful. The return on investment is over 300%. Wayne Group sold everything it had and used the lowest market price to absorb more than 8% of the shares from the market. Then it took out all the remaining assets to get 2% of the shares from Tony. Otherwise, where do you think Pepper got such a big hand to take over Stark New Energy Power? Wayne Group provided financial support. So this unknown Wayne Group suddenly became one of the largest financial groups in the United States. With such an investment, the company's assets soared to $50 billion. Of course, what really excited Kingsman, the behind-the-scenes controller of Wayne Group, was not because of the investment profit. After all, the money did not belong to them, but to Kai. What really excited them was the arc reactor. After Kai took back the arc reactor, he asked Kingsman to start cracking and researching it immediately, and upgrade his bat armor. This kind of cutting-edge technology is a national treasure. Under normal circumstances, even Kingsman would not be able to get close to it. But now, not only did they get in touch with it, but they also got a complete sample. Although it is a long and arduous task to crack all the technologies, it would be a rare improvement for Kingsman if they could crack one of them. Apart from other things, relying on the arc reactor, even if they can't make a one-to-one energy source, they can make a proportionally enlarged version, which is not difficult. This is the most advanced energy technology. Merlin, you have met him. He will provide you with the best service as your logistics support supervisor. Afu introduced the technical personnel specially sent by Kingsman to Kai at his home. Merlin. Looking at the tall and thin bald man in front of him, Kai always felt that he was out of character. After all, in his impression, Merlin was a thin, handsome boy. He followed Arthur all day long. If Kai didn't know Arthur's sexual orientation, he would have suspected that there was some unspeakable reason why Arthur was extinct later. Your Majesty. It is the greatest honor of my life to see your true face. The bald man, codenamed Merlin, knelt on one knee and offered his loyalty to his lord in a fanatical manner. Kai had indeed seen this guy, but not face to face, but across the screen. Kai was a little uncomfortable with his fanaticism. In his impression, scientists should all be atheists. But Merlin in front of him made Kai feel unreliable. In fact, that was because Kai himself knew little. Scientists are actually different from religious beliefs. For example, Copernicus, many people know that he proposed the heliocentric theory, was considered anti-religious, and was burned to death by the church. But in fact, he was a staunch Catholic. He was a priest and a doctor of canon law. He was not burned to death by the church. He most likely died of natural causes. Another example is Newton, who is more famous. Many people say that Newton was superstitious in his later years and studied alchemy. But in fact, others have believed in this since childhood. There is also Darwin, who is also religious. Truth and faith are two different things. Merlin is so fanatical about Kai, half of it is indeed out of worship. The other half comes from his fanaticism for science. The code name Merlin is very special among the Kingsmen. In addition to supporting the Kingsmen agents in scientific logistics, they are also the custodians of the Holy Grail. When Kingsmen originally established this title, the importance of the title Merlin was no less than that of Arthur. After all, he kept the source of power for the Kingsmen agents, the Holy Grail. But since Kai disappeared, the power of the Holy Grail has become weaker and weaker, and as a custodian, he is powerless. His status is naturally low. This generation of Merlin is particularly lucky. He witnessed the revival of the Holy Grail, and saw the extraordinary power of the Holy Grail with his own eyes. Whether as Merlin or as a scientist, he hopes to study the Holy Grail thoroughly. Unfortunately, the greatness of the Holy Grail is beyond his imagination, and he can't research anything at all. But now, he has another chance. Kai, the real owner of the Holy Grail, now in front of him. Chapter 523 Teddy Bear. Although this Merlin is weird, he is surprisingly reliable. After he got the arc reactor, he immediately started to test its performance. By the way, if it weren't for Merlin's arrival, Kai would have discovered that there was a different world in his basement. By the way, when did you dig out such a large space under the house? Afu. Kai looked at the high-tech basement and couldn't figure out how Afu did it. When he bought this villa, there was a basement, but it was definitely not so exaggerated. This basement has 3 floors, 20 meters below the ground, and elevators are needed to go up and down. The walls and roof are all covered with metal materials, and there doesn't seem to be even a trace of gap. Kai knocked and the sound was very dull, indicating that the thickness was amazing. In addition, there are various exaggerated facilities, including offices, conference rooms, computer network rooms, mechanical workshops, electronic workshops, chemical laboratories, libraries and storage facilities. In addition, there is a life support system for the whole day. Even if a nuclear explosion breaks out outside, this place can be safe and sound. This is just a trivial skill as a butler, Afu said very modestly. Kai shook his head. His butler seemed to have many strange abilities. Kai was too lazy to pursue it. After all, considering the resources that Afu could mobilize, it was a bit exaggerated to do this, but it was not impossible. In this world, there is nothing that money can't do. If there's, it's because the money given is not enough. So, will Merlin work here in the future? No. Afu shook his head and continued, he also needs to be responsible for the gardener and driver work. This place is too small to accommodate so many servants, so Merlin needs to take on more work. But Batman's future logistics, including mecha maintenance and upgrades, will be his main responsibility. Kai turned his head to look at Merlin who was doing tests, and said in surprise, I didn't expect he's so talented. Merlin turned his head and revealed a simple smile. At your service, okay, Kai asked curiously again, you come to me, don't you need to be responsible for Kingsman's affairs? No, you are the object of Kingsman's loyalty. Serving you is carrying out Kingsman's mission. In addition, although Merlin is my code name, this code name represents many people. Kingsman has special technology and logistics departments. Even if I am not here, please believe that my colleagues will complete the work that needs to be done well. Okay, Kai is actually not opposed to having such a person around him. Although Afu is also very good, after all, Afu is also a person of the last century, and he is still a little powerless to the current rapid development of science and technology. So he needs such a person around him. By the way, from this, Kai pointed to the arc reactor and said, have you researched anything? Speaking of his old profession, Merlin immediately became excited. This is definitely a genius work. It is obviously called nuclear fusion. But it is caused by the fission reaction of metal palladium and other alloys with hydrogen and helium isotopes, and then high-energy particles are used to bombard the palladium nucleus, deuterium and tritium, with instantaneous high temperature to cause deuterium and tritium fusion in the vacuum tube to produce instantaneous neutron flow pulses. This neutron flow has strong penetrating power. I made it up. Kai was dazed when listening to it, and he didn't understand what was said at all. It's okay as long as you can understand it. Kai didn't intend to continue this topic. It was too hurtful. Talking with them, I always felt that all the books I read for so many years were in vain. Then can you copy it? Merlin was a little embarrassed. No, there are still many technologies in it that we can't do, and we need to conduct in-depth research. But using its principles, we can completely develop a large new type of reactor. Forget it then. Kai didn't force it. After all, it's not a glorious thing. However, I can modify your Batman armor based on this arc reactor. I can guarantee that with such an excellent energy source as the arc reactor, the performance of your armor will be improved by 30%. Kai smiled. Thank you then. As he said that, he snapped his fingers, and a golden ripple spread in the air. The bat armor gradually emerged from the golden ripple and fell in front of Merlin. But now Merlin didn't care about the bat armor at all. He stared straight at Kai's king's treasure house. Obviously, this interested him more than the arc reactor. Los Angeles has been very lively these days. The various incidents caused by Tony have made the media in the city fall into a carnival. It is also because of this that the media rarely let the police station go. After all, the performance of the police station recently is not very impressive. Iron Man and Ironmonger fought each other, and they just played by the side. Anyway, no one expected the police to participate in such a fight. They could maintain order and rescue the wounded. But there has been no progress in Norman's case and Guzman's case. Norman's case is not bad, after all, the DIA is the most shameful, but Guzman's case is irreparable. Guzman was identified as the mastermind of the murder of undercover agent Laurie Smith, but now the only one who may have the information about Guzman's murder was killed by old Tony. The clues were cut off all of a sudden. These things were originally points for the media to attack the police, but now no one cares. People are chasing Tony Stark. But this does not mean that things can really be let go. At least the big guys above are not willing to let this matter pass so easily. Kai was called over by Dustin this morning and asked to make a report. In other words, it was a disguised way to urge Kai to give an explanation as soon as possible. Of course, this urging is not urgent at the moment. When Kai was about to leave, Dustin was still thinking about asking Kai to go to the hospital. The little girl has woken up. Let's see if we can get some more clues from her. For example, the batch of drugs, a DIA agent was a drug dealer, and a batch of drugs was stolen by the drug dealer. If the Los Angeles police found it back, it would not only be a meritorious service, but also give the DIA a bad look. Dustin had no reason to refuse such a good thing. Okay, Kai didn't have anything urgent to do at the moment, so it was okay to go and see the little girl. Then please, Dustin couldn't be more satisfied with Kai. This subordinate always brought him surprises, and he also hoped that this time would be the same as before. Matilda was shot, and after rescue, she was saved. Even the doctor said that she was tenacious. This little girl was shot in the abdomen. Let's not talk about bleeding. Anyway, she almost died. The most important thing was infection. One of her intestines was broken, and after being shot, she was not treated in time, which led to infection in the abdominal cavity. This made Matilda comatose for almost 36 hours after the operation. Perhaps it was this near-death experience that frightened the little girl. After waking up, she was quite depressed. She just held a gray teddy bear in a daze and didn't say anything. She just lay on the bed and looked out the window. The Child Welfare Agency has sent people to give her psychological counseling, but it is said that the effect is not good. It is also because of this that the Child Welfare Agency has prohibited the police from questioning her. Until today, the Child Welfare Agency agreed that Kai could question Matilda, but there was a time limit. Hi, Matilda. Are you okay? Kai walked into Matilda's ward wearing a non-woven isolation gown. In order to ensure that Matilda is not infected again, she is still in the ICU ward. The girl glanced at Kai, turned her head away, and ignored him. Kai opened his mouth. He never had a good way to deal with children. After all, you can't really treat them as criminals. What's more, this is a girl in her rebellious period, and there is even less topic. In the end, Kai could only force a topic. "Do you like Leon very much?" Unexpectedly, Matilda responded, and she looked at Kai. "How is he?" He turned himself in. Kai also hesitated whether to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, Matilda was not really a child who knew nothing. Sometimes you really shouldn't underestimate children too much. They have their own ideas, not to mention Matilda, the child's growth environment, destined her to not be really innocent. So Kai didn't lie to him. As for Leon, it should be considered as turning himself in. "What will happen to him?" Matilda nervously put down the teddy bear in her hand and asked anxiously. "Leon is a professional killer. He fell into the hands of the police. I don't know, it's up to the judge. But there is a high probability that he will stay in prison for life." Kai has decided not to treat Matilda as an ordinary child, so he didn't hide it too much. After all, she would know it. Matilda looked at Kai blankly and suddenly shed tears. "Why?" "Because he committed a crime." "Why?" "If you make a mistake, you must be punished." Kai tried not to stimulate the child. "But what about the police? They clearly killed someone, so why can they get away with nothing?" Matilda asked with a little excitement. "Why can those bad guys do wrong things without any punishment, but Leon and my brother have to be treated like this?" Kai listened to the child's roar in silence. After all, reality is too cruel. Even if Matilda is precocious, he doesn't want that cruel thing to contaminate her. "Matilda, I promise you, I will definitely catch that bastard Norman. I promise." This is all Kai can do. But what about Leon? After experiencing life and death, Matilda's obsession with Norman is not so strong. She cares more about Leon. "Maybe I can find him a better lawyer," Kai said uncertainly. This is already Kai's biggest compromise. Moreover, it's useless. Leon turned himself in and confessed everything. The physical evidence, confession and the weapons collected from Leon are used as evidence. The chain of evidence is impeccable. No matter how good a lawyer is at turning black and white, he must abide by the basic law. Really, but Matilda didn't know. She thought there would be a turnaround. But in fact, as long as she thought about it, she knew it was impossible. After all, the person who said this was a policeman. But now, who can she count on? Maybe Kai lied. Maybe Kai's guarantee made Matilda feel a little relieved, and her resistance to Kai was not so strong. Then, can I still be with Leon? Kai's face immediately darkened. No, what a joke. What kind of mess did this girl learn during the time she was with Leon? Shooting, setting traps, observing targets, designating assassination plans. When Leon told Kai these things, Kai almost beat him up. Is this something for children to learn? Matilda is in Los Angeles, not in Afghanistan. She should go to school. Why? Matilda felt that Leon was the best person in the world to her. Why couldn't they be together? What do you think? Kai asked back with his eyes wide open. But I have no family. Except Leon. We will find you a suitable family. I don't want it. Matilda was very determined. It's not up to you. Kai would never give in on this. Of course, even if Matilda didn't intend to change her mind, there was nothing she could do. Even if the best lawyer helped Leon, he would have to stay in prison for decades. Matilda turned her head and ignored Kai. In her opinion, it was too childish to continue arguing like this. Kai was so involved in the argument just now that he forgot his purpose. Now he remembered it. What? Matilda's impression of Kai was actually quite good. At least she didn't hate him as much as other policemen. After all, it was Kai who brought people to rescue her from Norman. Your bastard dad, Matilda agreed with this point. She didn't like her dad. What's more, it was because this bastard took Norman's goods that their whole family was killed. In fact, Matilda didn't feel anything at all about the murder of her stepmother and stepsister, but her brother was innocent. He is the one who really knows nothing. Let me tell you directly, do you know where your father hid Norman's drugs? I don't know. Matilda didn't think about hiding this matter. She really didn't know. After all, she was still a child, and even if her father was unreliable, he would never tell her such an important thing. Then think about it carefully. Did your father have any strange behavior before the incident? Any behavior will do. Kai didn't expect a child to really know where the drugs were hidden. What he really wanted to ask were some details. Details are the devil, and many things may be hidden in the details. Strange behavior, Matilda thought seriously. She felt that Kai was also a good person. Not only did he save her, but he also helped Leon hire a lawyer. So she wanted to repay Kai. Does buying toys count? Buying toys? What kind of strange behavior is this? Yes, My dad never bought us toys. But just a few days before the incident, he suddenly bought some toys for me and my brother. This was the only strange thing Matilda could think of. Although his dad was a little better than those real bastard parents, at least he never planned to abandon them. But buying toys? That's too much to think about. Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately took out his phone. Chloe. Are there any toys among the evidence collected from the Dolan family? Toys? Chloe was confused. No, there are neither fingerprints nor blood on it. Why do we collect that? Go find it quickly. Kai was just about to speak when Matilda suddenly handed him a gray teddy bear. You won't tell me, this is the toy your dad bought? Well, I brought it out last time I went back. It's my brother's favorite toy. Kai took the teddy bear, kneaded it, and found that there was something hard at the nose of the teddy bear. Kai immediately tore open the teddy bear and took out a key from it. There was a round sign hanging behind the key. The sign said L's Bowling Alley. Chapter 524 Hospital Assassination. Soon Dan brought Chloe and a team of police officers to the hospital and took the key from Kai. Matilda didn't pay attention to the key. She just looked at the teddy bear that was torn apart by Kai with pity. It was her brother's favorite toy and the only thing she could use to remember him. Chloe, who was left behind, noticed Matilda's expression. As a mother of a child, Chloe understood the child's thoughts very well. She immediately found the nurse and borrowed needles and thread from her. Seeing the teddy bear being sewn by Chloe, Matilda's expression brightened. Seeing Matilda happily holding the teddy bear, Chloe seemed very happy too. The two did not talk in the ward, but they were incomparably harmonious. Kai, who was watching all this outside the ward, suddenly felt that maybe Chloe could adopt Matilda. Of course, this was just Kai's wishful thinking. As for whether it could succeed, it depended on the welfare agency and Chloe's own wishes. After all, Chloe was still a single mother, and it was indeed a bit difficult for her to adopt a 12-year-old girl. While thinking about these things, Kai's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Dan who called. They found the drugs hidden by Dolan in the public locker of the bowling alley. Hearing this news, Kai immediately prepared to leave the hospital and return to the police station. Before leaving, he originally planned to take Chloe with him, but after thinking about it, he decided to leave Chloe behind. From her appearance, she and Matilda get along well, so she will take care of Matilda. After all, Norman has not been caught yet, and Matilda still needs protection. Chloe should be able to do this job. After saying something to Chloe, Kai walked out. Just after walking a short distance, he turned a corner and a nurse came over from the opposite side with a medical cart. At first, Kai didn't care about the nurse until the nurse passed by Kai and Kai suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. Kai remembered that nurses were not allowed to spray strong perfume, so Kai looked back and found that the nurse not only sprayed strong perfume, but also wore high heels. Stop, Kai called the nurse out of professional habit. The nurse really stopped, but she didn't turn around at the first time, but reached into the medical card in her hand. This made Kai feel bad immediately, and his body instinctively rushed to the side. At the moment Kai made a move, the nurse suddenly turned around, but there was a silver revolver in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were almost shot at the top of Kai's head. At the moment Kai fell, he also pulled out his M1911 from his ribs and fired back. However, the nurse was much more agile than Kai thought. At the moment Kai fired, she rushed to the side, making Kai's return fire fall into the air. The gunshot quickly attracted Chloe's attention. Her first reaction was to look at the 2 colleagues at the door because Matilda was an important certification, and Norman had not been caught yet, so there was a patrolman at the door of her ward. The 2 patrolmen were obviously not the kind of slackers who just wanted to get by. One of them pulled out his gun and kept alert, and the other policeman signaled Chloe to close the door. Stay here, don't move. Until it's safe, one of the patrolmen said. Then they saw a figure in white rushing into the corridor. 2 patrolmen immediately raised their guns. LAPD. Put down your guns. Don't move. Hearing the voice outside, Chloe immediately closed the door, rushed to Matilda's bed, picked up Matilda and ran to the bathroom in the ward. She put the girl in the bathroom and locked the door, while she blocked the door. If there was any danger, she could keep the enemy out of the door. Chloe had just settled the girl when she heard 2 gunshots outside. Then the door of the ward was kicked open with a bang. A female nurse with obvious Indian appearance rushed in. Her first reaction was to look at the bed. After finding that there was no one on the bed, she immediately looked at Chloe. In her perspective, Chloe was the only one left here. Chloe did not hesitate at all and shot directly at the nurse. But what shocked her was that the nurse actually dodged the bullet while approaching her. Chloe had heard that some people were fast enough to dodge bullets, but she had always thought it was a legend. Bang, bang, bang. Although Chloe was panicked, she did not forget her duty and continued to block the bathroom door and shoot at the nurse. But it was useless. The Indian was still approaching. Chloe's bullets were like a joke and had no effect on the woman. However, Chloe's resistance seemed to make the Indian woman impatient, and she raised her hand and shot. The shot was originally aimed at Chloe's forehead, but at the same time as the nurse fired, another gunshot sounded from outside the ward. Bang! At the moment the nurse fired, a bullet just hit a revolver. The muzzle of the revolver jumped, and the bullet deviated from the trajectory it was supposed to run, hitting Chloe's shoulder and passing through Chloe's shoulder directly. Chloe did not feel any pain when she was shot, but felt as if she had been punched by someone, and her body was uncontrollably slammed against a bathroom door. But even so, Chloe still remembered her duty. She grabbed the door sill with one hand, intending to fight back with the other hand, but she remembered that her shoulder had just been shot. Fortunately, she didn't have to worry about it, because the reinforcements had arrived. Chloe saw Kyle rushing in. The Indian didn't expect someone to knock her weapon away, but she reacted quickly and didn't worry about it. Instead, she immediately pulled out her other weapon, a modified gun similar to the M92, with a muzzle device installed at the muzzle. But Kai was faster. He shot at the woman while approaching her quickly. The woman was also shocked by Kai's speed. It was the first time she saw an ordinary person so fast. But she also knew that this was not the time to be surprised, so she fired 3 shots at Kai. But to her surprise, Kai also fired 3 shots. All 3 of her bullets were knocked down by Kai's bullets. This time she couldn't hold back her inner astonishment. While she was stunned, Kai had already approached her. Kai grabbed the Indian woman's arm, twisted it outward, and took off the woman's pistol. But the woman moved her shoulder and turned her arm to an incredible angle. She squatted down and caught the fowling pistol with her other hand. She raised her hand and shot Kai. Kai made an extreme move, leaning back to avoid the bullet from below, and at the same time raised his right leg and kicked the Indian woman's abdomen hard, kicking her out. He also fell backwards. But even so, the two did not give up killing each other. The two fired almost at the same time. Ding ding ding. 3 sounds of metal colliding. Kai used 2 bullets to intercept the bullets shot by the other party. The other party also used a bullet to block the bullet Kai shot at her. Both sides finally realized that the other party was definitely a master. And not an ordinary master. Kai was lucky, after all, he could use the must-hit ability of Bullseye, so it made no sense not to allow others to have similar abilities. On the contrary, the woman on the opposite side was more surprised. She recognized Kai from the beginning. However, in view of the principle of doing the easy first and then the difficult, she originally planned to kill the little girl first, and then come back to deal with Kai. That's right, Matilda and Kai are both her targets. Remember that Norman once hired a killer to kill Kai and Matilda? They came. But the efficiency was much slower than Norman imagined. Norman originally planned to kill Matilda, the witness, and Kai, the bastard who made trouble, before the investigation began. Unfortunately, after he placed the order, he found that the killer he hired was really too professional. So professional that he, as a customer, couldn't contact the killer directly. If it weren't for the other party's reputation for integrity, he would have suspected that the other party had embezzled his money. After all, it was payment first and then service, and it was normal to be embezzled. Now Norman has become a dog without a home, and the killer has finally arrived. Norman, who was hiding in the underground sewer, had already greeted the entire family of the killer organization he hired countless times. However, Norman could only curse in his heart. Because the killer organization he asked for help was called Mutual Aid Association. The Mutual Aid Society claims to be an ancient organization that has been passed down for thousands of years. Norman is not sure how much bragging is in this statement, but the documented history of the Mutual Aid Society is still more than 50 years. It is amazing enough for a killer organization to exist for 50 years. After all, the speed of renewal in this industry is very fast. After all, it is a killer, and there are many unexpected situations. But basically any killer organization that has survived for more than 20 years is not easy to mess with. Because this means that this killer organization not only has masters who support the facade, but also has an effective echelon construction. A killer organization has an echelon construction. You can imagine how strong their foundation is. An organization that has been operating diligently for 50 years, an organization with at least more than 200 people, is not something that Norman, a black policeman, can afford to mess with. What's more, the killers of the Mutual Aid Society are all monsters. According to the information collected by Norman, the official killers with code names in the Mutual Aid Society have a terrifyingly high success rate in their missions. Many tasks that are considered to be absolutely difficult to complete are completed in extremely strange ways in their hands. All of this makes the legend of the Mutual Aid Society very famous in the underground world. The Indian woman in front of me is the official killer of the Mutual Aid Society, the kind with a code name. Her code name is White Dove. Although I don't understand why she, an Indian black girl, is called White Dove, her strength is indeed genuine. She is proficient in all the skills that a formal killer needs to master. For example, physical burst. The so-called physical burst is actually a kind of mental secret method. A secret method of training the mind to achieve complete control of the body. For ordinary people, controlling the body is very simple, just like the brain controlling the hands and feet, but physical burst is different. The difference between them is like the difference between using gasoline to ignite firewood and injecting it into the engine. One is just an ignition medium, and the other is to directly make it burst out with amazing power. After being kicked into the corner of the wall, White Dove half squatted on the ground, her face began to turn red, and the blue veins on her face began to bulge. Her heartbeat was crazy and exceeded the speed of 400 times per minute. Adrenaline began to soar rapidly, and then the world in her eyes completely changed. The ordinary world in her eyes began to distort and close, and then began to slow down. If we have to use an easy-to-understand term, it would be bullet time. It's not that the world has slowed down, but that her reaction speed has reached a limit. Bang! With a muffled sound, the floor under Bai Ge's feet suddenly shattered, and Bai Ge's whole body flew out like a sharp arrow. Physical energy burst, to put it bluntly, is a secret method of squeezing the body and spirit. Generally speaking, for elite killers like them, this ability will only be used at critical moments, because it is very harmful to the brain and body. After each use, they need to return to the base of the Mutual Aid Association to use the organization's special means to repair the body. If it is used too much and not healed in time, no matter how strong a body is, it will be useless. Only geniuses with extraordinary talents who do not need training at all can use this ability many times a day. In short, this is an ability to fight for one's life. Bai Ge originally thought that as long as she activated this ability, she should be able to easily complete the task and get rid of the policeman and the little girl in front of her. But what she didn't expect was that just when she was about to kill Kai with one blow, someone grabbed her left hand holding the gun. It's much faster. Bai Ge couldn't believe it. In her current state, she didn't see clearly when Kai grabbed her hand. Thinking of this, Bai Ge's first reaction was to disbelieve it. The second reaction was to take action. Bai Ge's reaction was also very fast. She was in a state of physical energy explosion, and her strength reaction was beyond ordinary people. She wanted to pull the trigger without hesitation. But then he felt a pain in his finger and his eyes blurred. Her finger on the trigger couldn't be pulled down, and the whole palm instantly turned into a reverse V shape. Before she could cry out in pain, an arm stretched out like a snake, and the palm and fingers were like knives, and it stabbed her Adam's apple fiercely and then retracted. With a click, Bai Ge felt her brain go black, and then she withdrew from the state of physical energy explosion. She wanted to call for help, but her Adam's apple couldn't make any sound at all. She could only try her best to turn around and swing her right fist backwards, intending to let the other party let go of her left hand. She just wanted to retreat quickly now. The man in front of her was not someone she could handle at all. Crack! Crack! Unfortunately, she couldn't keep up with Kai's speed even when she was bursting with physical energy, and it was even more impossible now. With a sharp pain in both shoulders, her two arms drooped weakly and were dislocated. A large palm came up and grabbed Bai Ge's throat, pressing her body against the wall. Bai Ge wanted to roar, but she could only barely breathe in a little air. The palm on her neck completely controlled her voice and breathing. The moment she was restrained, Bai Ge's emotions were already occupied by deep fear. This was not only because of Kai's strength, but also because she knew that the Mutual Aid Society allowed failure, but absolutely did not allow being captured. Baija struggled like a civilian, and she knew that if she didn't break free quickly, what awaited her would be the liberation given by her companions. She didn't want to die. Kai grabbed the female killer and was a little surprised at her tenacity. Even in this situation, she still wanted to escape? Are all killers now so strong? Just when Kai was about to knock the woman unconscious and take her back for questioning, a vague murderous aura suddenly enveloped him. Out of self-confidence, Kai immediately rolled to the side. Bang! A bullet shot directly through the wall behind the female killer, and shot her in the head. Kai did not hesitate at all, and immediately came to Chloe and kicked open the bathroom door, grabbed Chloe and Matilda and evacuated from the ward. Bang! Another bullet shot through the wall and landed where Kai just stood. There is another killer. Chapter 525 Truth and Betrayal. Bang! There was a gunshot. He swayed his body, pounced forward, and kicked Chloe behind him into the corner. Get down, there's a sniper. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out again, and the bullets were still fired at Kai's position. Kai rolled several times and hid behind a cabinet. Chloe, I'll cover you. You take the child and hide over there. Kai pointed to the ward across the street, where the door was open and the patient inside didn't know whether he was hiding or running away. Chloe didn't care that her butt was kicked by Kai. She hugged Matilda, who was pale, and looked at Kai's body with a worried look. Boss, it seems that you were shot just now. Kai raised his hand and shook it hard. It's okay, just a scratch. You should worry more about yourself. Kai was indeed shot, but this kind of injury was nothing to Kai. Even if he left it alone, it would stop bleeding in a few minutes. On the contrary, Chloe, whose shoulder was shot through, was able to hold on until now. Kai had already looked at her with new eyes. Of course, this was also partly due to Kai's contribution. Just when he hugged Chloe, he gave her a rejuvenation spell. Otherwise, Chloe would be half dead from bleeding, not to mention being unable to move. Chloe looked at Kai's face and indeed did not look seriously injured. She just nodded. Be careful. Kai nodded and turned away. After coming out of the front of the hospital building, he circled half a circle and quickly rushed to the building in the northeast corner. In fact, Kai also knew that his actions were in vain. Snipers would not stay in one place stupidly. In fact, real killers would flee thousands of miles away if they missed a shot. They would not stay in place and wait for the enemy to come up. Sure enough, when Kai rushed there was no one on the roof. Only a violin case and an obviously modified sniper rifle were left. It looks like it should be L115A3. L115A3 long-range sniper rifle is a sniper rifle developed by British Precision International. The effective range of L115A3 long-range sniper rifle exceeds 1,500 meters, and the actual range far exceeds this data. L115A3 sniper rifle is known as the best sniper rifle in the world. Craig Harrison, a senior sniper of the British Royal Cavalry, once used an L115A3 long-range rifle in an encounter in southern Afghanistan. Incredibly, he used an L115A3 long-range rifle to accurately kill 2 Taliban militants at a distance of 8,120 feet. Kai also found several special armor-piercing bullets on the ground. This kind of armor-piercing bullet is very different from ordinary bullets. The biggest difference is the primer and the shell. There are many strange patterns on the shell, which does not look like decoration. Kai picked up the sniper rifle and showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. At his feet, in his shadow, countless scarlet eyes immediately opened. Those eyes were full of joy of being released and the desire for blood and killing. Kai's body shook at high speed, and then a figure walked out of Kai's body. It was a handsome young man wearing a luxurious suit and leather gloves. Find him with a hound, and then kill him, Kai said. Understood. The handsome young man raised his head and showed a very gentle smile. Ogre, Hannibal's hunting has begun. After saying that, the shadow under the young man's feet suddenly boiled up, wrapped the young man, and then disappeared without a trace. Soon a large number of police officers rushed to the hospital. And Kai was also sent to the ambulance. Kai felt that it was a bit of an exaggeration. His injury was not serious, but the police's case handling was spread like this. All gunshot wounds must go through formal medical procedures and then be reported for confirmation. And in the eyes of others, being shot should be a serious injury. Chloe and Matilda were treated the same way, but this time they would be sent to a safer private hospital. There, Matilda's security level will be raised to the highest. Dan and Chap quickly rushed to the new hospital. They first checked on Chloe's condition. Chloe's shoulder blade was pierced and she was undergoing surgery, but the situation was not bad. After all, she was shot by a pistol and it was a penetrating wound, so it was not too difficult to deal with. Matilda's situation was not good either. She almost lost her life because of a gunshot wound in the abdomen. This time she experienced such a thing again. Her situation suddenly worsened. Although it was not fatal, considering her young age, she has been injected with diazepam and sent to the intensive care unit. Only Kai's situation was the best. As he said, it was just a scratch. A piece of flesh was bitten off by the bullet. After suturing and bandaging, she was not allowed to move around for a period of time, that's all. We checked the information of the female killer and found nothing. The FBI database shows that her name is Neha Dalvi. She is a tailor and runs a high-end clothing customization company. There is nothing else. From her birth to her work, all the information is very complete. There is no trace that she has received any military training. She doesn't even have a gun license. She has no criminal record since she was a child. She is very clean. Dan handed the information of the female killer to Kai. Kai took the information with one hand with a triangular bandage, flipped through it casually, and threw it aside. If you can find something with this kind of obvious information, it would be a miracle. What about her bank account? Dan immediately took out another piece of information. It's very clean. Although her capital flow is very frequent, there is no abnormality. It's all normal business transactions. Kai was too lazy to answer this time. I don't believe it. A killer is as clean as a good person. Is she doing it to eliminate violence and protect the good? Or is it a personal hobby? Anyway, Kai doesn't believe that someone becomes a killer because of his hobby. There must be something we haven't found yet. Keep checking. Check her overseas accounts. There is basically no other possibility for a killer to kill someone except for money. I understand, being a leader is good like this. As long as the order is reasonable, no matter how difficult it is, the subordinates must complete it. By the way, what did you get about the sniper rifle? Kai thought of the sniper rifle. Kai didn't think about finding the sniper through the gun, because since the other party dared to leave the gun where it was, it means that he is confident that the police can't find him through the gun. Chap and Dan looked at each other, a little embarrassed, because nothing was gained. The gun did not appear in any police shooting case, nor did it appear in the existing gun files. We also thought about checking through the gun manufacturer. But we found that the gun was completely handmade and was not produced by an arms dealer at all. Are you kidding? Kai asked in disbelief. Such a professional gun was actually DIY? No, Dan whispered. Well, that means I was assassinated by two lunatics who came out of nowhere with a professional DIY sniper rifle, Kai said in a bad tone. Chap grinned and said with a wry smile, at least from the current clues, that's the case, fuck. Just when Kai was bandaging his wounds in the hospital, a white man rushed through the crowd, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Soon, he turned into Chinatown and came to a very inconspicuous tailor shop. The owner of the tailor shop obviously knew the man, and was a little stunned when he saw him rushing out. After seeing that he was the only one, the owner asked in surprise, "What's going on? Where is the white pigeon?" The white man said with an unpleasant face, "The information given to us by the customer is wrong. The white pigeon has been sacrificed." The owner's face changed immediately. He turned around quickly and pulled a rope from the clothes rack behind him and pulled it hard. The door and window of the tailor shop made a click, and then the owner of the tailor shop came to the door and hung up a sign saying closed for business. At the same time, he carefully looked left and right. "Don't worry, I took a detour when I came here, and I didn't find the tail," the white man said. "It's better to be careful." The tailor shop owner was not relieved, but continued to check around the door. After he really didn't find anything unusual, he took the white man into a secret room through a secret door behind the hangar. "What's going on? How could you fail? The opponent is obviously not an ordinary person." Bai-Jay used his physical strength to burst, but he was still no match for the policeman and was easily subdued by him. In order to ensure that the organization's secrets would not be leaked, I activated the liberation program to let Bai-Je's soul return to heaven. Next, I tried to attack him, but he dodged all of them, and he even figured out the trajectory. The white man briefly described the mission situation with an ugly face. The tailor shop owner also looked solemn. The organization's assassination has failed before, but it is rare, and most of them are due to accidents. And this time it was really because the opponent was too powerful. It seems that we have to report it. Either give up the assassination, or the headquarters will send support. The organization has never given up any mission over the years. Although there is no hard and fast rule, it is a tradition. Sometimes, tradition is more difficult to change than rules. It seems, you all know what Sloane is doing. Then you are not innocent. Just when the two were about to make a phone call through a special route, a voice interrupted. The two looked at the corner of the room in horror. Cross, a man walked out of the shadows, holding two guns in his hands, pointing them directly. This made the two people's hearts sink. Cross, the strongest killer in the organization. The mission completion rate is 100%. He is cold and never leaves any traces, even causing non-members of the organization to never hear of this person. But within the organization, there has long been no debate about whether he is the strongest one. It is rumored within the organization that Cross should not be allowed to draw his gun. Because once he draws his gun, it means everything is over. Carlos, why are you here? The white man was very familiar with the Cross. After all, they had known each other for more than 10 years. When the white man first joined the organization, Carlos was his mentor. Answer me, why did Sloane send you and the white dove here? The white man's eyes revealed a trace of panic, but his face was extremely calm. Because he knew what kind of person the Cross was. He was a fanatical supporter of the organization's iron law. Anyone who dared to break the iron law was his enemy. Of course it was for the goal. Kai Wayne, the Cross sneered. Of course. His name appeared on the Destiny loom. The white man was still talking, but the tailor shop owner over there secretly reached under the table on the side. Bang! The Cross shut without any hesitation. The tailor shop owner was shot in the middle of his eyebrows. Carlos, the white man didn't expect the Cross to be so cruel. Moreover, the Cross Mutual Aid Association's killers are the best at planning and killing, and their logical reasoning ability is undoubtedly strong. Since he is so ruthless now, it can only mean one thing: he has discovered the truth. You betrayed our destiny. Reggae, the Cross said coldly. Kai Wayne is a good man and a good policeman. His name should not appear on the Destiny loom, you should know that. Our destiny is. The white man code-named Reggae was furious when he saw his companions being killed. Of course, he might also be afraid. What destiny? Bullshit destiny, Reggae shouted with a ferocious face. Why should our destiny be controlled by a broken loom? The Cross suddenly felt sad. Reggae's current performance could only mean one thing. Not only did he know about Sloane's activities, but it was also possible that his own name appeared on the loom. The Destiny loom, the foundation of the Mutual Aid Society, was also the entirety of the Mutual Aid Society. Legend has it that in the 10th century, in a monastery, a group of weavers discovered a code hidden in the fabric. They established the earliest Mutual Aid Society. They got some names from the codes on the fabric, and these names were the goals of the Mutual Aid Society. The Mutual Aid Society would kill these people to maintain order and peace. According to the Mutual Aid Society, many people's names have appeared, including Hitler. They also assassinated Hitler, but they failed, and World War II broke out. In short, the Destiny loom gives names, and these names will have a profound impact on the entire world. If the Mutual Aid Society does not kill these people, then destruction, war, and famine will appear because of those people. The Cross discovered that Sloane's name appeared on the loom. And it appeared very early. But Sloane had this secret. And began to fill in those names himself, completely abandoning the Destiny loom. Cross had always thought that everyone was deceived by Sloane, but as the investigation progressed, it turned out that they were not deceived, but were in collusion with him. Most of the people in the Mutual Aid Society had betrayed their vows and became Sloane's accomplices. Now it seems that his former student, Reggae, is also the same. While Cross was heartbroken and frustrated, he was more determined to eliminate Sloane and his cancer. Only by getting rid of them can the Mutual Aid Society return to purity. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.